Hello? Okay, now you can hear me. Now you can hear me. I'm so frustrated. I'm so frustrated. It's been a busy morning, okay? Listen, it's been a fucking busy morning, okay? I had to do a bunch of bullshit, okay? Shut the fuck up. Even my camera's slightly off. There we go. That's a little more cozy. That's more like what we're used to. Hello, everyone. Good morning, Windleby, Comrade, Amatrine, Anya is tired, Argo, Cheeto, Martini, Peterson, Pickle and Croissant, Purple AB, Sand, Spinkle, Spriggan, Gayfesh, Jessica Metal, Pan Nest Main, Cookie, Aztec, Holic Master, and from YouTube chat, Wacom, Autumn Leaves, don't know how to pronounce your name, saying Free Palestine. I'm so sorry, I cannot read that text. Autumn Leaves, and from Twitch, Danger Noodles, I Eat Babies, Windleby again, Lord have mercy, Small Forest, and Punky Gal. Good to see you all today. If you are here and you have not liked the stream, please consider liking the stream. I would deeply appreciate that. Thank you so much. This is the Imps Code necklace. I love it so much. Now, I have a couple of things to talk about before we get into our proper stream today. So today's going to be a little bit of a weird stream because as we all know, Vaush is doing the biggest fundraiser ever. So we're probably going to have a little bit of a smaller, slower chat today. It'll probably remind you of the old days a little bit, and that is okay. If you donate to me today, please do so because you want to help me pay my bills. I will be appearing on Vaush's channel, and during the time that I'm there, I will tell you all to go donate there if you want to. But if you want to help me, you can donate to me today. Now, some of you may know that we have some little upgrades that have been made recently. I don't want to say upgrades. We've made some little changes, and I want to show them to you first off. So real quick, let me just show you something. We have had a change to the homepage. Take a look at this. Take a look at that. Holy shit. We have a cool ass logo here, which is super pog. And this was made by Robotic Reborn, if I've got their name correctly. Sorry, let me make sure I got their name correctly. Robotic Reborn, an artist in our community who is pog as hell. And yeah, this is the new banner for the website. I think it looks absolutely amazing. Thank you so much, Caffeinated Heathen. Yeah, I love this. I'm going to try. I bought this from them, and we're going to use it on a bunch of stuff. There's also a GIF version. Robotic Reborn. Oh, I need to give you a fancy name, by the way. Robotic Reborn gets a notable in here. Let me just get that. Let me do that real quick. I'm going to get you that fancy name. Thank you so much. I'm glad you like the look. I've been upgrading my look lately. I'm going to be getting my hair colored soon. Y'all are going to love it. You got a HRT wait list? That's fucking amazing. Amazing. Real quick, let me give Robotic Reborn. Well, I haven't decided on a color. However, I'm considering doing red, orange, and yellow in flame patterns, okay? And if I can find a colorist who can do that satisfactorily, you will see Flame Mama, okay? Flame Hair Mama. But we have to find somebody who can do that. So we'll have to see. That will be the goal. Yeah, Flame Mama. Yep. It'll be perfectly in time for Pride. It's going to just take me a little bit of time. Now, another thing you all might know, as you know, when we start stream, we usually do a little update while we're waiting for while we're waiting for likes and everything like that to come in. So make sure you like the YouTube video. If you're watching, you can like no matter where you're watching. Just click through to the YouTube video and hit like. It is very it's literally free to like. So while we're waiting for all those likes and stuff to come in and for people to filter in and get comfy, I like to talk about little updates and stuff like that, okay? So, for all of you who don't know, last stream, have I ever had a hyperfixation? I have many hyperfixations, okay? Listen, it happens all the time, okay? Literally all the time, okay? Listen, I put look, I could talk about that another time. Let's talk about the other stuff, okay? Last stream, the most generous bullshit I've ever experienced in my entire goddamn life happened. And people helped me fundraise a lot of money for a computer. And I was doing shopping, and I was feeling pretty down about it because I got so much money, and video cards are so expensive right now that the money that we raised was just over half what I would need for a computer with a new video card. However, never say that mama is not intelligent and savvy and frugal and driven to make this show the best that it can be. What I did is instead of being an idiot who throws money into the internet without any research or whatever, I posted a consideration for my computer, and then I sat down and talked with Xanderhall, Slimecat, Mythaldu, and White Nervosa, and of course my partners. And I got a plan. So, over the next week or so, I am going to be working on building a 2 PC setup that will be capable of playing any game set to come out in the near future, will massively update or improve the quality of the stream, will massively update the quality of life for making the show, and it's going to cost about 50% of what a new computer alone would have cost. I will get the spec list and I will post it publicly as soon as possible. I'm also going to be getting a new microphone stand, and I will probably be getting a new sound capture card for my computer to really update the sound quality of this stream, because I want this stream to have the best visuals, the best audio, and the best quality around, because this show is supported by you, and you deserve the best that I can bring to you for that price. So, no stupid mama. Instead, intelligent mama. And it's going to take a little bit longer for me to get it all set up. Hey, thank you so much, Captain Young Keat. I really appreciate that. Listen, I know I say this kind of stuff once in a while, but I'm very serious. I want to take this show as far as it can go, okay? I used to say that my goal was just to reach the point where I could be sustainable. That's very true, Silent. That's incredibly true. I think that will be possible. But I have changed my goal, okay? I have changed my goal. I don't want to just be sustainable. I don't just want to create a show that will be sustainable. I want to make streaming history. You understand? So if that sounds like something that's interesting to you, then you want to keep supporting Mama, okay? Because I'm going to make streaming history. And when people in the future go back and say, and they're learning in streaming school about streaming, I want my name to be in those motherfucking textbooks. You understand? So I'm taking this very serious. I'm doing my research. I'm being very careful with my money. I'm seriously. We're going to make this into, I'm going to do something great here. Now, I might fail. I'm a human. I could blow up tomorrow. Who knows? But I'm going to do my best. And as you can see, my best so far has been pretty goddamn good. Oh, Taco Bell, huh? Yeah, if you want to bring it in, that's fine. We're just doing a little warm-up and welcome and whatever. So, nothing big deal. You can just come, you can bring that in if you want to. Hey. Oh, thank you so much. Actually, I might eat these later. Do you mind saving the tacos for me later? But I'll take the sodi. Yeah, I'll eat the tacos later. Thank you. Sorry, I've been,
You want me to heat them up or something?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. Yay! Baja Blast. Diet Baja Blast. No, I don't eat the shitty stuff at Taco Bell. By the way, just so you know, another little life update. I've been doing better moving towards vegetarian and vegan eating. Remember how I said that what I care about most is reducing meat consumption? Well, guess what? I learned about legit vegan ice cream, and I've been increasingly cutting down meat in my diet. Baja Blast is not just... What's this? Wait, oh, is this the... Oh, interesting. Okay. Thank you. Hey, we got a fan mail open. We get to open something from the fan mail. A surprise fan mail. Oh, what the heck is this? A surprise fan mail. Oh, how exciting. Oh no, I don't have the knife in here. Shit. Hey, Gyno Type. Sorry to be annoying. Can you bring me the knife? This is from Tart e-commerce. Tart? I don't know what this is. How exciting. We just got a letter. We just got a letter. Yeah, I'm being careful with the label. Don't worry. It's on the bottom. We just got a letter. Thank you for the knife. Say hi, Fawn. Say hi. Look, Fawn's here. Yay. Hello. Fawn says hi. I wonder who it's from. Let's find out. Well, it's from Tarte Cosmetics or e-commerce. Looks like I don't know. Oh, it's a beauty product. Oh my God. Somebody sent me beauty product. What the? How amazing. What the heck? I got a lip paint. I got a lip paint that the flavor is called Man Bun. Interesting flavor. I think someone might be goofing on me a little bit with that. You trying to say something? Listen, today, Vaush is getting plenty of attention today, okay? Listen. This looks nice, though. This looks nice as fuck. Yeah, it probably tastes like Vaush. Wow. And also, look, a sampler of a high-performance foundation. No, concealer. Oh, wow. This is really amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you so much who sent this to me. It doesn't say who sent it to me, but thank you so very much. You know who you are. Thank you so much. Wow. Well, I'll try this for next stream then. Incredible. Tarte concealer slaps. I've been playing with some. Good to know. Good to know. Sure. Yeah, sure, Mongo. I've been a little busy lately. I've been a little overwhelmed with messages lately, but I've been doing my best. I've been doing my best. That's amazing. Thank you so very much. Also, today at some point during stream, I am going to be getting my new plugs for my ears. See these green ones I've had forever? I got new ones. I got a fucking hella cool deal on some amazing new ones, and y'all are gonna love this shit. Are we still talking about Israel? Yes, we are. Yes, we can't avoid talking about that. Yep. Yeah, I'm getting new plugs. I'm very excited for them. I'm very, very excited for them. There was something else I was gonna say. Yeah, yours. I guess they did. I don't know. They might show up at some point, Windleby, but it's been rough. Do I know when I'll be joining the Vaush stream? No, not yet. I'm probably gonna do it after my debate with TJump. That's right. I completely forgot. Well, I did. Okay, I didn't completely forget. But what I realized too late is that my debate with TJump on deplatforming was scheduled for today, and Vaush scheduled the Palestine fundraiser for today. So, unfortunately, we're probably going to have a smaller crowd watching my debate with TJump. However, I'm telling you right now, I am so excited for this debate. I've been prepping for it. I've been having my wonderful researcher, Silent, help me out with some of the stats. The topic is deplatforming, and I am in the positive position of saying that deplatforming is not only okay, but an important part of a functioning society. And Don't get canceled for liking Tarte. The girls in the beauty community don't play. Look, somebody sent it to me. I was sent this as a gift. So I don't know if Tarte is bad or if it's evil or whatever, but I'm going to use this because it was given to me as a gift. So beauty community people, be nice, I guess. Modern day debate is a transphobic cesspit. Modern day debate is a neutral platform, which means inevitably the chat is going to be full of all kinds of people. Modern day debates themselves are, their team is amazing, just so you know. Look, say what you want about their community, blah, 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 but James and Michael are fucking great, okay? They really are. They're really, they really are great, okay? Yeah, James. Doesn't Carissa... I didn't know Carissa worked for them, but that's really cool if they do. Just wanted to say, remember that Israel has mandatory service. Almost every Israeli knows somebody in the army. My cousins could just die. Dan Starlight, I know. I don't know if you've caught my previous coverage of this. I promise you, have some faith in your demon mama, okay? I do a fucking good job covering this shit, and I'm gonna do a good job today, okay? Don't worry. I am not the fool. I am not the fool in this issue. Don't worry. I promise you I will cover it. Now, so it's going to go, today's stream is going to go like this. We're going to talk about some politics. Then we're going to go on modern day debates and argue about deplatforming. And then we are going to go and we are going to talk about, and then we are going to play Resident Evil Village. We're going to continue the playthrough, and we're going to go hang out with Vaush a little bit, okay? So it's going to be a really, really cool day, and I have a couple of other little things to talk about that are social media related, because, as it turns out, yes, we're going to be talking about that. Yes. Don't bombard me with stuff right now. Okay, look, I gotta show you some shit, okay? Look, we've been Twittering lately, yeah? Here we go. Look at this. Yo, Vaush V is one of the most popular political streamers in the world right now and is raising a huge amount of money to support the Palestine Children's Relief Fund right now. We know AOC is internet savvy as hell, and an appearance would do so much for the cause. Then I also tweeted about it here. If you want to support with this, make a tweet about this. You can quote retweet mine. You can quote retweet Vaush's. It doesn't matter what you do. We're trying to make a wave on this. Now, if you want to know how much Vaush has raised right now, it's somewhere in the ballpark of $80,000. $80,000. And he's been streaming for like 3 hours? Yeah, it's absurd. Vaush has been killing it. And Vaush's community, as it turns out, fucking idiots on the internet can suck my goddamn dick. Because what did I tell you? I have said this for so long, that Vaush is one of the most consistent people in giving money to good causes, in using his platform for good. And Vaush's community is always massively supportive of charity efforts all over the internet. So, I think we should be a little pogging out about this because it's pretty great. And I am going to be personally contributing $200 towards this goal, okay? So, this is an opportunity for you to like quadruple dip on good deeds, okay? You want to do good deeds? Retweet the shit out of this stuff. Get people in there giving money. We're going to raise a fuckload of money for this, for a charity that is completely, you don't have to be a partisan at all. This charity helps children who are caught in a war, okay? No matter what your position is on it, okay? There's a 2 million stretch goal. Yeah, we have a 2 million stretch goal. If Vaush reaches $2 million, Gayfesh has to literally eat a piece of his own ass. So if you want to see Gayfesh have to eat a piece of his own ass, yeah, there you go. Yes. So if you want to see that, there you go. Go donate a couple million over there. Unfortunately, we cannot simply celebrate the good actions today because there are a lot of things going on right now. While Vaush is raising money to help injured and harmed children in Palestine, the Israeli government is injuring more children, is actively stoking on this conflict. And remember what I have said about this entire situation, which is that we will be very, very, very consistent in making it clear that this is the Israeli government, the Israeli state that we have our ire for. Because as Dan Starlight mentioned in this stream, and as I mentioned in the last 2 streams I've done on this, the Israeli people often find themselves in a very rough position. They have mandatory service, and you'll notice that extremist states often want to look for mandatory military service because it means that you have to go to prison if you don't go along with their plans. Okay? And it's interesting, and I think that it's you know, as you all know, I have argued against mandatory service many, many times, and I've received a lot of pushback for this, but this is precisely why. States inevitably use mandatory service as a bludgeon by which to force otherwise unconsenting citizens into horrible acts of war, okay? This is something that happens all the time. We acknowledge that a draft is bad, but oftentimes there is a certain romanticism of mandatory service because it is supposedly egalitarian. It is not. It is not egalitarian. It is absolutely designed to force people to obey the will of the state. And can you blame them? Most people hope that they can just go and do service and not have to do anything bad, and by then it's too late. By then they've been subjected to propaganda, they've been subjected to threats, they know that they're embedded. It's an indoctrination tool. But most people don't go into mandatory service happy about it. They know that they'll go to prison if they don't. They'll go to prison if they don't show up for their mandatory service. So remember that in all of this conversation, we will always be criticizing the actions of the Israeli state and not focusing on whether or not Israeli citizens are disapproving enough of the actions of their fascistic state. Okay? If military service is voluntarily, mostly right-wingers will join the military. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's necessarily true. A lot of basically poor people join the military, regardless. It's not just right-wingers. Keep in mind that the military is a complicated career, okay? Listen. Oh, Netanyahu is a horrible, horrible person. Let's be real about that, okay? And we have to talk about something, okay? Remember the other day where I said that the official Israel social media posts were, quite frankly, monstrously callous about this entire situation? It gets worse. It gets a lot worse, okay? It really does get a lot worse, okay? And I'm going to show you. Because this was what was tweeted at 9 a.m. this morning by the official state of Israel. This is the official state of Israel's Twitter account. And this is what they're tweeting. Now down here, they go, just to give you all some perspective, these are the total amount of rockets shot at Israeli civilians. Each one of these rockets is meant to kill. Except, you know, that's not entirely true, though. That really isn't true. And also, when you're currently blowing up buildings all over Gaza, this is a very bad thing to send. And they know what they're doing. These are professionally trained PR people, okay? They know what they're doing with this. Make no mistake, every rocket has an address. What would you do if that address was yours? Well, interestingly, we already have some answers to that question. Because over the weekend, Israel's been a little bit busy, haven't they? Israel blew up, some of you have heard this, some of you may not, but the state of Israel ordered the bombing of a international media complex, out of which Al Jazeera, AP Israel, and Middle East News all operated, in addition to a number of other regional news chains. And I want to show you a little bit of this, okay? Let's just give you some of the footage that we've seen, okay? And I'll explain a little bit, but by the way, this is not like explosive footage. This is relevant footage, okay? Watch this, okay? Now, this is one of the producers for Middle East News, I believe, an international news source, and he is on the phone with an Israeli representative, a representative of the Israeli military, of the IDF. So I want you to watch this and listen. Yeah, I'm gonna move my camera, don't worry. We're gonna move my camera up here, okay? Ready? Let's take a listen to this. Can you please ask whoever's in charge? We just need 10 minutes. Nothing is going to change from 3 o'clock p.m. to 3:10 p.m. The building isn't coming back. That's it. We just want 4 people, and they're wearing press vests. They're not going to go get weapons. They're going to get their cameras and their work gear. These guys were in the middle of a live broadcast. They spent the day going to film at the hospital. After the bombing killed those 10 people this morning. These are the people I'm talking about. There's no one here that wants any trouble. We just want 10 minutes. Ask your supervisor. Nothing's gonna happen. Listen, says the soldier. No one is allowed to go back into the building. No one. We respect your opinion. We're not saying we're gonna go in without your permission. Just give us 10 minutes. There will be no 10 minutes. No one is allowed to enter the building. We already gave you an hour to evacuate. This is for them, not for me. This is their life, not mine. In the time that we've been arguing, for these last 10 minutes, if you just let us go, the journalists could have come and picked up their gear and then come back already. Listen, we're not crying about the building. It's fine. You can do whatever you want. Our life's work is all gone. Our memories, our lives you've just wasted. You really want me saying all this on camera? I don't want to say this stuff. Do whatever you want. I'm gonna hang up now. And you can do whatever you want. That's the soldier replying. You can do whatever you want. I'm gonna hang up now. Okay?
تفضل اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد.
Are there people in the tower? No, there's no one inside. There's no one. Okay. So, once he told them there was no one in the building, they blew it up. They blew up the building. Just so you know. So, they were there begging to go and get media storage and equipment to be able to report. And when they found out there was no one left in the building, they blew up the building that housed the Palestinian headquarters of AP News, Al Jazeera, and my apologies, and Middle East News. The justification, according to Israel, and there has not been much, if any, evidence shown whatsoever, but that there was Hamas weapons hiding inside this media complex, okay? But keep in mind that AP News and Al Jazeera have been working out of that building for 15 years. They know the building. If there was Hamas operating in the same building as AP News, they would have known it. Are you kidding me? These are some of the world's most talented journalists. And you're telling me that secret Hamas was sitting somewhere in the building unbeknownst to some of the most talented journalists in the world? I don't buy it. Now, it is possible. It's certainly possible. Maybe Hamas has the most advanced stealthing technology. But what it seems like to me is that the IDF wants to terrorize media. They want media to be afraid and to be incapable of covering this to their full extent. And do you know what would do a pretty good job of doing that? Blowing up their headquarters, where potentially millions of dollars of camera and storage and literally priceless footage is stored. Like, there's so many aspects to this that you could just, I don't know, like, I can't even imagine that. I can't even imagine what it would be like if my channel got blown up and all of the work that I've done was gone and nobody could ever see it again. That's what's going on here. We're talking about storage of original media that was blown up. Cameras were blown up. Yeah. I mean, the building is gone. It is leveled. They blew it up. And while thankfully no one was killed in this particular bombing, they've been dying in many others. Oh, we've got the counts right here from Silent. Figures I've seen so far are, as of today, or is it today, 10 killed by Palestinian rockets, 9 civilians and 1 soldier. 564 civilians wounded, 2 soldiers wounded. And of course, the figures for Palestinians killed are literal orders of magnitude higher. Yep. There is nothing left of this building but rubble. All of their equipment, all of their work for the last 15 years is gone. Now, how many of you have worked in a single place for 15 years? Have any of you been in a single place for 15 years? Like maybe a house or a place of work. If you've had a career in one place. Maybe a job you really like. Yeah, I know, Moppy, I know. I want you to just close your eyes for a second, and I want you to imagine a place that you have fond memories of for 15 years being gone in the blink of an eye. Like, just turned into rubble. Whatever your workspace that might be all yours, you might have pictures of your family, you might even have, if you're a really dedicated worker, journalists often spend a lot of time on the job. They might have family heirlooms that they keep at their desk. They might have very special gifts from their coworkers that they keep at their desks, in addition to the entirety of their work. 15 years spending time together, eating pizza with your coworkers, whatever. All gone in the blink of an eye. That is hard for a lot of people to really imagine. Oh yeah, I screwed up something up and deleted a project after working on it for half a year, and I literally bawled my eyes out for the whole day. Yeah, listen, I cried when I lost an entire night's worth of editing work. I'm talking like 12 hours of editing work once. You can't imagine what 15 years of collaborative news effort on some of the hardest stories of all time can look at. This is a tragedy of unbelievable proportions. And what we're getting in response right now, tragedy of unbelievable proportions, and what you get is this. Damn. That seems a bit unfathomably, sickeningly cruel, right? Doesn't it? I lost a precious plushie that was dear to me all my life and I've never recovered from it. Yeah, it can happen. Humans make attachments to things that have enormous memory value to us. This is the official Israel account, Comrade Catpernicus. Figures on the Palestinians. Thank you, Silent. Figures on Palestinians. Gaza Strip. 200 plus civilians and militants killed. Somewhere between 20 and 130 militants killed. 1,300 wounded. West Bank. 17 Palestinians killed. 500 plus Palestinians injured. East Jerusalem. 1,000 Palestinian protesters injured. 23 protesters arrested. And so far, 34,000 Palestinians displaced. Can you even imagine? Can you even imagine what it would be like if not just you, but every single person that you know, every single person you know, and many that you don't, suddenly had no house, just blown up, gone. Even if nobody died. Let's just say, let's even control for deaths. Let's say 34,000 have been displaced. 34,000 people displaced from either having their homes blown up, leveled, filled with gas, or in a firing area where they can't return to, that they may never return to. Oh, of course this is going to create permanent refugees. There are people who are currently there are people who a few days ago were living in a nice house with their family who will die in the next couple of weeks trying to find shelter and trying to find food. Imagine right now that tomorrow, whatever the circumstance of your life is, that tomorrow everything you have is gone, and then 2 weeks from now you're starving to death. And this is all happening in the middle of a pandemic. Great point. And the answer, of course, I will remind you, is a bunch of rocket emojis on Twitter. I have a little clip that I want to watch here that I grabbed that I think is very impactful. Okay? Let me just grab this little clip that I grabbed here, okay? Give me just a second here. Here we go.
As a factual matter, let's set aside...
This is Norman Finkelstein, who has talked about all kinds of issues with regards to Israel-Palestine. So let's listen to what he has to say about this. This is from an older interview. This is not from this event, by the way. This is from previous conflicts. Let's take a listen.
Quality of the weapons. The weapons are basically symbolic. They're the equivalent of fireworks. As Khalid Michel put it at one point, the head of Hamas at that moment, he no longer is, he says they're our cry to the world. You know, it's a kind of, if I can use my language, it's a kind of SOS. They're sending these flares into the air. SOS, we're dying. SOS, we're dying. That's not an exaggeration. When Mary Robinson from the UN High Commissioner for Human Rights When she went to Gaza in 2008, she said, a whole civilization is being destroyed. I am not exaggerating. A whole civilization is being destroyed.
Okay.
So if
But
you send
remember-
up flares saying SOS, we're dying, which have next to zero impact on civilians, next to zero, I think whether or not they're discriminate or indiscriminate, it's beside the point.
To criticize Hamas.
But Aaron, you're really mixing cause and effect. You say it's going to provoke a response. They were provoked into responding.
But
It's
nobody
Israel that
forced-
breaks the ceasefires. They were provoked
That's
into
true.
responding. And then what are they supposed to do? As long as the people want it, I support it 100%. They have the right to resist that Mongol army.
No challenging the right, but again, the question is,
It's not politically expedient. It's not
Yeah.
politically prudent. I have no doubt about
And if
that.
the people
But I
of
will
Gaza-
never tell a person in Gaza you don't have the right.
Fair enough.
I won't ever tell them that.
if the people of
When
Gaza...
I hear you tell Jews they don't have the right to use, maybe for all I know, the Warsaw Ghetto, they were using indiscriminate weapons. Who the hell knows and who the hell cares?
I don't think I could say it better than that. I mean, that last line kind of sums it up, right? Oh, this clip was brought to you via the love of Zay Squirrel. You can say what you want. We're not going to bring in any other thoughts about Zay Squirrel here. Zay Squirrel put together a thread that was very useful. Whatever you think of Zay Squirrel, this is not like a endorsement or a disendorsement, just a very useful thread, okay? And there's a full interview, which I think that I would like to watch at some point, because he talks about this at great length in the full interview. But that last line, I hope your cousin is safe, Dan Starlight. I'm really sorry that that's the case. And your cousin doesn't deserve to be in that position. This is why I advocate against mandatory military service. And I know that doesn't do anything in the moment. There's nothing I can do to make this situation better right now. But this is why we push against it. Never forget this. Never forget that you, my dear viewers, you, my lovely imps, are sitting here right now witnessing live proof about why we do not support mandatory military service or anything along those lines, because it is a weapon that is used by fascists to oppress other people. And guess what? As it turns out, being a horrible, controlling, domineering monster is blind to your background, your race, your religion, your sex, any of that. Anybody, because of their choices and their actions, can become a horrific monster, okay? Anyone could be. Yes, anyone. Anyone is capable of great good and great evil. Decisions matter, okay? Congratulations, Mr. Democracy, on your second shot. Congratulations. But that last line, that maybe the Jews in the Warsaw Ghetto were using indiscriminate tactics, but who the fuck cares? That is a very, very tough line to chew on, isn't it? Hey, Soros, good to see you. Well, we're having a kind of a heavy conversation because we have to. Right now, while Vaush is taking care of the charity side of things, I'm talking about the political side of things. Yeah. So, good on. I'm very, very happy to know that Vaush and the Vaush community are going through and helping the situation while I lecture everyone about why it's bad. So I'm pretty embarrassed by how little I knew about the IP conflict until recently. No need to be embarrassed. That's what I'm here for. That's what my show exists for. To bring your attention, to give you the seeds you need to learn more. And you can all learn more. And again, I state this again. I'm going to state this every single time I cover this issue on my stream. It's important because Americans are one of the few people in the world whose political actions can directly affect this. Like, massively, okay? Massively. Americans back this. This is only possible because America backs the increasingly fascistic state of Israel. America does not back Jewish people. America doesn't help Jewish people here. But America backs the right-wing state of Israel. And never forget that. And our actions here as Americans can make a big difference, okay? So please, please, further educate yourself on this. I can give you the seeds, but you have to water those seeds so that you become knowledgeable on this issue. The more Americans who are knowledgeable on this, wait, we already know, by the way, we already know this is changing. Americans are more informed about this issue than ever before. More people are supporting Palestine and Palestinians than ever before. And that is good. You know that there have been pro-Palestine, like, this is like an issue that was a big deal decades ago. This has been an issue that comes up every couple of years. It's an issue that has been firmly and heavily discussed among leftist circles and beyond for some time. Yeah, Lonnie, I got some makeup today. It was wonderful. Look, it's tartiest lip paint. I'm very happy. I'm gonna try it on stream. Next stream I do. Shout out to Biden for refusing to support the international call for ceasefire. Wait, wait, I didn't see that news yet. I must have been, I mean, I saw some tweets about it, but yeah. Wait, didn't he change his position on that? Wait, I thought he changed that. I thought he changed his position. Didn't that just change? Hold on a second, let's check. Oh, yes. I agree, by the way, I agree with people who say that on this particular issue, there isn't as much of a difference between Biden and Trump as we would all like to think. Because the United States, no matter what, backs Israel for strategic reasons. Not for humanitarian. It is just for raw military strategy. Israel is our foothold in the Middle East. And that's part of what, by the way, that's part of what made this situation. Thank you so much, MJ Ramy. This is my favorite lipstick color. Thank you so much, Syllabic. I appreciate that. I didn't, big boy. Do I seem tired? Look, I've been very tired the last couple weeks. Yeah. I mean, Cyrus, there's no doubt I've been emotionally exhausted. It is difficult. This issue is a big one for me. It's been on my mind endlessly. And also, I'll be completely honest, as I mentioned in the mental health panel that I was on the other day, I've been dealing with my own mental health issues off stream as well that are pretty tough to deal with. But hopefully that will alleviate soon. Yeah. It's nothing, you know, it's one of those things. Oh, that'd be great. Yeah, no problem. I appreciate that, Cyrus. I really do. Honestly, both Israelis and Palestinians are being used by Americans. I mean, that's true. That's always going to happen. America is a global hegemon. I'm doing okay. I'm doing fine, all things considered. I'm taking very good care of myself, but as I mentioned, on Friday, I have BPD, yeah, so good. I have BPD, and sometimes I get stuck in a mode where no matter what, I can't see anything good about myself. Yeah. Yep. And it's very difficult. So, but hopefully that will be fading soon. Hopefully that will be passing soon. I appreciate that. The thing is, like, I'm to the point where in my life where I know when it's happening. I know when it's happening and I can acknowledge it, but I don't know how to fix it yet. And there might be some, maybe I never will be able to. Oh yeah, well, take your time, Val Ninth Thou. You take care of yourself first. I have heard about Dylan, yes. I talked to Dylan the night before it happened, and I talked to Dylan. That's actually something I wanted to talk about. You know what? We'll do that. We'll talk about that next. Yeah. You can preempt it, and you can act accordingly. Yeah, that's how it works. Yeah, let's talk about, well, thank you very much. I appreciate the kind words, everyone. It really does. It does mean the world. Here's two things I'm going to talk about. One, that's fair. Go get some rest, Dan Starlight. I understand. I can completely understand that. It's a lot. So first of all, being a streamer has a lot of things that I didn't know. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. You know what? We're having a smoking time. I'm going to have a smoke right now. Let's have a smoke together, shall we? Let's have one of these segments, because this is a good segment to have after that, okay? Smoking mama. Oh, I'll tell you some cool stuff. We'll get into this. I got a lot of stuff to talk about. But, yep, cloves. I'm actually going to be doing better with this. This isn't 420, but I don't do 420 on stream, because too much. It stresses me out. Okay. These are just cloves. These are Jarum rubies. Jarum black rubies. Okay. So, yeah, no, these are good. By the way, here, I'll talk about it real quick. Let's talk about two things. One, I bought these because, yeah, I'm almost there. I bought these because it really helps me calm down. I have, as you all know, I'm very open about my mental health and my neurodivergency. And as you know, I tend to bounce a lot on stream. I bounce my legs like crazy. And when I'm smoking, it calms me down because it gives me some sort of stimulation that looks good on stream. And that's really nice. But in the name of being extremely healthy, I have now decided to roll my own smokes. Yeah, we're working on the ashtray today. I'm going to be rolling my own smokes that have no tobacco in them, that have unbleached filters, hemp wraps, very thin hemp wraps, and they will have my own herbal mix that I have picked out online. So I am going to be the most healthy I can possibly be with this. I've also started exercising again, which is pretty fucking pog. So healthy mama arc begins. Even though I'm smoking, somehow I'm upgrading my health. Does this have any effects? It's very calming. And it does make me feel a little bit like relaxed, but it feels nice. So yeah, the stuff that I'm going to have is basically going to produce a very, very light, is hemp just weed without the THC? Yeah, hemp is, yes. Hemp is made out of the male plants, which have almost next to no THC in them. Interestingly, female cannabis plants are the only ones that produce meaningful amounts of THC. Hemp has basically none. Male plants have almost none. Yeah, females are illegal, but males are legal because of hemp. Long story. Let's not get distracted. Oh, I smoke plenty of weed. I just don't smoke weed on stream. I never smoke weed on stream unless it's a special event because that's what we're about to talk about, okay? Scrutiny, okay? I have become a larger public figure faster than I ever thought was possible, which is unbelievably exciting, unbelievably flattering, and I'm very, very proud of that. However, it has come with some strange challenges, okay? One of which is being scrutinized all the time. Everything I do is scrutinized. Everything I say is scrutinized in every single space I'm in. And this is not that anybody is doing anything wrong. It's just natural. I exist in many spaces. Most of my day is spent in front of hundreds of people on camera doing my life. And every time I mispronounce a word, somebody says something about it. Every time I misspell a word, someone says something about it. People are saying things about me every hour of every single day without fail. And if this happens in my private places, this happens in my public places, everything. And it is hard to deal with. I am already one of the most self-scrutinizing people that I've ever met in my entire life. I am obsessively, almost, I would say, I think it is fair to say that I am obsessively scrutinizing, okay? It's just how I am. And yeah, so I've been struggling with that a bit, okay? And I'm doing good. Don't worry. I'm not like gonna blow up or anything like that. And I'm taking care of my Pensabby. Thank you, Pensabby. Lamau. But it's very difficult at times. It's very difficult. You know, let me give you some examples of this, okay? So the other day, I posted jubilantly about how you all helped donate to build me a computer so I can bring you a show. To me, that is a very, it's very kind. It's incredibly kind, but it's very transactional. You donate to me, I bring you a good show. If you have money that I don't have, you give it to me, and I use it to build a better show. But I got multiple comments on my post excitedly talking about how people helped me fundraise a computer, explicitly calling me a grifter. I don't feel like I mislead people at all. I tell people, you're not supporting some kind of revolution, you're supporting my left-leaning TV show. That's what you get. My show is viewer-supported, and if you guys decide to help me with the dono drive, it means the world to me, but you're getting something in return, because I'm putting my talent on display, I'm keeping you entertained every single day. But that shit still kind of hits me, Because it's like, no matter how hard I try, no matter the fact that I actually spend a lot of time on stream thinking about how I present myself, that I say things like, this show is brought to you by viewers like you. It will always be free and viewer supported. Donate to me if you want to see me succeed, and if you believe in the things that I say, but don't think that I'm like some kind of revolutionary who's going to save the world. I can't bear that. I'm very, very, very open about this. I say this all the time. And it's not enough. It doesn't matter almost. And that can be a little bit stressful, okay? It could be a little bit stressful, right? Especially when I know how much work I do. And I also get comments about stuff like people come in and go, people call me like a white queer or a white leftist all the time, and I don't really get that, because I really do my best to talk about intersectional issues all the time. And yeah, my skin is pink. I am colored white. That is true. I have I have privilege in that way, which I'm perfectly fine with. It doesn't make me feel guilty or anything, but it feels pretty shitty when lots and lots of people fixate on my race without knowing anything about my past, without knowing anything about me, and say that I'm some kind of like fake person. And it makes me wonder, like, if that's going to keep going on, And I don't feel like I do any of the actions that are associated with, like, I'm not an assimilationist. I'm not any of those things. But people still call me that shit. I'm like definitively not an assimilationist. I am definitively not like an anti, like a liberal or anything like that. And another thing that happened recently, and this is something that's very weird, but recently I've begun getting very weird flack. The other day I was put on a list of somebody's favorite streamers, and a content creator I used to make content with, no, dear mama, I had an ex who was white who did that to me over being mixed. They're one of those types, and every time I see you or others get flack, I'm like, oh God, this again. Yeah, it's very weird. I don't get it. But so somebody put me on a list of popular creators that they liked, and a content creator I used to make content with retweeted that list with like a shitty boomer gif that was like liberal, liberal, liberal. I was number 3 on that list. Is this a locket? This is a locket. And on the inside, it says the Imp's code. This was made by Lonnie, and Lonnie is amazing. You can buy amazing jewelry from Lonnie if you want, but this is a locket with a lovingly crafted Imp's code written in it. Absolutely amazing. I am taking part in Vaush's charity stream later today. And I don't know. It just really bothered me that like a content creator that I used to create content with just would randomly call somebody a liberal because they put me in 3rd position on their favorite political streamers. Like, isn't that like, I don't know, that feels really shitty. And it's happening more and more now, by the way. A lot of people are talking about me like I'm some kind of like millionaire. Like, I don't think people understand. I don't think people understand how this works. Like, I am not even a fraction of Vaush's size. And Vaush, I think, has just pushed into the, like, almost a millionaire category. I'm not even a fraction of Vaush's size. People are, it is so weird. Yeah, they do this with every trans woman with views. I know, but still. Yeah, and I didn't even raise enough for the PC I wanted to get. I'm being frugal with that. I'm being very careful with this. I'm very careful with the money that's given to me. I'm very careful. I take this shit so seriously. You have no idea. I lovingly care for my equipment. I lovingly care for the shit that you people get me. That my viewers get me. That my like this camera. Oh God, like I am so careful with my shit. And I don't know. I don't know. And this ties in very well to talking about Dylan. So, warning, content warning for some pretty heavy shit. Content warning for suicide, content warning for depression. But we're going to talk about this real quick, okay? On Saturday, Dylan attempted suicide. That was a few hours after I talked to Dylan. He was not feeling well. I talked to him for as long as I could. And then he decided to go to bed. And shortly after that, he attempted to kill himself. Yes, Dylan Burns. Yep. Dylan messaged me once he was able to get back on his phone, which I deeply, deeply appreciate. Dylan is a very close friend of mine. I consider Dylan a friend, a real friend. Like somebody I know. We have talked extensively about our lives. We don't live near each other because that's how America is, but we've talked for hours. We've spent hours talking about very personal issues. I've opened up to him about my struggles being trans and being gay. He's opened up to me about his struggles being gay. We've talked about all kinds of things. Now, thankfully, Dylan is alive, but he is in a hospital right now. So he doesn't have much access to social media because the doctors are doing their best to hopefully make it so he doesn't commit suicide. And what we were talking about, I'm not going to talk about his personal issues on stream at all. But I will say that this type of scrutiny is a big part of it. A big part of it, okay? Dylan, every angle of Dylan's life has been up for discussion, and one of the biggest things, by the way, that he's been targeted on is him being gay. I'm not kidding you, just so you know. I know that some people don't think this shit happens, but Dylan has been bombarded, and I've seen these because he shared them with me, with hate messages of hate. Some of them from leftists, just so you know. Homophobia, just raw homophobia. I'm not, and not even stretch homophobia. Stuff like, oh, are you gay because you broke up with your ex? Were you a bad man? Were you unable to keep your ex happy? That kind of stuff. From leftists. From leftists. Or from presumably leftists. People who say that they're leftists. Dylan has gotten it on all sides. And guess what? Say what you want about Dylan. Maybe you think he's too bombastic. Maybe you think he's too loud. Maybe you think he's too arrogant. But I deeply, deeply care about Dylan. I'd go so far as to say that I love Dylan as a friend, because, you know, he's gay and I'm gay, but we're gay in different directions. And we got to do something about this shit, right? We got to, as a society, we need to fix this shit. Hey, Dr. Heemdow, great to see you. Because the amount of unfathomable, unhinged hatred that people give out, it goes beyond even reasonability. You know, as a public figure, I knew that there was going to be some scrutiny on me. Of course, like, it's by the nature. Like, I broadcast out to hundreds of people. Hundreds of people are going to have opinions about the stuff that I do. Hundreds of people are going to, you know, it's just that's natural. But what I'm talking about is not just people reacting, not just people sharing their opinions, not just people occasionally being too abrasive. I'm talking about people who go out of their way to be unfathomably, sickeningly cruel to one another. This is what I talk about when I talk about the Thunderdome on Twitch and on Twitter. Hey, thanks, Grapevine. Really appreciate the raid. Appreciate that. I wish people could stick to the politics and not interpersonal bullshit and drama. Well, interpersonal bullshit and drama is going to happen. But what I'm talking about is above and beyond just interpersonal. You know, this is above and beyond drama. I'm talking about people who think that they have a right to make comments on every single corner of your personal life, to just completely, just without knowing you, speculate on everything core to who you are. I'm talking about people who will speculate about the most personal issues of your life without knowing anything about you, and then will conclude that you must be lying, that you're bad. Did something happen to Dylan Burns? Yes. Dylan Burns attempted suicide on Saturday. Thankfully, he lived. But he's in the hospital now. So. Yes, VM Draco. But let's not go crazy, okay? Let's not go wild with it, okay? I think we really need to grew up with the internet being basically like Napster and a handful of forums, and now we live on the internet. Now we socialize on the internet. And we need to take it, I think we need to take it more seriously. Oh, please. Stream. Just refresh first. Refresh first. Refresh. Just refresh first. If you ever have that issue, it's YouTube. Listen, I promise you, YouTube is having issues, okay? It's all good. Refresh. YouTube is having issues. It's not me. It's YouTube. Vaush is having the same issue. Everybody who streams to YouTube right now is having issues. It's a YouTube bug. Oh, did you do what right, Goth Royalty? Make an account? Yes, you did. The idea that the internet is not real leads to the immense cruelty. These things are real life, and they might be different than how we engage in real life, but they are real life nonetheless. And I think that this is a pretty good example of that. Right? It's a pretty good example of that. And I really hope that Dylan's going to be okay. I believe that Dylan's going to be okay. Dylan is incredibly strong. He's been through a lot, but he has a strong will to live. And yeah, believe it or not, people with a strong will to live sometimes do attempt suicide, because sometimes it overcomes their will to live. Dylan's been under an unbelievable amount of duress. I identify very strongly with Dylan. When I was Dylan's age, I worked as much as Dylan did. When I was 20, I worked as much as Dylan did. When I was 20, right, well, before all the shit happened with transition and all that you all know in my backstory, before all that, I was working 2 jobs. Well, actually, technically, I was on payroll at 3 separate jobs while studying. I'm not old as fuck. I'm only 30. Thank you. Yeah, it was ridiculous. Now, what that meant is that basically every day, session, you just showed up. Dylan attempted suicide this Saturday. Thankfully, he's okay. Well, he's in the hospital, but he's not dead. Dr. Heemed says, a 13-year-old Canadian girl committed suicide because she was blackmailed over nudes. I never looked at the internet the same after that. Yup. These screens give us the illusion that we're not people, that there aren't people there, and sometimes it's true. There are bots and stuff on the internet. But for the most part, it's a bunch of humans. It's a bunch of flawed, imperfect humans. And the way that people engage almost gleefully with cruelty, and I'm not talking about even accidental cruelty. I'm talking about out of people's way to go and say horrible, horrible things to other people. Just endless. You know, I have multiple anti-stands, right? Like, I have right now, and thank God I have 283 viewers right now. That's fucking incredible. I never thought I would ever be in a position like that. Ever. I never thought that at all. But even at my size, I have people who follow me around, and seemingly all they do is find ways to say negative things about me. I have accounts who spend multiple hours every day trying to get into my spaces to tell me mean things. Yeah, I did a whole segment on Lindsay Ellis's video. It was a very good video. I should do a podcast. I have plans to do a podcast, Cloudy Inc. I have plans. Got lots of plans. And sometimes, will there be a GoFundMe or something to cover his medical expenses? I'm not sure. When I have an opportunity to talk with him at greater length, once he's gotten some rest, we'll see what we can do. Is DM reading YouTube chat? Yes, I am. I always try to read every chat. I'm getting better at it. For now, the best thing that you can do to help is to learn how to just pause for a second on the internet and ask yourself what you're doing with the words you're saying. You're right, Posadas John. You're right. But you know what I mean. Thanks, Lane. Appreciate that. And this is a heavy topic, I know. I'm sorry. But it's an important topic, isn't it? Like, we're looking at a time in American history where somewhere in the ballpark of 40% of all youth are struggling with depression. And I've talked about this before. That's true, Danny. People will help. Humans will help. You have to learn to accept help. Please. And they might not be able to fix everything, but they can at least listen, and they can perhaps offer you a pointer in the right direction. Am I 30? Yes, I am 30. Oh, does Dylan have a fund up? Am I doing a goth look? I'm always doing a goth look. What am I smoking? This is just a clove. This is a jar in black, yep. Therapists need, yeah, it's true. Yeah. No, not a garlic clove, like a clove, like the plant. Maybe you're, but there's stuff that's the same for me. I couldn't mentally handle, like, being a doctor or mentally handle a bunch of different things. We do what we can, okay? And some of them have unique challenges. Thank you, David. I appreciate that. Looking good? Thank you. Kai Sutherland, I do read YouTube chat. I just, I sometimes mix it a little bit. I miss a couple of things. I do my best, but... How old do people generally clock me? People tend to think I'm in my early 20s, which is weird to me because when I look at myself, I feel old. I look old. Or at least I think I do. But I'm very flattered that people think that I'm younger than I am. It means the world to me. It means maybe I'll look nice for longer than I thought. I don't look a day over 27? Well, I appreciate that. I certainly feel a day over 27. Which has been something I've been thinking about a lot. I talk like a 30-year-old? Well, yeah, that makes sense. I probably talk like a 30-year-old in my mid-20s. I've been through... Listen, my 20s were hard. I'm not going to lie about that. My 20s were hard. HRT does kind of de-age you a little bit, I think. Oh, thank you. I do take good care of my skin. I do. I do my best. Yeah, youth and beauty aren't the same. Vaush is like 55? Yeah, totally. Will I pursue writing again? Yes, inevitably. At some point, I will write again. In fact, maybe someday, if I can't stream for my entire life, I'll become a writer again. But I got some shit I got to figure out before that. Jar and Blacks bring back memories of crushing on goth chicks and standing no chance. Aw, thank you so much, Melissa Silvest. You probably stood more of a chance than you think. Yeah, Beer, this is really not the time for that. Really not the time for that. Appreciate the $5 dono there. Really do. Okay. I need to use the restroom. I'll be right back. Sit here and talk with each other, please. I will be back in a minute. If you haven't liked the stream and if you haven't subscribed to my content, click through to YouTube, subscribe to my YouTube channel, and like my YouTube stream. Seriously, it helps a lot. I stream to both Twitch and YouTube. However, my YouTube is where all of my VODs go. So if you want to catch the VODs, you want to do that. I'll be right back, okay? I'm just going to go to the bathroom, talk with each other, and here, I'll put up this cool-ass shit real quick. Just so you all have something to look at. There you go. Verb. I'm back. Closing the window. There we go. There we go. All right. Ooh, new can pop. Ooh. Oh shit, that's awesome. How can I get a website like mine? You'll want to reach out to Whiteleaf. Whiteley.af. There you go, Whiteleaf. There you go. That's who did my website. Have I seen this vid from Sam Cedar? What's it about?
Meet your next pillow.
Orthodox caller critical of Israel. No, let's watch it though. Let's watch it. Hey, thank you so much, Chance on Air. Hell yeah. We work really hard lately at Taco Bell. I feel you. Don't worry. I'm very kind. I'm very good with tips. I'm very good with tips. And also, we go get it ourselves so we don't put anybody under duress. Let's watch this. This was from recently. Let's watch this together. Let's react. We can react a little bit. Let's hear. We got 30 minutes.
Say where I'm calling from, just so I can, and you'll get why. It's interesting that you brought up hearing from, Israelis who oppose the occupation. I'm not Israeli, but I am an Orthodox Jew. So I kind of, I'm very careful with what I say and, when I say it, because it can kind of ruin my life. So that's kind of why I'm just not saying where I'm from.
That's totally fine.
So I kind of, I got a lot of shit yesterday because nobody really who I know follows my Twitter, but I posted and my brothers-in-law kind of gave me a shitload of shit for openly supporting Palestine.
Look, I'm sorry about the audio quality, okay? I can't. I'm sorry.
Fine for this, so.
It's a caller.
I kind of wanted to just try and, I guess, give context from the Orthodox Jewish community and explain how they view things in general when it comes to Israel. Because, for example, my dad he voted for Trump twice. And I asked him, I'm like, you admit he's a racist, you admit he's a terrible person, you admit he's an idiot, you admit all these things about him. Why would you vote for him? He said, I'm a single issue voter, Israel. And that's kind of the way most Orthodox Jews just see this. We've been historically persecuted, obviously, across thousands of years. And after World War II, in the Holocaust, that just kind of was the last straw for most Orthodox Jews in terms of how they're going to view everything. And every person or population is automatically viewed as a threat in every way, shape, and form, which applies also in generally towards racism from the Orthodox Jewish community against African Americans and every group. So the thing that I'm not struggling with, but the thing that I'm struggling with when it comes to talking to people about these issues is that they don't look at this as Palestinians as people. They just look at them as a threat along with every other threat, because from the start, that's what we're always kind of taught. My own wife and I are kind of fighting about this, where she's being sent. She's not really politically aware or follow the news or anything like that, so she's privileged in that sense. But she's sending me clips and messages and things that are constantly shared from the Israeli point of view, and she's kind of unwilling to accept that. That sketch where it's the Nazis and they're like, we're the baddies, are we the baddies?
Right.
Kind of like that for most people. And
Ben, I just wanted to jump in really quick. One, do you mind just backing up off your phone a tiny bit? It's coming in a little hot, but I really,
sorry.
Yeah, no, that's perfect. I really appreciate your bravery calling in. And I just am curious, have you, about your father at the very least, what does he think about the Charlottesville incident with the of course, white supremacists screaming Jews will not replace us and Trump backing them? I mean, I know that that's kind of a cliche example to bring up, but I just would be curious about your experience with your father.
Goth Royalty. It is a good show. No, I'm not on Majority Report. I would love to be on Majority Report, but I'm not.
Hello?
So on this particular thing, we haven't talked about it. Clarify.
I think he just dropped, maybe. Hello?
I told him to back off his phone, and then he backed off too far. Ah. Dang. All right.
We lost him. Do you guys
Hang
hear
in
me?
there, man. I mean, that is just, and I really, especially when you grow up in a situation where, everybody feels a certain way around you, and that's so embedded, to break out and to see things in a different way. It's just, it shows a lot of moral fortitude and a lot of courage.
Do you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, that was weird because I think maybe there was the. Ben, are you still there?
I am still here. I don't know if you can hear me.
He's
Oh,
back.
could you hear? Could
there
you
was some
hear
sort
us?
There was
Yeah.
some sort of drop.
I couldn't
right
hear
there.
you.
Okay, so
Sorry about that.
I do want to get this answer. So Emma, why don't you ask your question one more time now that I think whatever issue there was is fixed.
Yeah, well, one, I just wanted to, I said when you weren't, when you got dropped, like the fact that you have essentially bucked the traditional viewpoints of your family and how you grew up is really brave and admirable, and shows like a lot of moral fortitude and courage. So props to you. So I think you might have actually heard my question about Charlottesville, if you have broached that with your dad.
Oh, that's interesting. First of all, thank you. I really appreciate that. And I wish I was a little bit more brave of it, like where I'd be willing to kind of like really publicly
It's
go
very
out, but
hard to
I
do
know
that. By the
it would
way,
literally
I
ruin
can tell you, as somebody who is stupidly opinionated, as you all know, arguing with your family about issues like this can literally ruin your life.
my life.
Oh, there he goes. He
don't-
just said that. He just said it could ruin his life. Yep.
I don't think I can do that to my wife and kids. But with regards to my dad in Charlottesville, when we spoke about it, that was the first time he looked at me and he's like, I'm not going to curse, but he's an effing racist. Like that was the moment where I heard him say those words for the first time about Trump. So that was also the conversation I had after. I'm like, why do you support this? You're saying that it bothers you that he is all these things. And that's when the single issue voter on Israel came out. He's like, I will not vote for people who won't support Israel to the utmost degree.
I have to ask, I know obviously there is, it's not widespread among the community as a whole, being that you can't come out and be more public, but are you seeing any similar sort of cracks in the thought process? Or even like coming out.
Let me pause. Azazel Bedazzle, thank you so much for the 10 gifted Twitch subs. Seriously, thank you so much for supporting my show. It means the world to me. Thank you so very much, Azazel Bedazzle, the champion of Twitch sub gifting. Thank you so very much. Thank you for letting me know, Ziggy. Sometimes I don't see the notifications. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Where did the dono goal go for the pre-built PC? We got it already. We got it, Sugar Glass. We raised all the money necessary, and I will be updating people on my Twitter as it goes on, okay? One night, I know.
You with anyone in maybe your age range in terms of, because I
no
do
fucking
think
way.
this is
Yep.
a very
No way. Thanks to a lot of really generous people, to be completely honest. A lot of it. Specifically, Crabe was the most generous of all, I suppose. Although it's hard to tell because people give what they can. But seriously, it means the world. Yeah, oh, okay, yeah, I wanted to talk about that as well, Kubi Rails. I'll take a look at this. We've got about 30 minutes, so we'll finish listening to this video and we'll go on. Hey, Crabe. Let me get this up here real quick. This is not the one I wanted. It's the other one. Here we go. My document, my notes. Here we go. We'll get back into this. Let's continue.
generational change too. We're seeing in the broader public, not even just any specific group, but
yeah, I
was it
use Sublime
literally
Text. It's my favorite.
Just you, at least for your very specific experience.
Well, I mean, in general, like non-Jews, obviously, and I would say less or non-Orthodox Jews, overwhelmingly are, I guess, coming out against what Israel's doing.
Thank you
but
so
in the
much.
Orthodox community,
Means
I'm
the
the only
world.
person I know who
Azazel Bedazzle.
is outwardly supporting Palestine in this situation. And when I say supporting Palestine, I'm not saying that. Obviously, I'm not saying that Israel shouldn't exist in the first place. I mean, I think it's a lot more complicated than to just say just get rid of Israel. It doesn't exist. Like
Yes,
you know,
of course.
But
well, they are in many cases.
I have one
like
friend who's center left, I would say, and my wife. I mean, when we had our conversation last night, which was less of a conversation, a little bit more yelly. She said, like, I acknowledge that the Israeli government is not good, and specifically Netanyahu. I get that he's a corrupt piece of garbage. That's not the point, though. I'm going to support my people who are also getting bombed and killed, and I will always support them regardless of what's happening, because the bottom line is they're my people, and I will always support them. And that's as far as I can get with her. And she keeps sending me stuff and it doesn't help that when she was walking today, some jackass decided to scream at her Allahu Akbar from out of their car. Like, that really pissed me off because I don't need that in my life. Like, it's a lot harder to fight back against the cognitive dissonance and the misconceptions and the issues when
this is what I was talking about, by the way.
Do that. And
right.
That's
I mean,
kind of the closest I've gotten.
Right. This is very interesting. I mean, I'm trying to think of more because this,
I have a question. I have a question. So how did you get to this mode of thought, this point of understanding? How did you break out of some of the other kinds of thinking in your family and in your community?
It is a weird one. I'm gonna kind of. So I went to Brooklyn College. Like, I was on a liberal college campus and all that, and I actually was quite conservative at that point. I was 22. I was still conservative up until that point. I didn't really start to lean left until like 24 years old. I never really was against, gay people being married or anything. Like, I wasn't like that kind of person, but just like I grew up being told Obama is the worst and Democrats are the worst. So I just assumed it was correct. So I was on a MMA website called bloodyelbow.com. Shout out. And they are the only website that the commenters on the website are lean left. And I learned a lot of things from that particular the comment threads in there, and met a lot of people who are amazing and I'm friends with to this day, very close friends with. And
damn, what did I just say about the internet being real? What did I fucking say about the internet being real? We just had a conversation about the internet being real. Fuck.
A lot of my opinions and thoughts and things that I didn't know about, I was educated on in those comment threads. There are tons of these political discussions. One of the writers specifically focuses on fascism and Nazism and stuff like that as it pertains to the MMA community, and has exposed a lot of MMA gyms that are specifically neo-Nazi training grounds. Wow. And just as an example of some of the content that and they cover a lot of the domestic violence stuff that happens in the sport, and that's kind of where it started. And then John Oliver.
And this ties back to a conversation we had a long time ago. Remember the conversation I had about you have a way to contribute? Remember how I said that every single person on the left has something that they can put into the world, something that they can contribute to? This is what I'm talking about right here. This is what I'm talking about. There's MMA leftists. That is so pog. And it actually helped this person come to a better point in their life. This is the shit that we do all this for, isn't it?
For the Trump stuff in 2016. And then I found you guys, and, I'm basically a sock dem now, but I do enjoy listening to both socialists and more sock demies types, and I guess that's kind of how I got here.
Oh my God. What if this person is one of our listeners? What if this person is one of our listeners? Oh shit. If you're out there, let me know. We'll talk sometime.
The most amazing, I guess I know you're just calling yourself a sock dem, but radicalization stories I have ever heard. I mean, Bloody Elbow is good, and you've described it perfectly. It is like one of the only, if not the only, like left-leaning type of site that covers MMA. But that is fascinating. That basically MMA brought you to
Thank you, Silent.
at least brought you further left and got you out of conservatism, political ideology. At least that's incredible.
Yeah, and now I'm actually a moderator on the website now, and I also now write for another website that is also, all the writers on it are at the very least SOCDEMs, and there are some socialists on it now. So we don't discuss politics or anything like that on the website. It's just purely analytical, but group chats are fun.
Really appreciate the call.
Great call. Yeah, please do.
Oh yeah,
call
Brandon
back
is
in,
ripped.
Anytime. This
Wait,
was
Brandon
really...
Sutton, pretty bad lefty, absolutely hilarious person on Twitter, also ripped as fuck.
Fascinating. Thank you so much.
Thanks, sir.
Brandon Sutton's pog as shit, in my
Thank
opinion.
you.
I really like Brandon Sutton. Oh, that'd be cool as fuck, Aztec. That sounds cool as shit. That sounds really cool. Yeah, they could be any one of us. Damn, that's wild, huh? Fuck. It's heavy shit. Let me check in on one thing real quick here. I gotta check my email real quick. I know, I gotta check my email. Sorry for the slowdown for just a second. I gotta check in and make sure I've got all my stuff taken care of. It has been a heavy day today. Yes, it has. Absolutely. Absolutely been a heavy day. Let's take a look real quick. I just gotta check in on the info for connecting with the debate, which is gonna be, wow, holy shit. Vaush is about to hit 90K? Holy fuck. Dude, that's so cool. Send you the Zoom link at soon. Okay, so we'll get the Zoom link soon. Excellent. Eris raised 2K for the org that Vaush is also raising money for. It's crazy to see her raise that much given she's so new to streaming. Nah, there's a lot of really generous people. There's a lot of really generous people doing good shit right now. You know? A lot of really generous people doing good shit right now. Damn, Crabe. Pog. Your pog is shit. We know Crabe's fucking good as shit. We know you're good as shit. Damn. All right. Don't make it weird, everybody. Don't make it weird. Don't make me weird, champ you. All right? Don't make me weird, champ you. Don't make it too weird, okay? Don't make it too weird, all right? It actually will. Yes, it will. This, as far as I understand, this charity is pretty good. Watch. In fact, you know what? We can do this. Watch this. What's that? Charity Navigator. Here we go. PCRF. Here we go. Palestine Children's Relief Fund. Here you go. Here we go. Let's take a look at it. Here's the charity that is being donated to. Okay? Overall score and rating, 91 out of 100, a 4-star rating. Financial, 87.51, and accountability, 100%. This is a phenomenally good charity, by the way. If you ever want to know if a charity is good or bad, use Charity Navigator. Seriously, okay? Use Charity Navigator, okay? This is a website that you can use right here. Accountability and transparency. They have a 100% on transparency. That is incredibly good. That is incredibly good. Very low administrative expenses. Very relatively low fundraising expenses. Working capital ratio. Liabilities to assets. 5 point, I don't know about this one. I don't know if this is good, but I do know that this is good. 5% administrative expenses is very good. That's very good. Yeah, this is the one that Sean is doing. A lot of people are donating to this one. Independent voting board members. No material diversion of assets. That's good. Audited financials. Prepared by an independent accountant. Does not provide loans or receive loans from any related parties. They document all board meeting minutes publicly. Provided Form 990 to organization's governing body. Conflict of interest policies in place. Whistleblower policies in place. CEO's salary is listed. process. They have an internal process that's publicly available for CEO compensation. Board listed and board members are not compensated. This is a very legit charity, by the way. $73% of everything that they give a, oh, wait, hold on. Let's look at the most recent year. Okay, in recent year, almost all of their money goes directly to benefit. No. You've got to be kidding me. The PCRF office in Gaza on the 3rd floor of this building, a place where I've worked with our team, was hit today in an airstrike. Are you fucking kidding me? This was a few hours ago. They hit the charity. Does Vaush know about this already? Does Vaush know about this already? He must know about this already. He must know about this already. Holy shit. Jesus Christ. Wow. Well, we got a tweet out there. So where is this money is going? The money's still going to it. They're very transparent. I'm sure they will be able to put it right back into their... Oh my God. Jesus fucking Christ. Holy shit. I'll find out about that, Silent. I'll do more research. No, this guy's the founder. No, this is the founder. This is the guy. This is the guy. Yep, this is the guy. Yeah. Yep, this is the real dude. This is the dude. Jesus fucking Christ. Well, I'm glad we're going to be taking a break from this topic shortly to go on the debate panel, because it'll be nice. I think it'll be nice and cathartic for all of us to go debate about stuff for a little while, won't it? Won't it? Debate is about deplatforming. I am taking the positive position, stating that deplatforming is a valuable tool that we should not abandon. It's going to be intense, for sure. It's going to be intense for sure. We have to, can you send me the link to that, Posadas John? Let's watch it. Yeah, no, you're good. You're good, Silent. You're good. Thank you for that. I appreciate that a lot. Like, seriously. Jesus Christ. Okay, let's watch this video. Let's watch this video before I go on the show, because we got a little bit of time. All right, I hope I got enough time to watch this. 6 minutes. Okay. All right, everybody. Warning. Let's look into this. This was created by The Intercept. The Intercept is a magazine of incredible repute. So let's give this a watch. We got enough time.
The Palestinian militant group Hamas has carried out brutal acts of terror against Israeli civilians, and Israeli and American leaders are always keen to tell us how dangerous and evil Hamas is.
The inhumanity of Hamas.
I have no sympathy for Hamas.
That keep shelling Israel with thousands of rockets and mortar shells.
But what if I told you that Israel helped create Hamas? Officially, Hamas, which is the acronym.
David Pakman has a huge audience, and he's not talking about this at all. This is, in my opinion, one of David Pakman's weakest issues. David Pakman also contributed to, in my opinion, to misinformation on the Bolivian election as well. Pakman has a couple of really, really bad blind spots on foreign policy. Oh, Pakman won't talk about it. He's done this a couple times. Yeah. Yeah, he is a, yeah.
For an Arabic phrase meaning Islamic resistance movement was founded in 1987 at the start of the first Palestinian Intifada, or uprising against the Israeli occupation. But its roots were planted much earlier. The Hamas founder Sheikh Ahmed Yassin was a half-blind, disabled Palestinian cleric and member of the Muslim Brotherhood. The Brotherhood had been repressed by the Egyptians in Gaza prior to 1967. But once the Israelis invaded and occupied the Strip, they didn't just turn a blind eye to these Islamists, they encouraged them. See, the Israelis, especially right-wing Israelis, wanted to undermine the power of the dominant Palestinian political force at that time, the nationalist PLO, at the heart of which was the secular Fatah party of Yasser Arafat, their bête noire.
بغصن الزيتون في يدي وببندقية الثائر في يدي.
By empowering Sheikh Yassin and the Muslim Brotherhood, Israeli leaders thought they could divide and rule the occupied Palestinians.
He says this happens every 2 years and there's nothing to say. What the fuck do you mean, dude? Dude, what the fuck do you mean there's nothing to say? The fact that it happens every 2 years in and of itself is something to say. Holy shit. Hey, thank you so much, Looney. Really appreciate that. Really appreciate that.
Play them off against each other. Secular nationalists against religious Islamists. So
here,
in 1978,
I'm going to be streaming it, and it's going to be on. It's going to be on Modern Day Debates.
Basically, the precursor to Hamas. The Israelis were only too keen to help. Yassin built and grew a network of Islamist social institutions across Gaza, including schools and clubs and mosques. And Israel helped fund some of those projects. Most American politicians have no clue about any of this, although the former Republican Congressman Ron Paul once made this point on the floor of the House.
Hamas was encouraged and really started by Israel because they wanted Hamas
Reggie.
to counteract
I appreciate that.
Yasser Arafat.
Arafat himself told an Italian newspaper, quote,
Rest well.
Hamas is a creature of Israel. He even claimed that former Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Rabin admitted as much to him, calling it a fatal error. Now, you might be wondering, why should I believe mad Ron Paul or the famously shady Yasser Arafat? Well, you don't have to. You can believe top Israeli and US officials who've basically owned up to all this. Brigadier Yitzhak Segev, for example, who was the Israeli military governor in Gaza, and later told a New York Times reporter that he helped finance the Islamic movement. The Israeli government gave me a budget, he said, and the military government gives to the mosques. Colonel David Hakam, who worked in Gaza in the late 1980s as an Arab affairs expert in the Israeli military, has admitted that the original sin was Israeli support for Yassin in the late 70s. But at the time, he has argued, nobody thought about the possible results. Well, Avner Cohen did. Cohen was the Israeli official who was responsible for religious affairs in Gaza for more than 2 decades, and who now says, quote, Hamas, to my great regret, is Israel's creation. Yeah, Cohen's words. He actually wrote an official report to his superiors in the mid-1980s, warning them not to play divide and rule in the occupied territories and calling on Israel to, quote, break up this monster before this reality jumps in our face. But no one else on the Israeli side really took the possibility of blowback seriously at that time. They never do they? Hamas has since killed far more Israeli civilians than any secular Palestinian militant group, and its leaders have been pretty viciously anti-Israeli and even anti-Semitic in their rhetoric.
لن نعترف بإسرائيل. لا مكان لكم بيننا ولا مستقبل لكم بين الأمم. إنكم إلى زوال.
Sheikh Yassin would eventually be assassinated by an Israeli airstrike in Gaza.
Sheikh Yassin and its organization, the Hamas, are responsible to the killings of more than 400 Israelis. So the question shouldn't be why now. I think it should be why not before.
Why not before? Well, because before, Israel was actually nudging and winking at Yassin and co., building them up as a rival to Arafat's Fatah.
Jesus.
The die was cast for blowback. Blowback, incidentally, that they decided to double down on when they assassinated Yassin.
You can hear the crowds chanting for Hamas, and any idea that this operation would actually suppress or diminish that organization seems to be ill-judged.
The inconvenient truth is that Hamas is in part a creature of Israel's own making, an enemy that Israel spent more than 20 years helping to build up, and then spent the next 20 years, the past 20 years that is, trying to bomb, besiege, and blockade out of existence.
Jesus Christ.
The 3 Gaza wars fought by Israel against Hamas since 2008 killed around 2,000 Palestinian civilians and a dozen Israeli civilians.
I try to do my best, Commie Dick Girl.
That's the real human cost of blowback. David Long, a former Middle East expert at the US State Department under Ronald Reagan, told journalist Robert Dreyfus,
is this pro-Hamas propaganda? No, this isn't. This is done by The Intercept. Mehdi Hassan is a relatively well-respected journalist, and or a rather well-respected journalist, and The Intercept is one of the most high-quality journalistic outlets out there. This is just a specific focus on how the idea that Hamas is like its own, like, completely independent entity just isn't fair.
I thought
that's not a fair way of analyzing it.
Israelis were playing with fire. I didn't realize they'd end up creating a monster. But I don't think you ought to mess around with potential fanatics. No. It's a lesson both the Israelis and the Americans never seem to learn, though. And as usual, innocent people, in this case Palestinians and Israelis,
like if you point out the fact that America helped contribute to the creation of ISIS, does that make you support ISIS? No. It's just that you point you point out that, hey, we by being careless, by being violent, we create cycles of violence.
To lose their lives as a result.
Well, interesting. Thank you for sharing that. That's a very interesting video. We're about to go on the debate right now, so I'm going to get set up with that, and then we'll be able to go from there real quick. Give me just a minute. Yes, we did help create ISIS. Yes, it is very complicated, but we could talk about that. There's an entire show about it called Blowback. Interestingly, same name as that one. It's a podcast that was done by a couple of lefties. Very, very good podcast, in my opinion. Oh, yeah, I'll check my DMs. Let me check my DMs real quick. Oh, thank you. I will do that. Thank you so much. Actually, you know what? I will read you this. Let me read you this real quick before we go on the panel. This is a message from a member of my team. You may or may not see this while on stream, but I am very proud of you for the mental health spotlights you're doing. Low-key, is one of my major gripes with online streamers, that they don't talk about mental health as frankly as you have been, which doesn't do anything to help the stigma of mental health. I didn't really discuss it with you because, well, while I may be comfortable enough to discuss my own mental health, and would if given the chance to do so, it's none of my business nor my place to twist your arm and make you talk about yours, which is why I'm so damn proud of you for being strong enough, even if it doesn't feel like it, to speak up about mental health and being a leader on this, helping other people struggling with various mental illnesses see that they aren't alone. Please pass along to Dylan that I'm incredibly proud of him for being strong enough to talk about his assault, and the fact that he's alive right now is a victory. It may not seem like it, but sometimes the biggest victories are survival. I've been within inches of an attempt, and I remember the black hole I dealt with even without being a public figure, and facing scrutiny and hate that Dylan has for being who he is, what he went through, and standing up for people. Letting people know that they aren't alone in sexuality or in mental health is fucking important, but we need y'all around for years to come to continue being that beacon, so we need y'all to stay alive and keep your mental health paramount. Y'all are too important to die on us. If you can read this on stream if you want to. Thank you. Seriously. Thank you. That really does make me feel very good. All right, I'm joining this right now. How do I set this up? There we go. Let's do it in HD. Mirror my video. No, we're not going to do that. Adjust for low light? No. Okay. All right, here we go. All right, I'm joining the call right now. Thank you so much. Hello. Test, test, test. One moment. There we go. There we go.
Right, you got it.
Got it.
Sweet. Pumped. Thanks for being here. Really excited about it.
Likewise. Can you wait, hold on. Can you hear me? Is this working? Sorry, I've never done a Zoom debate before. I always do Discord or one of the other programs. So I apologize if I'm a little bit obnoxious in the setting up portion.
We can hear you now. Crystal clear. We can hear you now, and I'm stoked. We've got a really fast
I'm excited
setup.
too.
We can set up quick, and oh, that's right. Okay, so Demon Mama going first, and after that, roughly 10 minutes from each of you in terms of the openings, like a 50-minute or so dialogue, and then about 30 minutes, I'm guessing, of Q&A. Sometimes a little shorter, a little longer, and then I've got you guys both linked. Let me just double check really quick. Ooh, I'm going to update that right now. So sorry. I want to make sure that I've got both of you linked, just because we do really want to get extra exposure for y'all, as we know it's...
Yeah, if you want to. I stream on both Twitch and YouTube, but my YouTube platform is my primary one. So you can just link my Demon Mama YouTube channel if you want to, or my website, which I have as my name, demonmama.com. Either one is fine.
You got it. I'm going to put it in there right now. Gotcha there, and then TJump. I'll get yours too. Pumped. This gets me in a great mood. But we basically have a really quick. We used to have like all of our intro stuff at the start, where it's like, "Hey everybody, welcome to Modern Day Debate." And now, because we know that people, they're here for you, they want to hear you both. So what we do is, basically in about a minute or two, I will go on live, and what I'll do right now, in fact, is let me just pictures. What I'll do is I'll go on live and I do a quick cold open where I say, hey everybody, today we're debating deplatform or debate, and we are starting right now. And at that point, it's so fast where I will go, and we're starting right now, and then I'll go with Demon Mama's opening statement and I have on the border, I have both your name, Demon Mama, as well as in parentheses, I put I put deplatform in extreme cases. So I mean, like, you obviously would not say deplatform everything. So I hope that gives you like the flexibility you need in terms of
absolutely.
Cool. Mm-hmm. Okay. And then Tom, I'm just fitting your picture. I'm almost set. Sweet, and that's good. Tom, do you like it being like really close up? Because we've got a, well, I guess this is like always. We've got a good close-up view of you, but it works for me. So cool, pumped. That looks good. And then what I'm gonna do is starting the stream right now in terms of like the pre-stream, like stream starting soon stuff, and. So yeah, in about 60 seconds or so, I'll go on and I'll do that cold open, like I said, where I'll go, hey everybody, today we're debating deplatform or debate, and we're starting right now. And then it'll be super obvious for you, Demon Mama, where I'll just say with Demon Mama's opening statement.
Excellent.
And we'll be off to the races.
Perfect.
Cool. All right, got you in there too now, Tom, and...
Thank you so much, Mystic Miltank.
Oh, this is always gets me in a great mood. It really does. This is just fun and lively, and I've got a very boring life, so this makes it fun for me after a long day of reading and pretty much just reading. But okay, so
hey, reading is fun.
That's true. But the variety is good. This is a great way. It's fun for me to get to do this, and so let me just check and see if the sound is coming through, and we'll be. Cool, okay. Pumped. Let me just fit the screen, so that's great. Cool. All right, well, thanks again. And so I'm going to go into that quick opening in 3.
Yeah, I don't know why.
2, 1. Here I go. Ready, start. To go. Here I go now. Hey everybody, today we're debating deplatform or debate, and we are starting right now with Demon Mama's opening statement. Thrilled to have you here, Demon Mama. The floor is all yours.
Hello everyone, my name is Demon Mama. I'm a political edutainer here on YouTube, and I do a lot of debate. So I'm here today to discuss deplatforming and debate as tactics for challenging bad and potentially harmful ideas and positions. So first, I think I will start by defining deplatforming. Deplatforming, by my measure, is a cooperative social act of protest that involves boycotting or bringing attention to violations of the terms of service of various media platforms, such that that platform can enforce their TOS appropriately against the violator of that TOS. I want to make sure that we don't go into this conversation confusing deplatforming with government censorship or the censorship of art or crackdowns on journalism, because these are not the same thing. And while there are many, many tactics that could be considered deplatforming, some of them more extreme, some of them more mild, it would be, in my opinion, foolish of us to disregard the value of deplatforming as a broad tactic. Deplatforming is an incredibly common social phenomenon which allows for society or social groups to potentially solve issues with hateful or truly dangerous ideas without involving the government or any government entities. It has been practiced for most of human history, from people refusing to attend speeches to people outright protesting those speeches. And in and of itself, it can be considered a act of freedom of speech in its own right. While some figures in modern politics have decried deplatforming as some sort of horrible tactic of fascists or whatever, in truth, it is nothing more than one tactic in a large societal toolbox in which we counter various ideas. I think it would be foolish of us to disregard deplatforming as valuable, and I've brought quite a lot of interesting information for us to discuss as a part of that broader conversation. So thank you very much for having me here today, and I'm looking forward to discussing this back and forth, James, and with you, Tom.
Absolutely. Thanks so much, Demon Mama, for that opening statement. And want to let you know, folks, if it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, we are a neutral platform hosting debates on science, religion, and politics. And folks, want to let you know we have many more juicy debates coming up, including the one that you see on the bottom right of your screen with Vaush and TJump next week, as that's going to be an epic one. And so hit that subscribe button if you haven't already, as well as that notification bell so you don't miss it. And with that, we're going to kick it over to Tom for his opening statement. The floor is all yours, Tom.
Thanks, James, for hosting us. Thanks, Demon Mama, for showing up. I appreciate the conversation. So my position on deplatformer debate is that you should pretty much always debate. Deplatforming is really not a useful idea. You don't have the right to determine what other human adults have the right to listen to. Secondly, they could be right. The people you're deplatforming could be right. Just deplatforming them because you disagree and you think they shouldn't have a platform is obviously wrong, because they could just use the same tactic against you. If they're the ones who have the platform, they can just say, oh, no, well, we don't like what you're saying, so we're just going to ban you so you can't say it. And obviously that's wrong. Seeing what would happen if it was applied to your own ideology shows why the same tactic can be used to restrain true ideas just because you don't like them. Like, that's what China does. China deplatforms anybody who doesn't say exactly what they want to say or what they want to hear. So clearly deplatforming can be abused in many cases. Like, some of the more obvious cases is like when Ben Shapiro, when people were like pulling the fire alarms for Ben Shapiro, like a bunch of people invited him to come speak and paid for him to come speak, and a different organization who was protesting against him pulled the fire alarm so he couldn't speak. And clearly that's wrong. Like, you don't have a right to infringe on someone else's freedom to listen to a speaker they want to listen to. You don't have the right to stop that speaker in a platform that you didn't pay for, that isn't yours, just because you don't agree with what they have to say. That's clearly something that's wrong. Secondly, deplatforming doesn't solve any issues. It doesn't accomplish anything. Now, debate doesn't really move a lot of people. Like, as a professional debater, I know you don't really convince a large population of what you're actually saying. It's usually in the single digits at best. But when people do come to your ideology, like Jordan Peterson being a huge movement, it wasn't that his arguments won people over as much as they already had this ideology or the similar values invested in who they were as people, and then they had some figurehead in order to associate these values with. So the beliefs essentially were already in the people, the same values that they had. So deplatforming Jordan Peterson wouldn't have stopped those people from believing the things they already believed. All it would do is just get rid of their figurehead, the thing that they can associate those values with. And the same is true of any kind of platform or debate topic. Really, the speaker isn't convincing all these people. They're just giving someone, or providing someone to which they can identify the same values to their audience. And the reason this is important is because when you see this in society, you can recognize that those values are there. Like, these people have these values, and this is something we need to address, whether it's good or bad. And if you just deplatform the person, you would never know this. You wouldn't have the same information and demographics on who has these positions, why they have these positions. You wouldn't have the opportunity to engage with these people, to learn how to motivate them. And debating them is a great opportunity to do this, because you can learn what the most powerful arguments on their side are that are convincing the vast majority of people, or that they do identify with. And then you can learn how to counter them. One of the biggest threats in deplatforming is that, well, the opponents could be right. They could actually have a good point that is counter to whatever your ideology is, and you're just dismissing it, brushing it under the rug, when in fact you should be addressing it. Because when you do address the positions of the other side, it makes your ideology better. That's the benefit of debates. To quote the Fundamentals of Chess 1883, the only way to get smarter is by playing a smarter opponent. And so if someone you disagree with and you think is wrong is getting a large following because their arguments are very compelling to people, you shouldn't deplatform them because you disagree. You should be addressing what they're saying and make more compelling arguments and learn from what they're doing. And I think that this idea of just discarding anyone who we disagree with is clearly fundamentally wrong and immoral, especially because you're deciding what other human adults should be allowed to listen to, which is clearly not okay. And I'll conclude there.
You got it. Thank you very much, Tom, for that opening statement. Want to let you know several things, folks. First, our guests are linked in the description, so we encourage you to check out those links, and that includes if you are listening via the Modern Day Debate podcast, as we're thrilled to be available on podcast now. All of our debates are both on YouTube and there. Also, want to encourage you folks.
It's exciting as hell.
Want you to attack the arguments, not the person. And so 99% of you do a great job of this. The other 1%, if you refuse, we will hunt you down and destroy you. And also, though, folks, really want to let you know about this as well. In particular, that's actually it. All right, thanks so much. We'll go into the open dialogue. Want to let you know both Tom and Demon Mama, if it gets too rowdy, we will break it into 3-minute intervals, as people really do want to hear what you have to say. And so that way we can interrupt, or I should say, prevent any interrupting. And that way the people do get to actually hear you. So thanks so much, and the floor is all yours.
Yeah, there's a lot of things I could respond to here. There were a couple of points brought up that I feel like I already addressed. I don't think that this discussion is relevant to state censorship like we discussed in China. That, in my opinion, is not an example of deplatforming. That is an example of state and government censorship. In addition, deplatforming it's not as simple as just being like, oh, well, just respond to whatever bad thing someone is saying. For example, to give an extreme but illustrative example of this, anti-Nazi people were not given a platform to respond to Nazis during Nazi Germany. There is problems with the idea that all people are given an equal platform. Many times, the reason why deplatforming is taken as a tactic, or is undertaken as a tactic, or an attempted deplatforming is taken as a tactic, is simply because there is an imbalance in who is actually getting an opportunity to speak. In addition, there are examples of times where people are not being honest, or are not even remotely approaching an issue with any sense of honesty. A great example of this is cult recruiters. This is a bit of an anecdote side note, but just so you know where I'm coming from on this, I grew up in a cult. So I'm very, very familiar with how cults operate, with how they recruit people. And one of the things that cult recruiters will do is they will get themselves in front of the largest audience possible, not because they expect to win any debates or convince anyone's minds, but because they're hoping to find people in the audience who are vulnerable to their message that they can rope in to their cult. And people like this, I think it is important, the type of messages that they're creating are not easily contested in something like debate, and need to sometimes be called out by other tactics, such as deplatforming. An example of this, like what I would think is a valid example of deplatforming, would be, say, a large YouTuber was regularly putting out very, very racist, insightful rhetoric, which is already in violation of YouTube's TOS. And people decided, we've had enough of this. We are going to report this person for violating the TOS. And then YouTube discovers, indeed, they were violating the TOS, and removes their platform from them. That is a valid example, in my opinion, of deplatforming that I think we can agree both falls in line with the existing TOS of the website, but also, I would hope, with people's general moral understanding of things. Now, there are some people who will allege that there is massive examples, or there are examples of bias or whatever, but we would have to talk about specifics in order to get into that, because I think that there's bias all the time. There is bias on all platforms without question, obviously. But that doesn't mean that deplatforming is any less valid. Deplatforming doesn't necessarily have anything to do with contesting truth or avoiding truth, or even disagreeing with ideas that you don't like. It has more to do with saying, hey, this person is, and this is usually the case with regard to deplatforming, is usually putting out a message that acts as a call to action for people, like you said, a figurehead who is looking to motivate the people in the audience to some sort of end. Deplatforming is most commonly used to contest, well, frankly, a lot of Nazis, people who go up and are hoping to rile up a crowd into some sort of act of violence. Now, I'm very, very big on free speech. I think free speech is incredibly important. It is a foundation of any democracy, but no person on the planet is a free speech absolutist, or even like a purist. There is not one. No one believes that anything should be able to be said without any repercussions whatsoever. This goes as far as America, which is a particularly strong place for free speech. We don't, we have laws that prevent you from shouting fire in a crowded theater or something along those lines. And there are all kinds of different examples. Yeah,
just want to give you a heads up that we probably have to kind of kick more into dialogue mode as we're going on about 4 minutes, unless you guys want to do like legitimate rebuttals where we have each of you go for like 5 or something minutes, but otherwise just wanted to let you know.
Yeah, I mostly wanted to address those things. If you have something you want to contest, feel free to pop in.
Yeah, because
I'll give you the same time, Tom.
So like none of that really mattered. So
Really?
violating TOS isn't deplatforming. You violated the TOS. Deplatforming is false flaggings of violating the TOS or using vague language to deplatform someone who's done nothing wrong, which happens all the time. That's really
no. That's not what that means. You can't just convene.
Yes, it is.
No. Hold on a second.
Hold on one sec. Okay, hey, both of you, stop right now. Tom. So I do want to be fair, to give Tom like the same amount of time. So that was about 4 minutes. And so let's give Tom about another 3 minutes and 50 seconds or so. And then I promise we'll kind of go into maybe 3 minute or 2 minute intervals.
So yeah, I don't care if you're banning people who've done illegal things or are provoking violence. That's literally illegal. That's not a deplatforming. Deplatforming is like what happens to Ben Shapiro when he's talking to people saying literally nothing illegal, and people get him banned or kicked off campus because they disagree with what he's saying. Those are examples of deplatforming. And yes, this does apply to governments like China and your own example of the Nazis who deplatformed anti-Nazis. They weren't given a platform. That's also deplatforming. This is not just simply a social tool. This is a tool that many different groups of people use to prevent an ideology, and it's predominantly been used by governments to kill religious people mostly, and atheists. So yes, deplatforming does apply to governments, and it's not about violating TOS. I don't care about the TOS. What I care about is falsely accusing people of violating a TOS, or banning people because you disagree with what they're saying, like kicking them off a college campus because if another group or something invited them there and you don't like them, or pulling fire alarms so that they can't speak. Those are examples of deplatforming that are bad. Like violating kicking the illegal people who've done illegal things off, perfectly fine. I'm okay with that. If you violated a terms of service, that's an actual clear term of service in a platform, yes, that's perfectly fine. Using vague language to kick people off who you disagree with, not fine. So obviously I wouldn't agree with not deplatforming literal Nazis who literally want to kill people. Like clearly that's perfectly fine. Deplatform them all you want. If it's illegal, deplatform them. But it's not okay to deplatform people like Ben Shapiro or kick them out of college campuses because you disagree with what they're saying, or to scream over them, or to take the stage with the microphone and yell so that people can't hear them speak. Those are bad examples of deplatforming. Are they social tools? Yes. Are they right? No. They're clearly wrong. It's wrong to do those things.
Okay, so you've said a couple of contradictory things in your response here. You've said simultaneously that someone being rightfully banned off of a platform in your mind is not an example of deplatforming, but then you also said that it is an example of deplatforming. You literally just contradicted yourself. So it seems to me you contradicted yourself. You stated that...
So I stated that violating a clear term of service is fine. You can kick someone off for that.
Is that not deplatforming though?
Term of service, not in the same way. No, I'd say that's perfectly fine. So
okay,
I would say deplatforming.
So you define. Wait. Just to be clear, I want to be clear that I'm making sure that I'm responding to your argument.
Sure.
So in your opinion, deplatforming is solely defined as when you. As when somebody does something that you don't like that results in somebody getting off a platform. You wouldn't say that somebody
No.
So you're in this previous conversation, you have defined deplatforming. You just said right now that you don't consider somebody being rightfully banned from the platform an example of deplatforming.
Sure.
So what you're defining as deplatforming is basically anything bad. How am I supposed to be able to argue with you if you do? I mean, you just did. You literally just did.
I literally said my definition of deplatforming is when you use vague language to ban someone who's done nothing wrong.
Okay, so let me just ask this again one more time. I just want to be clear. Do you think that someone who has said all kinds of racist TOS violating things being reported accurately and being removed is an example of deplatforming? Or no. Is it only when so you've defined, this is what I was saying, you define deplatforming by default as bad, as a bad thing that happens. How are you supposed to have a discussion a meaningful discussion if you define deplatforming as when people do something I don't like to get rid of somebody. I think that my position and my definition of deplatforming is much more accurate
So
to
I never
reality.
said that. So I didn't say that at all.
Okay. I'm running into...
Go ahead, Demon Mama, if you weren't done.
Sorry, I'm just running into some basic communication issues here with how we go forward. I don't know how you can simultaneously say that someone being removed from a platform for after being reported correctly for violating TOS isn't deplatforming, but someone being removed because of something in TOS that you don't like is deplatforming. That sounds to me like you've defined deplatforming as when something that you don't like happens, and that doesn't seem like a coherent definition of deplatforming to me. To me, it is much more rational and meaningful, and you can actually have a conversation about deplatforming if you recognize that it is actually a set of actions. There's a broad set of actions, and I would agree that yes, there are examples of deplatforming being unjust, perhaps, or based off of vague TOS, but like deplatforming has many forms. You can't just define deplatforming as when something I don't like happens. That's not a coherent definition. That is what you're saying.
I didn't say that.
You are saying that.
No,
I've just asked you 3 times, and you've just
said like governments have deplatformed people. That's bad. I definitely think that's bad. And you can deplatform Nazis who advocate violence. That's perfectly fine. I'm okay with that. Okay. But when I'm talking about the bad kind
wait,
of
wait, you're doing it again. You're doing it again. Is somebody getting banned off of a platform rightfully? Is that an example of deplatforming or not?
Sure, in the most general sense, and not the kind I'm arguing against.
Okay, so now we've figured out where it is. You are not actually against deplatforming. You actually support deplatforming when it's just, and you don't support it when it's unjust. So now we can actually change now that we've established the basics and you're no longer contradicting yourself, we can proceed to talking about... I was never
contradicting myself.
You literally were. This is why I was having a hard time responding to you, because you were saying that in your mind, it is not deplatforming when somebody gets rightfully banned, but now you have concluded that it is. You've switched your position.
Right. So just being banned is just being banned. Like I wouldn't call that deplatforming. Deplatforming is specifically just leveraging some vague language or taking away someone's right unlawfully. That would be, I usually use the word deplatforming to be the negative. Yes.
So yes, this is what I'm saying. You are arguing, you are saying, oh my goodness, this is.
So I don't care if you don't understand the language. Here's the difference between killing and murder. They both involve the same act, which is a literal deplatforming. You literally remove someone from the platforming. But deplatforming itself would be more like the murder, the wrong kind.
No. I mean, I disagree. I disagree with this strongly. Like that's like saying, like I would argue that the word deplatforming is a very broad term. I think every definition, if you look up the term deplatforming online, every single definition would have that as a much more as the broad term. Whereas you could say an unjust deplatforming or a illegal deplatforming would be an example of like what you're saying, a murder. It seems foolish to me to come into a discussion.
Do you think that when someone says we're arguing against deplatforming, we want literally every single human being to have a platform? Do you think that's the argument?
No, I never alleged that. But your argument
that's
is
what
that
your definition is.
Like, what you opened this by saying, and you're still doing it. You're like, I think like you've become confused with your own words. I don't know. Like
no, I know. I understand it better than you do. So like I said, if I take your understanding correctly, what you're saying is that if someone is against deplatforming and we accept your definition of deplatforming, then that would mean that we should give every single human being on the planet a platform.
What are you talking about? What are you actually talking about?
If deplatforming means to remove anyone from any platform, and someone is against doing that, removing anyone ever under any circumstances, and that's what is required to be against deplatforming, that's insane.
I think do you disagree with the idea that deplatforming is when you remove someone when you remove the platform of someone who currently has a platform? Is that not a coherent definition? Like I feel like you're just
in the broadest sense, yes, but no.
Yes, but that's what we're talking about. That's what I said it out.
No,
and if you wanted if you wanted to be clearer, you could have communicated that, but you're not.
So zero people who are against deplatforming say that we should give every single person a platform, or we should never ever take anyone off their platform. That's not a position. No one holds that position.
Okay. So then, do you mind stating your actual position then? Because I'm very confused as to your position.
Like the one I said in the opening, using vague language to remove someone who has a position you dislike, who've done nothing wrong.
But you also defined in your definition, you defined deplatforming as government censorship and which would be legal in that place, I feel like you have an incoherent definition of deplatforming. But if we want to move forward and we want to talk about different forms of deplatforming, I think that we could perhaps, maybe we can agree on this particular definition for the purpose of this conversation. Can we agree that we're talking about deplatforming in a broad sense, and then we can drill down as to whether certain examples of deplatforming are good or bad? Because right now, as I feel like we can't proceed, and maybe it is on me, maybe it's on you, but I really don't feel like your definition of deplatforming is conducive to a meaningful debate.
This shouldn't be that hard. It's just general understanding. Like when anyone in like any YouTube says we're against deplatforming, they literally do not mean just removing anyone from any platform. They're not using it in the general sense. Can it be used in the general sense?
Well, people do all the time. People talk about people say that Donald Trump was deplatformed, but Donald Trump repeatedly broke the TOS. Do you think that he was?
Do any of those people think we should never ever remove anyone from a platform ever?
I have no idea, nor do I care. I mean, do you think? No. Wait, but here's a quick question. Well, here's a more interesting question. I mean, you're basically, I don't know who you're arguing with or what you're in. Like, I'm very confused as to the way that you're approaching this conversation, because I thought we were here to discuss about the merits of deplatforming and whatnot, and it just seems like you're having a different conversation. So if we're going to talk about a specific example like Donald Trump, like I would say that was a perfectly good, perfectly legitimate form of deplatforming that was not done by a government. It was done instead by, like I defined, a cooperative social act of protest. And in this case, he was also removed. Not only was he removed because he was causing harm for using his platform negatively, but he was also removed because he was violating TOS at such a ridiculous rate that the company decided to remove his platform. Is that something that you would disagree with?
I haven't looked at all into Donald Trump deplatforming.
Okay, I mean, because that's like, I don't know, like that is one of the biggest examples of deplatforming I can think of in recent memory. I would assume that would be something important to weigh on. I mean, that's probably the biggest example of deplatforming in the entire world right now.
Again, so I don't care about Donald Trump. I don't research Donald Trump. I do care about deplatforming and when it's wrong. So obviously,
do you have an example of that we can discuss?
Yes, the examples I used before, like Ben Shapiro and people being kicked off college campuses who were legitimately invited, who've done nothing wrong, who haven't advocated for racism or violence in any case.
Oh, okay. So hold on a second to touch on that one. So when you say people getting, you went from a very specific example to a very broad claim. So you're saying that one such tactic of deplatforming is pulling the fire alarms on Ben Shapiro.
Yes.
Yes, I would agree. That is one such tactic of deplatforming, one that I think is not very effective and not very good. But I don't think, but there's other forms of deplatforming. There are many forms of deplatforming. You yourself have admitted to this, but also said that you didn't believe in that. But if we're going to both agree that there are many forms of deplatforming, can we not acknowledge that, like, hey, maybe...
Okay, let's be more specific. It is wrong to deplatform anyone who has not done something illegal and is not advocating for violence.
Okay, so what do you feel about something like, say, what if YouTube took down an account that was, let's just to come up with an extreme, very clear-cut example. What if there was an account that was doing, like, say, blackface, and they were making extremely racist, extremely distasteful blackface skits, and that violates YouTube's TOS, but is not illegal under U.S. freedom of speech law. Do you think that is an example of deplatforming that would be just? Or would you believe that is unjust? Because what you just said would indicate that it would be unjust for YouTube to remove that channel.
Like, there has been blackface in many old comedies, and they're perfectly fine. Like, forget the major comedians of the 1960s and 70s, not the actual blackface of the 40s. Like, if someone just banned you for just using blackface, yes, that would be wrong.
Okay.
If someone was denigrating an entire race deliberately, and was specifically doing it to aggravate people, then yes, that would be fine.
Wait, so but just to aggravate people is not illegal. You stated that it would need to be illegal. I think, from my position, because I do support deplatforming, and I think that deplatforming is a broad, coherent definition of many different tactics. I would say that that YouTube has every single right to remove a channel that churns out horrifically racist garbage and blackface all the time, you're saying that you're okay with that and that YouTube should not be allowed to remove a channel like that. Do you really believe that? Like, do you like? I mean, it is. By the way, just to put up one foot in reality, it is against their TOS to do grossly racist things. It is currently against their TOS to do that. But are you saying that you don't think? I don't
care about any of that garbage. I care about political ideas.
Wait, but that's very important. Wait, but those are political ideas. Those. Wait, do you not think that those are political ideas?
Tom, before you respond, I do want to mention, Tom, your mic is a little bit low. For some reason, it seemed like maybe either Demon Mama's went a little bit louder during the debate or yours went a little bit lower. So just to make sure you're balanced.
All right, I'll turn it up a bit.
I think it's better.
So yeah, so I'm not concerned like with comedy sketches. I don't know how those count as political ideas. I want to make it illegal, essentially, to ban someone for talking about an idea, a political idea, and expressing an opinion that you dislike. That's the part of the deplatforming that is wrong. Like if someone is genuinely being racist and stoking like hate and violence, sure, that's fine. I don't care. That's essentially the same as hate speech, which would be illegal in America. So that is illegal.
Well, many forms of hate speech are not illegal in America. They're just not liked socially, or they're punished socially. We have many, many ways. I mean, America's free speech laws are quite generous by the world standards, and there are all kinds of things that would be classified as hate speech elsewhere that are allowed here. I mean, I don't even think I said it was just a comedy show either. Like, what if you just had a show where all that they did was just read out factual but out of context statements, or while doing blackface, while actively making fun of and making political statements about black people in America? Is that the sort of thing that you would say should not be able to be removed because they're making political speech while doing something horrifically damaging and offensive? Like, do you not believe that like you can influence things without explicitly stating like, hello, this is the racist channel? Like, to me, it seems very obvious that someone's messaging can be taken in whole, and that they don't have to literally say like, hello, I'm logging in to tell you to go do bad things. They can simply imply that very heavily with everything that they do, and that YouTube would be well within their rights to say, this is not the type of stuff we want on our website.
Yeah, sure. So that still seems like hate speech to me. Still probably would classify as hate speech. I'm talking about things like Ben Shapiro.
Okay, but well, I mean, you do realize that many of the things that Ben Shapiro has said in the past, like when he said that, and let me just, I think I have this quote right here. I don't know if this is word for word, but I believe he said that Palestinians, and this is a quote, so please don't get mad at me. This is not me saying this. This is Ben Shapiro, said that Palestinians are animals who live in open sewage, I believe was one of the statements he made on Twitter. Would you classify that as hate speech?
I have no idea. I can't comment on something I've never heard him say.
Okay, because I mean, these are available public statements that he's made on Twitter, for example, and Twitter does have rules against that type of hate speech, and yet, as of now, he still has a platform on there. But many people would argue that he shouldn't have a platform because of statements like that.
Everything I've heard him say is just logical criticism of the different ways the politics have been engaged
so
on
do you
both
want
sides.
me
So I've
to
never heard him say anything racist.
Well, do you want me to bring up that like a photo of that? Because I can share that on the screen if you want me to bring some of the statements he's made about Palestinians in the past.
Sure, I guess.
Let me get that for you. If you have something else you want to say while I bring that up, I'll get that real quick.
Yeah. So as far as I'm concerned, someone presenting a political idea and saying something stupid occasionally still would qualify as perfectly fine. You shouldn't ban them because they said one stupid thing or a few stupid things occasionally that can be interpreted in such a way. As long as what their platform is there for is to present ideas that you disagree with, it's wrong to ban them. You should be addressing what they're saying.
So how can I can share my screen here. Let me just bring this up real quick. Hold on one moment.
Ready for you.
Okay, so we can go share screen. We're gonna do screen 2 here. We're gonna go share.
Are you saying something?
Okay, so I have just brought this up to share on my screen. This is a screenshot of the tweet. This tweet is very readily available.
We can see your screen share, Demon Mama, but we can't hear you. I'm not sure if you're...
There we go. How's that? Can you hear me now?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, excellent. So this is an example of the tweet. By the way, this was the first screenshot I can find of it, but this is one of many tweets he made during this particular period, and all of them are available on the Internet Archive. Here he says, Ben Shapiro says, Israelis like to build. Arabs like to bomb crap and live in open sewage. This is not a difficult issue. So this is the sort of thing. And by the way, there's many of these.
I don't see anything wrong with
I'm sorry.
this
You don't see anything wrong with saying something like Arabs like to bomb crap and live in open sewage?
Yes. So the Israelis
would you? Okay, wait. If that's true,
were launching rockets.
Hold on a second. Wait. Please, hold on. Before you go off on another thing, I'm gonna stop sharing my screen at this point.
I wanted to address exactly this tweet. So this tweet, Arabs like to bomb crap, which he's referencing the fact that rockets are being shot into Israel. So that's true. And live in sewage is a reference to the economic situation and the fact that the government doesn't do anything to stop the terrorism and to build social healthcare like the Israelis are. So yes, both of those don't. Neither of those seem to be like.
Give me a second.
Racist. It's talking about the politics.
Okay.
Of
well, real quick, if that's true, would you mind repeating that statement? But instead saying in your own words, would you mind just stating in your own words, if you don't believe that's racist, would you mind just restating that in your own words? So that we can get you on record as saying that you do believe that. You do believe that it is a true statement in your mind.
Yes, so it is a true statement that the Palestinians are launching rockets into Israel. So they like to bomb
that's
crap.
not what we're saying, though. I would like you to restate exactly what he said because I mean, you said you agree with it and you don't think it's racist. So if that's true, I'm asking you to put your money where your mouth is.
Palestinians like to bomb crap, or the Hamas likes to bomb crap.
Okay. Well, thank you.
And their government is crappy and doesn't care about healthcare, so they like to live in sewage.
Okay. So, I mean, I think that we've kind of gotten to the point here. I mean, if you don't think that there's any problems with that statement that anybody could have issues with, and you also are willing to repeat it yourself, I'm very impressed you are willing to put your I'm impressed you're willing to put your words there and say that. But I think that most people out there, and you know, maybe I'm wrong, and I'll appeal to the chat for a lot of this.
What do you think is wrong with it?
What do I think is wrong with it? Oh, I think that making a statement about all people, like saying all Arabs live in open sewage, is a disgustingly racist statement. It is akin to...
Do you think that's the point he was making? Is that the point?
I don't care what the point he was making was. Why does the point matter when you use language that is explicitly stating that an entire group of people is bad? I would say that's very bad. It's also explicitly in violation of Twitter's TOS. Twitter's TOS explicitly states that they do not allow the broad generalization or hatred thrown towards groups of people, which Arabs are a group of people. That is a entire ethnic and racial group on the planet. And I'm sure, I mean, we now know how you feel about Arabs, but which is a little bit weird to me and odd that that's where we're at.
The problem right here is that you're completely misrepresenting everything.
How is that misrepresenting? How am I misrepresenting anything? You just
because it's a shorthand for Hamas, the Hamas government, the people, the Arab governments.
Wait, I'm sorry.
Doing this.
I'm sorry. Do you think that any time like a racist uncle goes off on a rant and starts dropping N-bombs that he's only talking about like specific bad people? That is not what was said in the tweet, neither literally nor even in the implication. What is very clear, excuse me, I was talking.
You're wrong. So you're wrong.
I'm not. I'm sorry.
I
apologize.
All right.
I apologize. Can I?
We're
can I
going to
speak
jump into 2-minute intervals just to be sure that you guys have, you could say, plenty of time to respond to each other. So let's see. I'm going to flip a coin just to see who actually goes first with this 2-minute interval. Tom, your heads.
You can go first.
Gotcha. Go ahead, Demon Mama. You got 2 minutes, and then we're going to kick it over to Tom for 2 minutes.
So everyone in the audience here today has now seen the tweet. We know that this is a real tweet. You can go verify this on your own time if you want to. This is just one simple example. There are many such examples of obviously, blatantly, any reasonable person who has any sort of seriousness would recognize that saying Arabs like to blow things up and live in open sewage is absolutely a racist statement, and absolutely, by any reasonable metric, violates most social media websites' TOS, but very specifically Twitter's TOS. Now, Tom here has stated that, well, because he agrees with that statement and was willing to repeat it in his own words, stating that he believes that Arabs blow things up and live in open sewage, which I think is a disgusting sentiment for the record. I think that is a disgusting sentiment. But because he agrees with this, that is somehow a okay thing to say, and that people should not be mad about that sort of thing. I think that's an absurd position to take. I think that people have an absolute right to push back on that sort of thing. And also, I think everyone has an absolute right to let Twitter know that something that is against their TOS is being propagated on their platform. Simple as that.
Gotcha. We'll give you, Tom, about the same amount of time, which was 1 minute and 10 seconds.
So yeah, that's just straight up delusional. Arabs does not mean all Arabs. It means some. Like, clearly he didn't say all Arabs. He wasn't making a generalization about literally everyone in Arabia, specifically since this was about the Israel-Palestine conflict. Like, just understanding basic context in English understands that this isn't about all Arabs. This is about specifically the Palestinians and the Hamas and the Palestinian government, not about the Palestinian every single individual. Like, interpreting his words that way is just delusional and misunderstanding them, and that should absolutely not be banned. That would be a perfect example of bad deplatforming and just abuse of power because you say something he doesn't like. Clearly, that wasn't the point. That was never the point. And understanding that way is just incompetence. Like, no, that's not what the words mean. Learn what the principle of charity is. Learn what the context, what the tweet was. It's specifically about the Israel-Palestine conflict. Like, this is really easy to understand. The fact that some people can't shows how they aren't capable of really rationally understanding the point of words.
Okay, so to respond to that, first of all, if he wanted to say some, he could have said some. He didn't. And secondly, I would attest that even within the framework of the context doesn't change it at all. The idea that you can say an entire ethnic group of people, which he has, by the way, they're Palestinians, but he has interestingly chosen to use the word Arab instead, seems a bit strange to me, but that he would generalize that entire group of people is still both against Twitter's TOS and is also a repugnant statement. Now, I believe that there is room for repugnant statements to be spoken. People are allowed to have bad opinions. I think lots of people have bad opinions. But what we're talking about here is deplatforming, and a platform is something where you can stand on and give your opinion to the world. And I don't believe that anyone is entitled to a platform. I believe that people have every single right within our free speech to express their free speech in response to someone else, especially if that person is standing on a platform like, say, Twitter, that people could speak up and say, hey, this is really bad. Here's why it's bad, and here's why we're pushing back against it. And then, of course, there's hanging over all of this the fact that the example that we're using here is obviously and blatantly in violation of Twitter's TOS. If you go read the Twitter TOS right now, you will find that broad generalizing statements like X group of people like to blow things up and live in open sewage is absolutely against TOS, which is, I think that that's fair. I mean, you might disagree. Maybe you think that Twitter, you should just be allowed to say whatever you want, whenever you want, with no moderation whatsoever. But most people would not like to use such a website. And also, it's a different conversation if we want to talk about whether we think Twitter's rules for platforming and TOS are valid or not. But what I'm getting is that, to me, it seems like you're a little bit fixated specifically on Ben Shapiro. And when I give you examples of when Ben Shapiro has done something that is either in violation of TOS or is an affront to large amounts of people and people respond, you then sort of waffle around.
2 minutes. Go ahead.
So yeah, this is the problem with the woke ideology. The context doesn't matter. Like, clearly that's false. Like, the context specifically matters in every case. Taking something out of context is literally like most of the fallacies. So saying like gamers like Lego Star Wars, is that a generalization about all gamers? No. Like, the word itself does not imply any percentage or amount. Doesn't do that. So this misrepresentation that the word itself is an affront to the majority or a lot of people is false. That's why it's not a violation of the service, because it didn't do that. It literally didn't do that. That's just the subjective interpretation of the woke ideology. They just want to interpret it that way because they don't want to apply the principle of charity and understand the context, because the context doesn't matter apparently, even though literally that's everything. Everything is context. Context is the most important thing. And so trying to take the words and interpret it in the most despicable way so that you can deplatform someone is clearly wrong. Like, that's such a terrible ideology. It's immoral to do that. Like, the fact that someone didn't say something in the most precise way possible, and you're going to vilify them for that, like that's disgusting. That's such a terrible ideology as a whole. No, this was specifically just think about the context, apply the principle of charity. This is specifically about Hamas and the Palestinian government. Doesn't have anything to do with the rest of the world, the rest of the Arabs in Palestine. Literally not. If you just ask Ben about this, would this statement apply to literally every Arab? He's probably going to say no. Like just basic logic here.
Okay, so I would push back very strongly on the idea that charity or logic has anything to do with what we're talking about here. In fact, and again, I feel like we're having a basic communication issue. I don't know if you're listening or if you're like processing some of the things that I'm saying to you, but I specifically said that even in context, this is even fully in context, this is inexcusable. First of all, he's specifically. And again, I don't want to go too far into it. It's just it's very interesting to me that you're willing to like fight on this hill so hard, because I mean he specifically refers to two ethnic groups, Israelis and Arabs. He makes no indication that he's only talking about one group of people or only bad people or anything. And even if he was, I don't know that would make it any better. Like I mean, I think that I have a hard time believing that you would be okay with like that you'd be willing to sign off if say like if I was to walk up, and this is just an example, this is not my genuine belief, but if I was to say white people are racist, I have a feeling like most people will go, hey, that's not true. Not all white people are racist. But if I said white people are racist, by your argument, you should basically have no problem with that whatsoever, is what you've been arguing here, is that you should have no problem with me making that sort of statement. Or if I said something like, I don't know, white people are murderers.
Yeah, so if you're not making a generalization, your intent was not to generalize, and that's pretty understood easily by the context. And yeah, there was nothing wrong.
But there's nothing in that context that would indicate that he was not generalizing. He specifically chose the word Israelis, and he specifically chose the word Arabs. I feel like you're
after events that were relevant to that conflict.
Wait, hold on a second. Do you think that if like, I mean, I don't know how to like, I don't feel like. Well, like maybe I'm wrong here, but like just because something happened near that or whenever that event happened doesn't justify any statement associated to that event. So like, for example, if after 9/11, you know, a lot of people were very, very hurt and stressed, and it was an incredibly horrible time. But if your uncle went on a rant about Muslims right after 9/11 and was just tearing into Muslims and saying horrible racist things about them, saying they're all this and they're all that, I don't think that we would say, oh, well, clearly he's only talking about the Muslims who were involved in 9/11. That would be ridiculous. We could recognize that your uncle was being racist. And I would say that regardless of its proximity to those events, it is very clear that Ben Shapiro is being racist. But again, I don't entirely know why you're like so devoted to defending this particular opinion. It sounds to me more like this, so far your approach on this discussion has been mostly to do free PR for Ben Shapiro, which is fine. Who am I to tell you what to do with your platform? But I was here to discuss whether people should have the right and whether it is okay to engage in the act of deplatforming. And I would argue there are many cases in which it is indeed okay. After all, once again, this is not a matter of government censorship. We're not talking about whether I think the government should be able to imprison people for having opinions. I strongly disagree with that, obviously. However, I don't think that that people like Ben Shapiro, racists, open racists like Ben Shapiro, are entitled to getting to speak on a private university campus. And if people on that campus speak up and say, we don't want this guy around because he's just going to fill our ears with garbage, they have every right to express their free will and their free speech to make it clear that they don't think that this guy should be on their campus. Right? Or do you disagree with that?
I disagree with like most of what you said there. So I think that
which part?
Deplatforming him because you subjectively think he's racist because of your misinterpretations and uncharitable interpretations of his tweets, which in context clearly refer to the Israeli-Palestine conflict and their government and Hamas, which are
but you're
what he
doing
talks about.
right now. You're doing PR for Ben Shapiro. Let's
No,
talk
I'm not.
about. Hold on. Then let's come up.
Point.
Let's move away from Ben Shapiro specifically.
No,
because...
I'm not going to move away from Ben Shapiro. I'm going to continue with my point as I stated.
Okay.
You banning him because of the reasons you just listed is an example of deplatforming, which is just garbage. It is a failure of your ideology.
I mean, you're just calling it garbage. You're not actually providing an argument as to why something is bad.
No,
So let me wait. Here,
don't interrupt. I just did this. I said you not applying the context to the tweet and misinterpreting it in such a way, in the most despicable way you can, and then wanting to ban him for your subjective label of him being a racist when the context does not support that at all is wrong.
Okay. I don't think that I was particularly uncharitable in making the claim that it is, at the very least, very prejudiced to say something like Arabs live in open sewage. I think that most people, even probably the right-leaning members of this audience that are listening right now, will agree that that is, at the very least, a very prejudiced statement. I don't think that your attempt to like frame me as some sort of like extremist here is a little bit ridiculous. However, let me offer an alternative. Let me offer an alternative. Let's say that there is a racist, somebody we know. Let's say like the Grand Dragon of the KKK. Okay. Like, let's say the most racist person you could imagine, okay? Let's say that they get a offer to go on a college campus. A college campus that is, say, maybe 60% black people, okay? Like the students are 60%. This is a thought experiment because I want to see where your position is on this. So let's say that the board of whoever for this college invites the Grand Dragon of the KKK, an obvious racist, a guy who is clearly racist, to speak at their school. And the students say, wow, we really do not feel comfortable with a avowed racist coming onto our school and getting a platform to speak horrible, hateful ideology that, if implemented, would result in those students who are concerned becoming slaves. They have a actual say in what would happen if this political idea was to catch on. Would you say that the school should not have any right, or the student should not have any right, to speak out against the platforming of that racist?
Well, sure, they should be able to speak out, but they shouldn't be able to forcibly remove him.
What do you mean by forcibly remove?
Pull the fire alarms, speak over him with loud speakers.
So, but those aren't God, we're doing it again. Those aren't the only ways of deplatforming somebody. So let's say that
against someone isn't.
Hold on a second. So it can be. What if you speak out against them and the school decides, actually, we don't think this is a good idea to have this guy here?
That's perfectly fine. The school invited him.
Okay, but you do realize that that is what you're talking about. That now there are certainly probably some times where people have done things like pull fire alarms and whatever, but the vast majority of times that we're talking about deplatforming, it is students speaking up and saying, we're not comfortable with this hateful person being on our campus. Please uninvite them. And then they get uninvited. And you just stated that you're perfectly fine with that.
Yeah, so like if the school invited them and the school chooses to uninvite them, that's fine. If a student group wants to invite a speaker and another student group wants to uninvite that speaker, that's not fine.
Okay. Why?
Because you don't have a right to stop someone else from listening to speakers they like.
What if more people in the second group than in the first one? What if there's like 5 people on a campus?
Go to the speech.
Wait, hold on. What if there's 5? Well, but it's a little bit more than that, right? Surely you acknowledge that like a speech isn't just a matter of attendance, right? Because say you have somebody who you host a racist on there, maybe a bunch of KKK guys are going to show up to that speech. And what if the vast majority of, in this hypothetical we're talking about, the black students there aren't comfortable with filling out an auditorium full of racists who are going to be there? What if those students who go to that school, who might wear the jersey associated with that school, do not want to have their name publicly associated with somebody like the Grand Dragon of the KKK? What you're doing is you've boiled the situation down to an almost like childlike version of it, where it's like oh, one group has just as much of a right as any other group to just have whoever they want there, and that it's all self-contained to one room. But it's not. These things are important. If you have the Grand Dragon of the KKK go and speak at your college, and all of the students who go to that college are going to be associated with that. That's part of the thing. You wear your jerseys, you wear your colors, and you're going to have newspaper articles about this school having the Grand Dragon there to speak and to talk about the problems with black people and all that. That's horrible. And I think it's perfectly rational for students to say, I don't want to be associated with that. I don't think we should be associated with that. They're paying for the school. They're paying to go there. They're a part of the community of that school. And if more students say, hey, we don't agree with this, then it seems perfectly reasonable to me that the school goes, actually, you know, we were going to have you here, but we don't think this is a good idea after all. Please don't come.
So definitely not. If the student group is using their money to buy out a room and pay for it, which they have the right to do, and someone else is trying to infringe on that right, no, that's wrong. You shouldn't do that. They have a right to hire that. They have a right to buy out the room. They have a right to pay for the speaker. They have a right to pay for the plane, and stopping them is wrong.
I mean, this just sounds like, this sounds like you don't understand how like the internals of a school works.
I don't care. If someone
but that is important. That's incredibly important.
To do that.
Wait, do you realize that like what you're talking about is nonsensical to the issue at hand, right? Like schools have their own
group. A group has a right to invite a speaker, and stopping them because you disagree with what they're saying is wrong.
Schools, but schools. Okay, so I'll explain something for the viewers. Schools, and of course there is some variance from school to school, but schools offer charters to student groups. Student groups are not just some like magical entity that can do whatever they want. When you make a club on a college campus, and I know because I used to run a club on a college campus, when you make that, you usually make a charter with the school, and there are certain rules. One of those rules is most frequently that at the end of the day, the school gets final say on whatever happens. It's well within their legal rights. It's well within their, in my opinion, ethical rights to be able to say, actually, this person that you've invited the Grand Dragon of the KKK to our mostly black campus, and we're not okay with that. You're not allowed to do that. And then they can refund them their money. Of course, obviously, it would be bad if they stole their money. We're not talking about that. It has nothing to do with what we're talking about here. Do you not believe that the school has the right to turn that down, or do you just think that schools should be legally bound to give a platform to anybody because any student group asks?
No, definitely. If it's in the school's property, the school can do what they want.
Okay, so then what are you arguing with?
If they're like it's different property and not school-owned property, then it's wrong.
Okay, but this sounds like a made-up example. Has there ever been a time, like, what are you talking about? Like
Ben Shapiro, same thing.
Okay, Ben Shapiro, what? Like, do you have a specific
invited to a college campus, left the college campus to a different organization, still was deplatformed.
Deplatformed in what way? How is he deplatformed? Explain.
Pulling the fire alarms, people staying on stage
but we've
with speakers.
already acknowledged that like there are tactics like pulling fire alarms that I don't think are like good or great. Like I literally opened this entire conversation with saying that there are forms of deplatforming I don't think are good. Just like there are forms of all kinds of things I don't think are good, but that nonetheless shouldn't be discarded entirely. So if you're mad that like people pulled the fire alarms on Ben Shapiro, I'll agree with you that pulling the fire alarms is not a good way to go about doing this. But I don't know how you can denounce deplatforming as a whole when you've spent this entire time that we've been talking, the entire time we've been talking here, you've been agreeing with nearly everything single example I bring up as a valid form of deplatforming. But then you go, but one time somebody pulled a sprinkler and that means we need to throw out deplatforming as an idea altogether.
Right, because I think you're still stuck on the misunderstanding of language you have at the beginning. People who say they're against deplatforming are not against supporting all platforms of all people ever. So there are clearly times
but I'm
when
not
deplatforming
alleging
is
that.
fine.
You're the one who's arguing against a straw man. I'm not alleging that anybody holds that position. You're inventing a straw man that you're fighting against right now.
So if you're just aware of the climate around the topic, the people who are against deplatforming, Sargon, Ben Shapiro, those kind of people, none of them say all deplatforming is literally always bad. No one says
right,
that.
but they also make all kinds of claims about how they've been deplatformed, and when you actually look into the details of it, sometimes it's literally just that they got uninvited by a school, which was within its rights, which you just 10 seconds ago admitted was perfectly valid, that a school has the right to do that.
So again, no one is saying that literally all examples of deplatforming are bad. That's not a thing.
But you did though. You opened your statement by saying that. You're taking the position of the anti-deplatforming. Like So this is the problem that we're having, is that like your position is unbelievably nebulous. So if there's examples of deplatforming that you really don't think are good, then that's fine. Maybe we can discuss those. Like, for example, we both came to an agreement on the idea that pulling fire alarms is a pretty bad way to deplatform somebody. But That's not the only way that deplatforming is going. And you're lumping all of these together. You're saying that because Ben Shapiro once was deplatformed by a bad tactic, that every other time he's been deplatformed is also bad. But that's not true. I could talk about Milo Yiannopoulos. I could talk about Donald Trump. I could talk about a lot of people who've been famously deplatformed. And the vast majority of their deplatformings have been 100% legitimate by your own words. So what's the problem here? What's the position you're holding? Or are you just here to sort of like whine into the air about people you don't like getting owned?
Well, I mean, I did say it in the intro. Like, again, no one thinks all deplatforming is bad. There is a certain category of deplatforming, which is usually what is referred to as deplatforming, when you misuse the TOS or use vague language or kick someone off because you disagree with them, based off usually political ideas where they've said or done nothing wrong. So not like the KKK, not like Nazis, more like Ben Shapiro, who hasn't said something racist, and you just cherry pick his words and interpret it as being...
I mean, you can make that claim, but I believe, listen, I think that there are a lot of people who believe that Ben Shapiro is racist, and they have a good reason for believing that. You're the one who's dismissing everything. I mean, you yourself admit that you don't even know everything that Ben Shapiro has ever said. So, but I mean, I've covered Ben Shapiro a lot on my show, and I could tell you that the statement, that one tweet is just one offhand example. There's many statements he's made. He's made a lot of very, very, very questionable statements about black people in America that I think that many black people would have they would be totally reasonable in saying this is a racist statement. So I don't know. Like, it sounds to me like your argument is basically that you like Ben Shapiro and you don't like it when people disagree with Ben Shapiro, and therefore you don't like deplatforming because it's against Ben Shapiro. But
he's just an example. So again,
okay, but I mean, he's the example you keep going to. He's the example you keep going to. And when I've brought up other examples, you basically dodge the question. You dodge actually talking about it. So I'm just a little confused as to where your position actually stands here. It just feels like you're sort of vaguely mad that Ben Shapiro got deplatformed.
Well, again, I've said this like 4 times. I don't know if you're listening or not.
I am.
Using deplatforming against just vague terminology to hurt or deplatform someone who's done nothing wrong. They're just talking about political ideologies, not super racist, trying to harm people.
But surely you acknowledge that like doing something wrong is a matter of, I mean, that's why we're here arguing, right? Doing something wrong is a matter of opinion. Like, people might think you aren't the only person who determines right and wrong, right? So like, for example, there are probably lots and lots of people who genuinely believe, and I would be one of those people in this particular case, that Ben Shapiro has done a lot of things very wrong. You don't seem to think so, but you're not the only person. And surely you acknowledge that if we're trying to be reasonable and logical here and actually talk about the issue and not just our feelings, that if there are many, many people who feel like or have concluded or have an argument for why Ben Shapiro has done something wrong, that they are well within their right to express their desire to not have him have a platform, right?
Right. So I agree with you there. I think that saying someone's done something wrong is very subjective. And so if you want to deplatform one, you need some objective standard to actually justify this and not your subjective opinion.
Well, there isn't an objective standard. That's the thing. It's impossible to have an objective standard on something like that. It is an opinion by definition. Like, how do you have an objective standard on whether something is good or bad? That's ridiculous. That is absurd.
Good. So you can just say if they've committed a crime, that's an objective standard.
Okay.
It's easy to make an objective standard. I don't know.
So if they've committed a crime, then you would say that is the only standard. So again, we're back to the same.
No. I didn't say only. You said it's impossible to have an objective standard.
Yeah, it is impossible to have an objective standard for good or bad speech. It is an inherently subjective position. We disagree all the time. Like, what are you talking about?
So there needs to be an objective standard of when it's okay to deplatform someone and when it's not.
Okay, but you can't. There isn't that's not possible. Like, you can't have a single.
I just gave you one. If they have a crime, I just did it. So
wait, hold on. Is that what you're advocating for?
No.
Okay,
so
stop. Like, oh God, this is so confusing. Why are you arguing for positions you don't hold?
Because you said it's not possible. I just showed you it's possible. So it is possible to create an objective standard to do this.
Okay, I guess you could create. I will concede that it is possible to create. It is possible to create an objective standard. For example, you could say that the only way that legally, and by objective I mean as objective as you can get, which means the state enforcing it, you're correct in saying that there is a way to create an objective standard, which is state enforcement based on the legal system of the state. However, I think that's an extreme that doesn't really make much sense for what we're talking about here. And what I would like to follow up with is asking, wait, hold on a second, wait, please. I would like to follow up by asking you, what do you actually believe? Because if you don't think that, say, these schools were in their right to deplatform Ben Shapiro based on what we've discussed previously, if you don't think that Twitter is in its right to deplatform Donald Trump or any of these things, what standards are you actually advocating for? Because what I'm advocating for is that I think it's perfectly fine for a website like Twitter to say, no, we don't allow racist statements on this website. Here's what we define as a racist statement, and you did this, and we're kicking you off the platform.
Sure. So explicitly, clearly stated statements are good. I would say that things that do not harm other people are not advocating for violence. Things that are just expressing opinions like Ben Shapiro on political stuff.
Okay, but we can acknowledge, though, you said it in your own words, that some of Ben Shapiro's words could very easily be interpreted as racist, right?
Yes, it could be interpreted as racist.
So then there we have that problem again. You are not putting forward that objective standard that you claim that you want to. In fact, what you're stating right now is you're showing right now that...
In context? Do you want me to add in contexts?
But I mean, define context. Do you see how complicated this gets? I think that platforms should have the right to remove people who violate their TOS. And as long as they're reasonably clear, as long as it's not like, I honestly, I think that a website should have the right, if they really want to kick off anyone that they want. But I think that's because of a matter of how we handle platforming at all. However, in this particular case, what you're talking about is you're building now and you're advocating for a non-objective, a subjective standard that fits your worldview, and you're saying that's the one that's okay, but everybody else's isn't. That's what you've just advocated for here. You're saying basically,
no.
Okay, so then can you explain to me how that's not the case?
Well, yeah, like I said, if you provide a clear set of terms of service, yes, that's perfectly fine. If it's vague and kind of wishy-washy, not so fine. That's not okay, because it can be misused any way you want. So very clear statements like don't do racism, and they do racism. Yes, that's perfectly fine. It was very clear.
So Twitter right now has a rule against racism. So don't do racism. Now, I would argue that many, many people, probably people who are on the moderation team of Twitter, would read that former Ben Shapiro tweet and conclude that that is indeed very racist. I think that many of the people in the audience right now, and again, once again, even right-leaning members of the audience can admit that that particular tweet is a great example of something that could be very easily, and I think rationally, read as racist. So what you're saying is then you think it is okay, you would be behind Twitter getting rid of Ben Shapiro's account. Is that correct? I'm following your own logic here.
So I would say that you have to actually apply the context, apply the principle of charity.
Okay.
Those are good
whatever
things.
that means. Do you want to define that for everybody? Yeah, go ahead.
Interpret someone's words to be the most rational and logical way possible.
Okay. Well, I think that it is the most rational and logical conclusion that when somebody chooses specifically to use two terms for ethnic groups and then makes a broad, very vicious, very toxic aspersion about those groups, that the intent and purpose of those words was to be racist. I think that's perfectly reasonable, and many people would also agree with me. I'm sure many people in the audience does. So if that's the case, then once again, I ask you, would you be okay if right now Twitter just got rid of Ben Shapiro's platform on Twitter?
Anybody who thinks that doesn't understand English.
Okay, so it's just because you like it. And again, we've come to the conclusion again. I've demonstrated this. I've demonstrated this logically throughout this conversation, that at every point, your own arguments, when you run up against a wall with your own arguments, you don't actually believe in what you say you're believing. I point out that many people.
You've never done that.
Let me finish.
Don't strawman me.
Hold on. Let me finish.
I've let you speak for like 10 minutes.
Wait, that's fine. You've chosen not to talk. But I'm in the middle of a sentence.
Tom,
I'm in the middle of a sentence right now.
We're going to give you like 30 seconds to wrap this point up, Demon Mama, and then we will give Tom several minutes to respond. It has been a little bit in terms of the time, but to be fair, Tom, it's open dialogue, so you can. We'll give you a chance. Go ahead, Demon Mama.
Yeah, sorry. I'm trying to be clear as possible with my words. I apologize if that means that I talk a little bit too much or something like that. apologize. What I'm trying to say here is that I've laid out the fact that many people could and rationally would conclude that that tweet is racist, and that if you believe that websites have the right to enforce a TOS, that he should be deplatformed, and that it would be perfectly fine if he was. And then you say no because I think people who think that's racist are stupid. That is your feeling. You are just saying you like Ben Shapiro and you're favorable to Ben Shapiro, and therefore you don't think he should be banned, which to me is a illogical, and that's fine if you want to have an illogical position, but that is an illogical and inconsistent opinion.
So yeah, like always, you're just completely misrepresenting everything I said. One, I don't even like Ben Shapiro. This is just an example. So every time you said that is complete gibberish. Secondly, no rational person would interpret that tweet to mean all Arabs. Zero rational people. It is not rationally possible to interpret that to mean all Arabs. Because obviously he doesn't think all Arabs like to live in sewage. Is that literal? Does he literally think that? No. So a literal interpretation of these words is insane.
How do you know that?
How do I know that?
Yeah, how do you know he doesn't believe that?
With certainty, I don't. I'm just using induction based on everything else he said.
You're going based on your bias, your own feelings, and
No, I'm going
concluding
off
that.
his words.
But
His
other
other
people
words.
might conclude otherwise based on his words, because
No.
we've acknowledged that those words are not particularly super clear.
No, I'm going off his other words. So his other words, where he's literally talked about other Arab nations that are perfectly fine, and other Arabs he's talked to, he doesn't think like sewage. Is literally not a case where he believes literally every Arab likes sewage. That's such a stupid interpretation that is just inane, completely inane. Like, no. Like, you could ask him, like, do you literally think all Arabs like sewage? What do you think he's going to say?
I mean, we already have his words on it. He already said, I showed this to everyone. Everyone watching right now saw the tweet with their own eyes. Arabs like to blow things up and live in open sewage. He said it with his own words. We don't even have to go anything else like that. Are you for real right now? Like, again, this is one of those examples where we're just coming down to, I mean, I'm sorry, maybe we'll borrow Ben Shapiro's own words here, but facts don't care about your feelings, Tom. And the facts of the situation are that your argument is incoherent. You don't actually have a standard that you would stand by for deplatforming. You just don't like, in this particular case, that maybe you don't like Ben Shapiro, but regardless, you don't like that Ben Shapiro could be fairly deplatformed. And when I ask you why, and I inquire using reason and logic, you don't actually have an answer for that besides, I feel like people who think that's racist are stupid. But to me, that's not an argument. Just calling people that you don't agree with stupid is not an argument. That's just you venting your feelings. And once again, facts don't care about your feelings.
Right, because that's quoting out of context. You're not actually taking the context. As you literally said, the context doesn't matter.
I didn't say that literally. I said explicitly the context makes it just as bad. I said it explicitly. The context is just as bad.
I can look back again. I'm pretty sure you said the context doesn't matter. But,
sure.
Again, just taking his quote out of context, not applying the principle of charity. Like these are known fallacies in philosophy. We know this is dumb. You doing this is dumb. This is not my opinion. This is just standard philosophy. Not applying the principle of charity to what he's saying, not applying the context and understanding what he's saying, is ridiculous. Like that is an objective standard. That's a standard in philosophy. Like, you have to take the words, apply it to the most rational way possible. It's in the context of the Israel-Palestine conflict. Like, to think that a human being could rationally think that literally all Arabs live in sewage or like to live in sewage, like, could any rational human being really think that?
Wait,
no.
I'm sorry. Like, I feel like you're almost comedically refusing to acknowledge what he's actually saying there. Do you think that every person who makes a racist statement has to literally believe like some if somebody makes a racist statement about black people, do you believe that they have to be making like some sort of scientific statement about every single black person? Or do you think that they could be expressing with their words and their choice of words a sentiment such as white supremacy? Like, if somebody spends a lot of time talking about, I don't know, if somebody was to say something like Ben Shapiro did about Palestinians, or in his words, Arabs, quote unquote, if somebody was to say that about black people, I think you could very reasonably conclude that person doesn't have very good thoughts about black people in general. I think what you're doing here is you're not actually applying anything about charity. I think that you are just refusing to acknowledge a fact that's in front of you because it's inconvenient to your narrative. The fact of the matter is that in this particular example and in the hypotheticals that I brought to you, in these examples, we can conclude that somebody is capable of being racist and that people are capable of using their free speech to advocate that that person no longer has a platform to project their racism or their hate or their toxic political ideologies or anything along those lines.
So could he have meant that the Palestinian government was the problem and it had nothing to do with Arabs and the individual? Is that a possible interpretation of what he said?
I don't believe so. No, I think that is an absurd thing. When you make a statement like, and I'll explain to you why, although again, we are fixating on this one tweet. It seems like you really want to, like, again, do PR for Ben Shapiro. But let me explain to you. When you specifically highlight Israelis versus Arabs, which are two ethnic groups, and then you say that Arabs like to blow things up and live in open sewage, to me, that is pretty hard to, it would be very, very irrational to stretch that out and say, oh, he's actually talking about the government officials, that it's the government officials who like to live in open sewage and not the people that he's talking about when he explicitly highlights two ethnic groups. Come on, this is ridiculous. Does anyone in the audience actually believe, like, you're playing a level of, I'm sorry, maybe this is an ad hom, but you're playing dumb is what it sounds like to me.
So any rational mind's going to interpret this tweet as saying that the Palestinians, the Arabs he's talking about, like to bomb people, as in shoot rockets into Israel, because that's the point. And that
why didn't he say rockets instead of bombs? I'm just asking. I'm wondering what's going on. Like, if you're talking about literalism,
what they're synonyms.
We do have to give Tom a chance to respond. Go ahead, Tom.
Like language.
Demon
English,
Mama, you did interrupt him, so that is fair for me to jump in here.
Okay, cool. So again, any rational mind is going to interpret this to mean that, oh, the Palestinians and Hamas who are launching rockets into Israel every day, Arabs like to shoot bombs. Like, pretty accurate statement there, referencing the Hamas and the Palestinians who like to attack Israel. And they like to live in sewage, referencing the bad healthcare system that the Palestinians the Palestinian government isn't doing anything about. This is clearly not about the personal preferences of the Arabs themselves. No, this is not clearly remotely about that. This is contrasting the two governments. He's literally saying this is an easy choice because when he's talking about the choice between who should you support, Israel or should you support Palestine. Israel provides healthcare. Palestine doesn't. The context of the tweet is clearly obvious. Like, the fact that you can't see this is baffling to me.
I strongly disagree with your prescription here. I think that you are granting a almost comical amount of undue, I wouldn't even call this charitability. You're just lying about what was being said. You're reading into his words a very convenient narrative to your viewpoint while also showing that you actually agree with him about these sentiments. And I think that's very clear to everyone watching. I don't really know if we can go much further back and forth on this particular topic. You've already shown that you agree with his sentiment and that you don't think that there's any possible way. Well, you've actually contradicted yourself. You've said you do believe it's possible for people to rationally conclude that that is racist. And then you've also said, but they would be stupid for doing so. And so I don't know, like, it sounds to me like, I don't know. It sounds to me like you're more interested in doing defense for Ben Shapiro than actually coming to any truth on this particular matter. I could be wrong, but personally, I think what was said there is racist. And I do think that regardless of whether Ben Shapiro's individual tweet is racist or not, that as a general rule, websites like Twitter, YouTube, and also the denizens of college campuses have every right to use their free speech to push back on potentially dangerous or harmful people coming on there. Now, do I think there are some examples that are extreme? Sure, but we haven't really discussed any of those. And in fact, you've sort of spent your time here defending one of the most extreme and clear-cut examples of obvious racism and violation of the TOS in the name of what? I don't know, trying to say that, like, I don't know. Again, I'll leave this one up for the audience to determine whether they think that your statements about Arabs are reasonable or not racist. But I have a feeling that a lot of people are going to recognize that that is a racist statement. Whether you agree with it or whether you agree with the racist statement or not, it is nonetheless a racist statement. And I can only hope that, like, people aren't as dishonest as the way that you've been framing it, because I really don't feel like that is an honest analysis of this tweet. And I don't think that if you were to read any other tweet from anyone else who wasn't Ben Shapiro, who you seem to have come on here to defend, that you would come to the same conclusions.
Yeah, I just think pretty much your entire position is completely delusional. If you look at Ben Shapiro's work, he's specifically talked about this issue a lot. This is not something he's quiet about. He specifically said the things I've said many times. And if we were just to ask him, what did you mean by this tweet? My interpretation or yours? I'm willing to bet a large sum of money. I'm going to be the one right here. I'm the one who's giving him the charitable interpretation.
Actually, if I'm not mistaken, he actually spoke about this tweet and he made an apology for this tweet because he said that it was racist in his own words. And apologized for it.
Definitely, you can interpret it as racist, but I think his intention, what he meant by it, wasn't at all.
Well, but even he disagrees with you. So this is where I've revealed the information that you didn't expect.
Don't interrupt. Stop. Don't interrupt. He apologized because his intention was not racist, and it came across as racist because he made a mistake in the way that he phrased it. So you made the error here. You called him racist when he wasn't, just because of his poor use of language, which is exactly the issue when people deplatform because of just careless language that you interpret as racist.
I'm sorry. I should be clear. If somebody just because somebody apologizes for something doesn't necessarily mean that they didn't do harm with the language that they chose. But hey, guess what? If somebody goes onto Twitter and tweets at me, I am going to kill you tomorrow night, and then they later go, but I was just kidding, haha. That doesn't mean that they didn't do something that's in violation of the TOS. Your position here is ridiculous. You've basically projected onto Ben Shapiro the idea that he didn't actually mean it. And they've also assumed that his apology is 100% good, that there was no harm done by the words that he said. And even he admitted that the words that he chose, whether they misled people or whether they accomplished what he wanted, and he's just, trying to save face PR, given that he's literally a professional rhetorician, that this statement, the language used, was very, very bad. Let's put it that way. In his own words. So I just don't know where you're coming from on this, except for to say that you're now bending over backwards to continue defending Ben Shapiro, and for what? I don't understand.
I don't, just not like even talking about the same points I'm talking about. I don't care about Ben Shapiro. That's not the point here. The point is that you applying an evil narrative or an evil intention.
I didn't apply an evil narrative.
It's racist.
All right. No, I stated interrupting. Well,
sorry. I thought this was a relatively fine back and forth. I just wanted to say right there, like, I never stated that's my conclusion. I also stated that it was reasonable that other people would come to that conclusion. I was very careful walking into this to discuss this from a position of trying to remove my own perspective or be clear about my own bias. I do believe that that is a racist statement, but I also understand that many other people would conclude that, and that even if other people don't think it is, that the fact that so many people would conclude that means that it's probably a valid and eligible example of something that should be deplatformed.
Right. Now, I'd say that's a mistake. I'd say that interpreting the words in a racist way, even if it was carelessly spoken, is an error if you don't put it in the context, which is clearly not racist. Like the context was not racist if you understood what he was saying, and you can ask him to clarify that, ask him to apologize for that. That's fine. And banning someone because they said words that you interpret as racist is wrong. Like, clearly, if they said something like, I'm going to kill you or something, like, yes, clearly that's bad. Words that can clearly be interpreted as not racist and are specifically about a contextualized point, no, you shouldn't ban people for that. That's not correct.
Okay. But recognize again that Ben Shapiro himself, as far as I know, issued an apology for this tweet because it was racist, because he chose words that made that quite clear that that's what it is. So I just don't agree with this seemingly impossible nebulous standard that seems only to justify not getting rid of people who make racist statements when they do. And sorry, but I think that platforms I believe that platforms have the right to remove someone who's making their space toxic. I believe that students have the right to push for the Grand Dragon of the KKK or Ben Shapiro or anyone to not come on. And if there's a majority of those students who conclude that that's fair, I think that's perfectly fair, well within their freedom, the freedom of speech of themselves, the freedom of self-determination of the college. Yeah.
Given that, let's see. So what we'll do is, given that Demon Mama had the opening statement, Tom will give you a really short wrap up, and then we'll jump into the Q&A.
Yeah, my standard is apply the principle of charity. It's not really a vague standard.
This one coming in from, thanks for your questions, folks, Beef Wellington. Do want to remind you folks, our guests are linked in the description. We do appreciate our guests, as the guests are the lifeblood of the channel. And so You can find their links below so you can hear more from them regarding this issue and many others. So jumping into the question and answer, Beef Wellington, thanks for your question, said deplatforming someone only further radicalizes them. It removes them from civil discourse and runs them underground and forces them into echo chambers, making it worse.
I disagree with that claim. While yes, it usually does, the individual who is deplatformed usually does go to like a smaller or quieter place. The idea that it will only have bad outcomes is not reflected in reality. In fact, that was what I had prepared for us to talk about today. I have an entire document discussing the deplatforming of two particularly controversial figures, both Nick Fuentes and Milo Yiannopoulos, both of whom indeed have moved to more extreme platforms, but their reach has been diminished so greatly that only their most rabid fans still follow them. In fact, it is so drastic that I could go on about this for an hour about Milo Yiannopoulos specifically, how he was going on campus after campus after campus pre-deplatforming, and then after many of his absolutely atrocious statements about, and I'm sorry to have to bring up this term even, but child sexual abuse, when those statements were made public, he basically lost not only most of his websites, but since then has been removed from almost every platform. His reach is incredibly, incredibly diminished, and I would argue for relatively good reason. And in fact, the places that he used to inhabit putting out these horrible opinions are much cleaner as a result. We don't have a YouTube where somebody is going out advocating in favor of child sexual abuse, which Milo Yiannopoulos did do, and I think that's a fine thing. I think it's fine for that platform not to have him on there.
Gotcha. And this one coming in from Sunflower says, Demon Mama, the act of banning people has existed online forever. The word quote unquote deplatform was not even used in online circles until recently.
Okay. Yeah, deplatforming is not just banning. There are many forms of deplatforming. That was literally my opening statement. Deplatforming comes in many forms. In some cases, a ban could be one of them, but there are many different ways of deplatforming someone. To provide a specific example to this question, the person asking this question, well, a perfect example of this is, say, a college campus that after polling its students concludes that someone would be dangerous to have on campus, saying, sorry, we're not giving you a speaking deal because it wouldn't be good for our students. That's another form of deplatforming. Deplatforming is a broad term. This is pretty well recognized.
This next one from Beef Wellington says, social media is the new public square, and trusting billionaire tech oligarchs to decide the fate of public discourse is a dangerous path to go down.
I would agree with you. I would agree with you 100% on that. I don't trust unaccountable tech oligarchs as the answer. However, that doesn't mean that I think that they shouldn't have the right to curate their spaces. I think we need a better solution. I believe that some form of publicly owned social media alternatives would be a very, very good start to begin with that. But as it stands right now, as much as people want social media to be the new public square, it's not there yet. And I do agree with you that I strongly agree. I'm hugely critical of these corporations. I spend all kinds of time talking about this on my channel. I myself have suffered a very unfair ban at the hands of YouTube, which was thankfully resolved. But I think I agree with you that tech oligarchs commanding this is not good, but that is the state of the world as it is. And we're talking about a different issue. I do agree that's a problem, but we don't fix it by saying that you can't take people who are doing racism off your platform. Sorry.
Gotcha. Decepticons Forever, thanks for your question. Comment says, Cosby was taken off the air even though his show wasn't intrinsically harmful media. The creator was just unsavory for the networks.
Yeah, that happens. And there are some examples where I would say that somebody being taken off the air is fair, and there are some examples where I think it's not fair. Yeah, I don't think you can make a generalization because of Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby is one such example. I mean, what Bill Cosby did was very upsetting to many people. And I mean, if you look at the history of his show was mostly kids television. So a lot of people concluded, hey, maybe we shouldn't have this guy who's being accused of multiple rapes and has now been convicted, I think, of 2 of them, that he probably shouldn't be running a bunch of kids shows. I don't know. That doesn't seem too unreasonable to me. But there are some examples of unreasonable times. But again, those are individual examples that we could discuss if we wanted to.
Gotcha. And Oliver Catwell, thanks for your super chat. Said one should neither debate nor deplatform the question of hitting that like button. Please do. If you enjoyed this debate tonight, folks, if it was a fun one, which I think this was a juicy and fun one, we really do appreciate our guests. Please do hit that like, especially if you want to see another one of this same topic or these same debaters, as we are excited about the future. And we have a lot of juicy debates coming up. Beef Wellington, thanks for your question. Said, what's to stop the government from labeling criticism against it as quote unquote hate speech and using social media as a tool to silence dissent?
I mean, there's a lot that would stop them. I mean, in America, we have constitutional protections from that. The government can't declare criticism as hate speech because we have a constitutional process that would prevent those laws from being enforced and carried out. Obviously, our constitutional process isn't perfect, but that is one of the things that would prevent it. I think that's not... Again, I don't think that government censorship is the same issue as deplatforming. They're not the same. I do think that perhaps the government could participate in deplatforming, but there would need to be evidence of that. As far as we know, the U.S. government doesn't even have that much of a say with regard to social media. For example, we know that enemies of the U.S. still have their platforms on Twitter. Like literally, like terrorist leaders have had their platform on Twitter for some reason, which I think is a criticism of Twitter, but we know that the U.S. government doesn't have some sort of like secret control over Twitter. We have a pretty robust system of freedom of speech, and I'm thankful for that.
Gotcha. And this next one coming in from Steven Steen says, I love James. Thank you, Steven. And Baran Van G says, Demon Mamas, do we throw people? I don't understand this question, but maybe either of you will get it in terms of the context and what it refers to from the debate. He said, do we throw people off of a rooftop for being gay in North America or Europe?
That sounds like I'm sorry to do this, but that sounds like they're trying to make a reference to like a racist stereotype about some countries. I don't know. Yeah, I mean, Matthew Shepard died in America, so I mean, we're not exactly the best place ever on gay rights. I'm sure we're better than other places, but no place is perfect, and some places are way worse than others. Right now in America, all over the country, there are states that are pushing to unban conversion therapy, which is torture. So I don't know. I think that people should perhaps be a little bit more informed on this issue before trying to make sort of like dog whistles or stereotypes about other countries.
I can't remember. That issue didn't come up during the debate, did it?
I don't think it did. No.
And I didn't think so. Bob Loblong, thanks for your comments. That Demon Mama is correct rhetorically. I'm skeptical though. Gotcha. Well, they think you're correct. Just everybody's a critic, I tell you. Don't worry.
Yeah, it's true.
I get my share. Tony, thanks for your question, said, what? I want to be able to stop people from speaking because my fifis. What? Okay. Yeah, sorry that I even read that. Baran Manji, you guys, okay. Baran Manji says, I don't care how racist he is. Freedom of speech. The racist should get his time to speak.
Okay. I mean, they get their time to speak, but freedom of speech doesn't mean entitlement to a platform. Twitter owns their platform for better or worse, and they can decide if they want racists screaming on their platform. And as it turns out, they don't, because it makes their platform terrible. So yeah, but there's nothing stopping that racist from walking around and being racist or talking on his back porch about his racism. But when he goes into an online establishment like Twitter, which is owned by Twitter, again, for better or worse, where you fall on that whole thing is not related to this question. They have a right to say, we don't want racism on here. I mean, remember, at the end of the day, they have to run a site and their users need to be happy with the site. As it turns out, there's a lot of people who aren't white that use Twitter. And if there's lots of racism on there, they might not use Twitter. So Twitter has decided they don't want racism on there. I don't know what the big deal is.
Gotcha. And this one coming in from Ron Nakedness says, allegedly, this is a quote from Ben Shapiro. What does Tom think of this Shapiro quote? Quote, if you wear your pants below your butt, Don't bend the brim of your cap and have an EBT card. You have a 0% chance you'll ever be successful in life.
I don't understand what most of that means, but I think it's a generalization that if you don't dress in accordance with society, then you probably are less likely to get a job. I don't know what an EBT card is.
Gotcha. This one coming in from Actual Socialist Trash. My favorite name. It says, not much to say today. Love you, Demon Mama. Like and sub to Modern Day Debate for pics of James in a mankini. Those yet to come. And Baron Von G says, Demon Mama sounds... Let's see. They said, Demon Mama, I don't like what you... Therefore... Okay. Yeah, so we're looking for more substantive questions, folks. P. Barnes says, if theoretically Shapiro was trying to generalize in the tweet, how would he have written it differently?
Oh, is that for me? Or
I don't think so. I think that's for me.
Okay.
So he could have written it the exact same way with that intention, but the goal is that if you can interpret it to be the other way and he didn't intend it, then it would be wrong to ban him. So if there is a context in which like he was a KKK member or something and said that, then you put it in context. I mean, he probably was trying to be racist, and in case it would be justified to remove him. If the context means it was just bad phrasing and his intention was not to be racist, then it would be wrong to try to ban him for that.
Gotcha. And this question coming in from Beef Wellington says, deplatforming always leans in the left-leaning political person's favor. Terms of service are vaguely defined and arbitrarily enforced. Lefty mobs violate the same rules, such as doxing and harassment, and don't get banned by Twitter. Social media bias is obvious.
I'm glad. It's nice that you feel that way, but that's simply not true. And I would challenge you to produce any evidence, any actual meaningful evidence that that's the case. In fact, the latest study, one that I was just reading the other day, and admittedly I haven't finished reading yet because I haven't had time. But the latest study on this actually proves that social media still has a bias against left-wing people. A great example of this, as an anecdote, is that I am a trans woman, and every single video that I post that has the word trans in it or talks about trans issues gets demonetized immediately. So that's just an anecdotal one, and the current research seems to say the opposite, but you're entitled to feel whatever you want.
Gotcha. And this question coming in from Brandon says, middle guy, best guy. I don't know who that is. That me? I don't know, but thank you for your kind words. They say, love you, James. So I don't know what you mean by middle, but nonetheless, Will Stewart, thank you for your question. Says, Demon Mama, how can saying, quote, Arab be racist when it isn't an ethnic group? Is saying North Americans, quote unquote, racist?
I mean, we all know that like this is a very, very pedantic quote. Like, yeah, technically it is an ethnic or a regionalist prejudice, but we all know what it means. We know that people refer to racial groups when they use terms like that. Like, this is just, you're just being pedantic. Like, we all know that this is the case. Like, that's not like a particularly serious question. Like, that's like being like, I don't know, if somebody went on a rant about like a horrifying rant about like Italian people or French people, that it's like, oh, that can't be discriminatory because it's nationalist instead of racist. We know what's being talked about. Like, this is just, you're just splitting hairs.
Gotcha. And this question coming in from Oliver Catwell, comment more so, says, though not a fan, I respect that Ben Shapiro publishes a list of quote unquote dumb stuff I've ever done, which includes the Arab tweet in question. Then, looking at other questions, Baron Von G, this might be something you've, roughly speaking, addressed, Demon Mama, so let me know otherwise if you want to respond. It said, even if Shapiro is racist, he still has the right of freedom of speech. And what are we going to censor next if we censor what Shapiro had said? He's a racist, so what?
I mean, again, I don't think that this is an example of like government censorship. I think that's like just patently false to make that claim, that equivalency. These are very different things. And who knows? Like, I don't think that it's a matter of censorship. I think that it's a matter of a company and a community that uses that company's product having a right to speak on their own. Again, Ben Shapiro will always have his right to free speech. It's just that just because you have a right to free speech doesn't mean that you're entitled to every single platform. There are many quote unquote pro free speech websites. You can still post on 4chan if you want to. There's all kinds of places you can say those things. It's just that like we acknowledge that like there's lots of places that aren't appropriate for that type of discussion. And as it turns out, Twitter doesn't think that it's appropriate for that type of discussion. You could take it elsewhere. You're not entitled to, like, Twitter shouldn't be legally required to allow you to go on a racist screed just because you want to. Like, it's their website, and there's a community of people who use that who might not want to see it. I mean, that's like kind of saying that, like just because you play guitar, that you should be entitled to play Madison Square Garden. That's absurd. They get to choose who gets to play at Madison Square Garden. Yeah, sorry.
Gotcha. And this one coming in from Will Stewart said, Demon Mama, if I see Germans like to have good social programs, but North Americans like to eat sewage like McDonald's, would that be wrong?
I mean, I think it would be very stereotypical and prejudiced, yeah. I mean,
Gotcha,
I don't know. Like, what do you want? Like, I don't know. Like, okay. Yeah, it would be stupid.
This one coming in from Super K Pill says, Demon Mama, do Ben Shapiro's intentions matter at all in that tweet or any others? If he didn't mean to come off racist and apologized, doesn't that count for something?
I think it could, but I don't think it does for the purposes of this conversation. Like, intent is, of course we always consider intent, but you can never know intent. And if somebody is like displaying a gross negligence towards the reason, like the responsibility of their messaging, I think that platform has a right to just be like, yeah, you might not have meant it that way, but you said some pretty bad stuff. Like, I mean, I don't know, maybe my racist uncle was trying to be very, very nice when he said the N-word multiple times. But I think that most people would reasonably conclude that that's not the case, and that even if he was meaning it nicely, that it wasn't appropriate for the space that he was in, and Twitter has the right to do that as well.
Gotcha. This one coming in from Chris Chalice says, TJump, terms like sewage dweller are not literal. Dirty rat doesn't mean the target is literally a rodent with cleanliness issues.
Obviously. I mean, the point there was that Ben's intention was not to be racist. He didn't intend to be racist. I don't think he is racist. I think that was a generalization, just a careless usage of the term, which is why he apologized for it and admitted it was a mistake, because his intention there was simply to characterize Palestinian Hamas governments, and he just did it carelessly, which is why I don't think it would be okay to ban him. I think intention does matter, and if you can read into it that there was a reason or intention there that was not racist, then it would be wrong to ban them. It would just be like, okay, you made a mistake. Give maybe like a temporary ban. Sure. Okay. I'd be fine with that. But just banning them outright because of a clearly not intentioned racist statement would be not a good thing to do.
Gotcha. This one coming in from Joashim West. Thanks for your super sticker. And Bubblegum Gun, thanks for your question, who said corporations and the state are not independent. They often work together. You are admitting conspiracy to silence quote unquote hate speech for a political end.
I think that's a ridiculous claim, and is well out of the context of this particular conversation. If you have examples where you can show that the government, I mean, I think that there are examples of the government and corporations working together, but you have to be able to substantiate that, right? Like, you can't just make a claim and say that. Like, I would say that, for example, regulatory capture is a great example of corporations working with the government and working together against certain people in our country. Regulatory capture can be verified. You can point at it with examples. I can't think of any examples or any evidence that like the government has been telling Twitter to not allow racism. Like, I think that Twitter just came to that conclusion on their own based on talking to their users. So, like, I mean, I do agree there are times where governments and corporations work together, but you got to have evidence if you're going to make a claim. You can't just, like, I don't know, vaguely conspiracy post.
Gotcha. And this one coming in from Super K Pill says, Demon Mama, are you for free speech or do you want hate speech laws?
I mean, of course I support free speech, but everyone wants some limits on free speech. There's no such thing as a free speech absolutist. No one is, not even the most extreme ones, not even like the most extreme free speech people I can think of. And so I do support free speech, but I think that there are examples of certain types of advocacy that could probably be reasonably evidenced as being harmful. Like, for example, I think that like if you're going out and you're giving speeches that are inciting direct violence against a group of people, I think it's perfectly fine for us as a society to go, hey, that's like not okay. This is, yeah, technically we're giving up some of our free speech, but the ability of somebody to go, or like the ability of individuals of a minority group to like live their lives without fear of getting like a hate mob incited on them outweighs the benefit of like letting somebody be able to incite a hate mob. Like, I think that there are reasonable and I think a lot of people do scaremongering on this. I just think there's a lot of ways that you can make reasonable free speech laws that are designed specifically to protect free speech while outlawing the most ridiculous and violent and horrible forms of speech that we all agree are bad.
Gotcha. And quick comments that you guys might want to respond to. If you don't want to, you don't have to. Bubblegum Gun says, the First Amendment is a scam, just like the Second.
Interesting.
And then Excuse Me But is their name. And they said, love this debate topic. Do it again. So glad you enjoyed it. And want to remind you, our guests are linked in the description. We appreciate them. And folks, want to remind you, as always, want to encourage you to attack the arguments, not the person. And that, folks, sometimes when I see people buck up against that idea, I'm like baffled that some people, I mean, I hope it's obvious that when you attack the person, people are probably going to assume that it's because you can't attack the arguments in a strong way. And so I just can't fathom how it's a really small percent. So I do want to say thank you to the 99% of you in the chat who are actually polite and reasonable. And so to the rest of you, we will destroy you. Super K-Pill, thanks for your question, says, Demon Mama says, we got that one. Super K-Pill says, TJump, do you agree that social media companies have the right to ban whoever they want?
Yes, unfortunately. I'm definitely for private property, but I do think there should be some kind of government oversight that makes some kind of regulatory thing that makes it that they can't just ban anybody they want. I would like that. I don't know what that would mean, but it is currently legal and they do have that right.
Gotcha. And juicy one from Sarah Jenkins, who says, Harris said, deplatforming is bad for society. Shermer and Harris explain why, though they think media oligarchs should step up their game. Each of your thoughts?
I don't know.
Yeah, I agree with their positions.
I don't know. I don't know what that's referencing.
Flamenco TV said deplatforming panders to, I can't even understand your sentence. No offense. Posadas John says, actually, given the context and how Israel prevents Palestine from improving by bombing and keeping them locked in an open-air prison, the tweet is racist.
I personally do agree with that sentiment, Posadas John. I do agree that there is multiple layers to the badness of that tweet. But admittedly, that's neither really here nor there for the purpose of this conversation. But yes, personally, I do agree with that.
Hessa, thank you for your question, said bigotry and prejudice is bad. Defending it is weird and enabling it. Allowing anything but crime benefits racists, etc., by equating hate with the First Amendment.
I think there's some truth to that statement as well. We have to, in making any society, in organizing ourselves in any society, it is a simple fact that there's a lot of give and take in building a functioning society. And sometimes we have to recognize that if we allow Nazis to freely advocate for violence or freely advocate for persecution of, say, Jewish people, that means that Jewish people who live in our country will not have the freedom that they're entitled by the rest of our Constitution. So yeah, I do agree with that sentiment in some ways. I think we have to measure these things carefully. I do think freedom of speech is important, but I think that there are reasonable limits that we should acknowledge and look at.
Gotcha. And Tony Naduski says, Demon Mama, I think that basically it said repeating "we know what they meant," quote unquote, seems like you're kind of, you could say imbuing their intentions with your kind of own statements. I think they're trying to say that, do you in any way, they're kind of trying to challenge you in saying that we know what they meant is.
Oh, I think that's in reference to my answer to the previous question about whether it's possible to be, whether it was the right choice of word to say racist when they were targeting Arabs, which is like a broad national and ethnic group. I think that this is just pedantry. What I mean is that, like, when somebody is talking about a broad group of people, if you say it's racist versus it's prejudiced is splitting hairs. So I don't think that you've added anything to that previous question. I never said about Ben Shapiro that we know what they mean. In fact, I was very careful to present about Ben Shapiro the fact that people could interpret it either way, but a lot of people, because of the words that were chosen, are going to interpret it in a specific way, including, once again, Ben Shapiro himself. So, yeah.
Gotcha. Will Stewart says, TJump, if 100 million people call themselves Arabs, both black and white and multiple other ethnic groups, their source, they say, is the University of Pennsylvania, is it a racial statement?
Not if the intention was to not be racist. No, that's kind of the point, is the intention. Can it be interpreted both ways? Yes. But the rational way to interpret it is to look at the intention and the context. So that's what I think matters. The context matters.
Gotcha. Bubblegum Gun says, big tech and government positions are a rotating door. You admitting to regulatory capture admits that you know there is no such thing as free speech under mixed economies.
I disagree. I disagree. I think that's a totally different conversation than what we're having here, though. I disagree with their analysis there. I mean, yes, obviously we know there are huge issues with government corruption, but that the idea that, like, just because there's government corruption, that means every single conspiracy theory that you dream up is automatically true is silly. That's silly. That's a silly position. You have to provide evidence for the things that you're claiming. And yes, indeed, there are examples of regulatory capture. There are indeed examples of corruption, but provide evidence for that. Don't just say things vaguely because you're mad.
Gotcha. Baron Vanji says, freedom of speech means all platforms. Once you decide a topic is taboo, you can just switch topics at any time. What if they decide that transgender is designated as taboo?
I have no idea what that sentence means.
Gotcha. I'm not sure either.
Can you say it
And this
again?
one, huh?
Could you read it again?
They had said freedom of speech means all platforms. So I think maybe they're trying to say that if you have real freedom of speech, according to the First Amendment, then you'd be able to see what you want on all platforms.
Like freedom of speech would apply to private corporations and private property kind of a thing?
I think that's what they're saying, which I know, Demon Mama, you disagree with.
Of course, yeah. I mean, I think that's ridiculous. If you say you're a free speech absolutist, I don't think you've thought about your positions long enough. I mean, under your argument, the idea that you're free to say whatever you want whenever you want means that you would support people being able to make, I don't know, like fake manuals on how to operate your lawnmower that would result in your lawnmower blowing up on you and killing you, and that would be perfectly legal. Come on, this is ridiculous. This is no person who's really thought through their position is going to come to that conclusion. That's silly.
They also said once you decide a topic is taboo, you can just switch it at any time. Namely, you can, I think they're saying it's based on someone's whim now. Like, it's arbitrary. They can just, what if they soon say that transgender is a taboo as well?
Oh, I mean, it already is, and I know that firsthand. So, I mean, you made an attempt, but like it literally already is taboo, and we deal with that. And the way that we deal with that is by pointing out that, like, hey, like, there are some things that are worthy of being against, and there's some things that are not. For example, we do this all the time. We make ethical distinctions. This is like, I don't know, this is like a morally, this feels like a trolling question almost, because it's like we decide things that are good and bad all the time. I think that there is no good argument for why we should treat trans people like myself with a horrific taboo, because that's ridiculous. But we probably should treat Nazis with a bit of societal taboo because they advocate for killing a lot of people. They advocate for ethnostates, and those are bad things. This is you're vaguely referencing at the fact that humans conclude that some things are good and some things are bad, and some things aren't bad, and whatever. Like, yeah, okay.
Gotcha. And this one from Flamenco TV says, deplatforming panders to those who are kind of wanting to carry out their own agenda. Is there, so I know that as a blanket statement, obviously, Demon Mama, you disagree with that. I think Tom would probably even largely disagree with that. But I'm curious, like, are there any cases in which people actually are trying to deplatform for their own kind of some sort of narcissistic, you know, like they only think their own view? And this could be on either side of the political.
Oh yeah,
trying
definitely.
to say that it's either.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've been the target of such things like that. I mean, I've had my like the last, like, I don't know, maybe like 2 months ago for like a 4-month stretch, there was somebody who was constantly advocating that I be deplatformed. Fortunately for myself and for many others, I didn't do anything worthy of being deplatformed, and also their arguments sucked. So yeah, I mean, people can advocate for whatever they want, but we can do that anyway. Like, anybody can say that. It's people's right to advocate for it. And if I was going around, you know, making horrifically racist statements, and some people decided, hey, you're really racist and you're violating the YouTube TOS, and they wanted to report me for that, that would be well within their right. The thing is, I haven't violated their YouTube TOS, and I haven't said anything virulently racist. So yeah, I don't know what the question is getting at. Some people, like, if you do something and people get mad at you, they might succeed in convincing other people that you didn't do it something right. That's part of free speech. Yeah.
Gotcha. And this one coming in, I know we're coming up to the 2-hour mark, so we're going to wrap up pretty quick here, but let's see. Bubblegum Gun said, you're just saying government is language laundering.
What?
I don't understand it either.
Okay.
But Rumpley Depew says, TJump DM, Demon Mama, can we agree that public universities deplatforming speakers because of threats from opposing views and bending to the wishes of a majority student group over a minority group is a First Amendment violation and tyranny?
I don't know if I'd go so far as to say something like tyranny, but yeah, that sounds pretty bad. If you have, like, for example, and this has happened many, many times in the past, like, say, for example, you have like a gay person who's going on a campus to talk about their experiences being gay, and a Christian group comes in and protests the shit out of it. Well, they have a right to protest. I think that's a bad example of deplatforming, and I could make a case for why it's a bad example of deplatforming. Like I said, I don't think I said this very clearly at the beginning. I don't think all forms of deplatforming are automatically valid, but deplatforming is just a set of tactics. We have to analyze whether it's being used. That's like being like, I don't know, like, deplatforming is like a hammer. You can use a hammer for good things. You can use a hammer for bad things. It's just about how you use it.
Gotcha. And want to let you know, folks, at Modern Day Debate, we are a neutral platform. We welcome you from all walks of life, whether you be Christian, atheist, gay, straight, black, white, Republican, Democrat, you name it. We are glad you are here, and we hope you feel welcome. So we're going to wrap up, but want to remind you that our guests are linked in the description. We really do appreciate our guests. And so again, folks, want to remind you, as always, attack the arguments, not the person. And thank you so much to TJump and Demon Mama for being here with us. It's been a true pleasure to have you.
Absolutely.
I got to tell you, people have really, a lot of positive feedback. People have said that this is the best debate we've had in a while.
Damn.
And I agree, this has been phenomenal. So thank you so much, TJump and Demon Mama.
Yeah, no problem. Yeah. And if any of you out there feeling like you want to ask me some further questions about my positions or whatever, feel free to come by my website, demonmama.com. I always do Q&A afterwards. James, thank you so very much for coming on. And Tom, thanks for going up against me today.
Yep. Thanks, Demon Mama. Glad to have you on. Happy to talk with you. And thanks, James, for hosting as always.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. I will be back in a moment, folks, with a post-credit scene on upcoming debates like this one you see on the bottom right of your screen. So stick around, and I'll be back in just a sec.
Bye, everyone.
See ya. Thanks. Talk to you later.
Thank you so much. I hope you guys have a great night. Let me know if you'd like a copy of this debate. I can send it to you. Feel free to upload it whenever you want. Like, if you want to do it tomorrow, that's totally cool. And also, if you have any extra links you'd like me to add to the description, let me know. We want to be sure you get plenty of exposure. So,
thank you.
Yep.
Bye.
Thank you. Take care.
All right, everybody. I need to use the restroom very badly. So I'm going to go do that. Nobody's gonna leave. You all are gonna chill and talk with each other, and I'm gonna put on some chill ass tunes for you to listen to, okay? We're gonna listen to some calming music. I'm gonna go use the restroom. I'm gonna come back and we're gonna hit the content, okay? Because we got some fucking content. I've been thinking of things and we're gonna talk. I'm also going to be open for questions, concerns, etc., etc. Mods, please keep an eye out if people want to debate me or talk to me. We can open up for that sort of thing in a second, but I really need to use the restroom. So 1 second. We're going to put on some music and then I'm going to run over to the restroom and I'll be back. Here we go. Enjoy the music while we chill. Okay? Burb. BRB. Be good and don't go anywhere. Make sure you like and subscribe. Burb. to. I'm back. I'm back, everybody. Holy shit, Vaush hit 120K? Jesus Christ. Holy shit. That's fucking amazing. Well, that was an interesting conversation. What did you all think? Did you all like that? I like that. I have a question. In free and liberal societies such as our own, in principle or practice, do you believe all people deserve universal rights? Do you think Nazis, for example, should have their rights curtailed, or should they get the same rights as everyone else? I mean, okay, I'll talk to them in a second. I think that in general, basic human rights should be entitled to everyone, regardless of the horribleness of your opinions. But that is a complicated question, because I think that if you're actively engaging in like Nazi recruiting, that's probably a good reason to curtail some of your rights, but I think it's very complicated. Very complicated. Oh, you like my neck piece? Thank you. This was made by Lonnie, who you can see right here. There we go. Right there. Illumilani Vintage. Here you go. I'll copy it over. And if you want to get your own version, this is a unique one-of-a-kind one, however. But you can get your own inspired versions. Thank you so much. Don't forget the context. Oh, I think that was very, very silly. A lot of those arguments were just obviously like, I feel like he was playing dumb. Honestly, I don't think he was prepared. But I think that this debate is a perfect example of how much better I've gotten at debate over the couple of months. And by the way, this debate should be proof that I do listen to feedback, because I kept myself very calm in this entire debate. Very calm. Very calm. So don't ever say I don't listen to fucking Vaush or any of those people. Everybody's told me this and I've taken it to heart. Yep. I've gotten even better. That was a great one. That was a good debate, I think. I looked pretty bad faith. Everybody thinks that. Yeah, I don't know what his argument really was. He literally contradicted himself in his opening statement. Thank you so much, Holic Master. That's TJump's MO. If you see him talk to Vaush, you can lead him to water, but he refuses to drink. Yeah, he just would not acknowledge the conclusions of his own logic. Like, I pinned him by his own logic. That was my point. I met him on his terms, and he didn't even stand up to his own standards. He just had incoherent positions, in my opinion. All right, let's do this debate. Let's do this debate, eh? Let's do this debate, huh? All right, I'll get into the debate room, and anybody can bring in whoever wants to argue with me. Bring him in whenever. Yeah, it's a SpongeBob wallet meme. This is not a marijuana. This is just a clove cigarette. Very, very low on tobacco. Mostly just cloves. All my herbs and stuff arrived. I'll be able to roll one later. No, it isn't. I don't smoke weed on stream. I don't. Not because I don't want to, but, well, okay, it is because I don't want to. It's because I get nervous. I get too nervous when I smoke a weed. Oh, thank you. Wait, what's in it? A whole bunch of herbs and a little tiny bit of tobacco. And then I have my own that I'm going to be rolling soon. When you smoke a weed. When I smoke a weed, I smoke off stream. SpongeBob was my shit. Hey, thank you so much, Glooby. I really appreciate that. Yeah, smoking's going to be a regular event on streams, but specifically because I've got my own herbal mix that's very light on my lungs, and it really helps me control my ADHD. Yeah, these have a very tiny amount of tobacco in them, yeah. Very little. Oh, holy shit. That's incredible, Mongo. Maybe Glooby. Yeah, go for it. Somebody said they wanted to debate me, but I don't know if they're going to show up. That's fair, Trans Girl Lily. It's healthy to not do it. Jarum specials are better than Jarum black. Yeah, but I can't get Jarum specials around here. That's why I'm making my own. I'm rolling my own going forward. I have all the stuff I need. I don't want to be dumb and, oh, they pussied out? Oh, okay. Specials are the ones that look like normal cigarettes. These ones are like cigars. Yeah, I know. I said that like 4 times. He just kept he kept resetting down the same path. He kept like resetting. I don't know. Oh, that's too bad. Well, if anybody else wants to debate, we'll make it happen. What's in my mix? I'll be able to tell you in a bit. I can roll it up a bit. Yeah, I don't know why he was so sweaty. Look, maybe his room is hot, okay? Listen. Hey, hell yeah, Wake and Jake. Happy. Yeah, thank you. Here's to more growth. Here we go. Yeah, I'm hoping so. We lost some viewers afterwards, but hey, that's okay. Listen, that's okay. Yeah, I'm smoking a clove. That's what I do. That's what I do. I don't like smoking tobacco, so. Yeah, it is bad for vocal cords, but it probably is. But I have problems, so if it fucks up my vocal cords, it fucks up my vocal cords. Like, I don't know. Like, I scream all day, every day about politics. That's probably also bad for my vocal cords. Everything's a trade-off, yeah. I'm strongly avoiding tobacco, so I'm going to be smoking very light smoke to mostly deal with, I don't know, a lot of things. I'm very familiar with John Stuart Mill, by the way. Would you say that you would follow John Stuart Mill's approach on liberty, which is that living in a society means that people agree to limit some of their liberties in order to avoid harming other folks? Yes, that is generally my approach. I'm very well read on John Stuart Mill, believe it or not. Yeah. I have no idea, Ephemerald. No fucking clue. How did the debate go? I think it went well. I think that was a slam dunk. Like, I mean, I was very prepared for that debate. And yeah. Okay. Well, Ephemerald, if you have any guides, send them to me and I'll do it. I'm very proud of that debate. I think I did very good on that debate. Ephemerald, just DM me like a guide or something. I'll try and do that. I'm unironically trying. Yeah. I drink a lot of water. Yeah. I hope you aren't stressed, Mama, but honestly, you look good smoking a cig. Hey, thanks. I know I look good too, but I like where I look too. But I'm a little stressed. I will be completely honest. Yes, I'm gonna continue Resident Evil 8 soon. But yeah, we're just chilling after the stream panel right now. What was I gonna say? I have been stressed, of course, but I'm keeping it under control. I'm coping well. I have been stressed. I mean, guys, I'm not lying. Fucking covering Israel Palestine is incredibly stressful. Incredibly stressful. It was one of my best debates. Wow, thank you. I don't have a single favorite SpongeBob moment. I have too many. Hey, I'm glad you liked it. I'm glad that a lot of people liked it. We're going to do a bunch more stuff after this. I said that I was open for Q&A, but have I dropped by? Not yet, but I'm going to, Peter Chance. I'm going to. It's a lot, Lady Kelgana. But honestly, it's not as bad as last summer. I've gotten way better at it. Last summer, almost none of you followed me last summer. But last summer at about this time, I covered the protests, the George Floyd protests, and it was so much that I had to take a month off streaming. I took a month off of streaming, and because I was not doing well. But I'm doing much better now, and I've learned a lot from last summer on how to not overdo it. Like a lot. You've been, yeah, Devious, you have been. Devious has been here. Was it the research or the feedback? The research. I was watching protest streams constantly. It was so stressful. And I saw some very shocking things where I was like live streaming remotely while watching somebody near me's live stream while listening to the police scanner. It's wild. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what his position was there. It just seemed like he was kind of like mad. Again, it seemed like he was just mad that people are mean to Ben Shapiro, but okay. If there's protests this summer, I will be covering them, absolutely, but I will not be covering them to the same level of intensity because I cannot do that, but I will. Have I spoken with Dylan? Yes, I have. I have spoken with Dylan. And my phone is always open to Dylan, and we've talked a couple of times, so. Yeah, I feel you. I just became a follower of yours very recently, but I've been a fan of your debating for a bit. I remember when you were discussing your frustration of being a trans debater in the debate bro sphere. Whatever you're doing now, it's great. I love it. You don't need to change anything. Well, thank you, Peter Chance, but guess what? I'm going to keep improving. I'm going to keep getting better. Human Girl, do you like Destiny? Demon Mama? I have my problems with Destiny. Destiny hates my guts. Destiny hates my motherfucking guts. Yep. Why does he hate you? It's so random? No, it isn't. Go watch my debate with him and you'll find out why he hates me. Because that would have been a bad look, Meaty. Yeah, he really doesn't like me. No, Human Girl, he straight up said on a panel the other night, I hate your fucking guts. So, there you go. Hey, no problem, Pratt Strike. Happy to have you. That was the first debate you ever saw me? There you go. Oh, there's some Destiny fans. There's actually quite a few Destiny fans in my audience. It's just that Destiny doesn't like me so much that a lot of people just hate me automatically. There's actually quite a few people who also watch Destiny in my audience. It's fine. I do get under Destiny's skin like no one else. Don't really know why. Oh, thanks, Like a Faye. I appreciate that. No, it's all good. Was there a reason? We had a debate once, and I don't think it went the way he planned. You take that for whatever that means. I don't think it went the way he had it planned. I mean, that's fine, Lady Kalgana. His content's very different these days anyway. Yeah, his content's very different these days. So, whatever. I like some of his old stuff. I was never like a Destiny watcher, like ever, but I've watched some, I have seen some of his greatest stuff. I mean, who hasn't seen the JonTron debate, right? I don't know if he hated me before the debate. Maybe. Maybe Mixed Dizzy. I'm hardly the only one. I'm just probably the biggest one, right? Vaush was a huge Destiny fan. Yeah, Vaush was like a super fan. Vaush was in Destiny's chat for like 10 years. I wasn't, though. I was never a part of it. I never even had gone to DGG before like this year, I think. It's not my thing. How do you want to evolve? Like, Vaush has gotten calmer-ish over time. I view myself at getting clearer and doing more of like what I did today, where I set people up with their own logic and I follow it to its conclusions, and I make it clear to the audience how their logic makes no sense and mine makes more sense. That's one of my things. I want to become more tactical and more strategic in the longer run. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe if J-Derv uncorks his potential. No, not that type of tactical. Not that type of tactical, XE Ross. I actually think I'm pretty good at that. But the thing is like, it's interesting because today is one of the days where I finally got to debate on something that wasn't my own existence, you know? Most of my life, unfortunately, has been debating my own existence. You realize that? Like, it's actually absurd. Like... Yeah, like I've spent so much of my time. I enjoy the spice and bitchiness when deserved, but what real productive purpose does it serve going forward? The exact same that it always has, which is that it inspires the people I care about and it punishes the people who deserve to be punished. My spice and bitchiness is designed to give voice to the frustrations that many oppressed people have, and also to do so effectively. I did get him to go mask off. I was thinking very carefully about that. Thinking very carefully about that. What's the debate that I'm most disappointed with in my performance? Probably the Hippy Dippy Championship, because the stakes were the highest, and even though I still think I did well, I successfully got boxed out. So, I fucked up. I should have done better. Sucks, but a lot of people walked away really mad at me for that. So, I did something wrong. Well, I mean, I still think I did good, but... I still think I did good. I just don't... I think it was the one I was most disappointed in myself for. The stakes were the highest, and I didn't do the best that I could. So, I still think I did pretty good. I'm not disappointed. I'm not, like, I don't hate myself or anything for that. I mean, I hate myself, but I don't hate myself. I sometimes do. Oh, thank you. I was wondering. Thank you so much. Yeah, John, that was a mistake on my part. Maybe. Maybe, but I have to, but VM Draco, that's a reality of the challenge before me, you know? If I decide, if I'm going in to play hard mode, I gotta win in hard mode, even if it's not fair. Even if the AI gets to cheat, I still gotta find a way to win, right? Oh, thanks, Val9000. John, Burke. John Burke? John Birch? John Burke? John Burke? John Burke. Yeah, I don't know either, Mixed Dizzy, but I'd like to figure out how. He did have a crisis on stream while debating me. It was a bit strange. Burke. Today I was pretty... I talked the most today. I absolutely talked the most today, but that was because TJump's argument was... I don't know. Have you seen Vaush's video about talking about his harassment when he was in Destiny's community? No, I haven't. Or maybe I have and I just don't remember it. That's my goal, Jessica Metal. That's my goal. It's going great. It's going great, Jessica Metal. Yeah, I didn't really get his position. J-Derv is a regular debate troll. But he's fun. We like him. He's a debate troll, but he's fun, and we like him here, even though he's a debate troll. Yeah, I think that Vaush does a really good job with that sort of thing. Should I check in and see? Should I check in and see? Let's see if Vaush's server is all crowded up right now with people. Chris Raygun is on. Chris Raygun and YMS are on right now. Should I go on? Let's see if I can go in. Let's go check in and see what they're on. Let's check in on the Vaush and we'll see if I can get on with them. That'd be fun. Let's check. Hold on. How do I do this? Here we go. Vaush.gg. What are they up to? Are they having like an intense conversation? Let's check in.
Rated, I think, especially in first-person games. Like, I don't need... I was talking about this on Twitter, like, about Resident Evil. I really like the new Resident Evil, but, like, there are a lot of arbitrary scenes where Ethan crouches down and he slowly puts his hand in front of him to, like, lift a small wire above him so that you can cinematically walk to the other side of the gate, and it's just like... Can I just walk? You know? Like,
yeah, wait, didn't you? I saw you tweet that. You said you don't like the little mini cutscenes, right? The little hand cutscenes was what
Aren't
you
those
said.
like?
Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna pop in. This is a good time.
For loading screens.
I'm gonna hop in the waiting room here. Let's see if I can get in. I don't know if I'll be able to get in quite yet, but... Oh, I'm banned from DGG. I'm banned from the Reddit, everything. Let's see. Yeah, it'd be cool as fuck to hang out with them. Oh, I didn't mention the manifesto, the bullshit manifesto. I did go over it once. I didn't even put that video up. Maybe I should have. Maybe I should have put that video up. It's what, 7:30? Damn, Vaush has still got a long time to go, huh? My banned record? Yeah, I'm super banned everywhere. Fucking people hate my guts. It's okay. I mean, most people, I really feel like the hatred I get is completely unfair. Like, I know everybody's gonna say that, but I really do feel like it's unfair. There we go. We're just gonna chill here. Don't worry. We're just gonna chill. You banned me from the Roblox server? Oops. Sucks. Why do people hate me? Oh, long story there. Somebody ask on the Discord, Green Ghost, and people will tell you. I can't do it again. I can't maybe we'll do okay, buddy. Yeah, I mean, me too, the Socratic method. I agree. Like, the hate makes me feel crazy too. What's your guess on the final tally? I think it's going to be 200. I think it's going to be 200,000. I think it'll be 200,000 at least. Probably more like 250 is my guess, is my final guess. Pretty good. God, my stomach has been bothering me today. Sorry if I'm like a little low energy. My stomach is killing me today. Like, I don't know what the fuck's going on. My stomach was killing me during that panel. I don't even know if you guys can tell. I just have insane pain tolerance. Like, I steel face it all the time. But my stomach has been fucking tearing me up today. Holy shit. Yeah. You know, Demon Mama. I haven't even had the thing is I haven't even had Taco Bell yet. It's stomach pain. It's just, I don't know. Yeah, it could be. I don't know. Have I eaten anything that upsets my tummy? Yeah, yesterday I had a bunch of fat, and everybody knows everything about me. Like I have problems digesting fat, and yesterday I ate a lot of fat. So the new Dooms are better. One of them is. Yeah, upset tummies. Yeah. I think I've basically, I'm functionally lactose intolerant, because if I eat like dairy or anything like that has lots of fat in it, it fucks up my tummy for a day or so. Oh, it's not a ruptured appendix. It's nothing like that. It's normal. Yeah. Yeah, Vaush's got 1 million people. We're gonna see. Which game are we playing? Resident Evil 8. In fact, here's what we're gonna do. I'm in the waiting room, and I'm gonna start up the game right now, because nobody else seems like, it doesn't seem like anybody wants to debate me. So we're gonna boot up the game now, and we're gonna play while we wait. Also, oh my God, I have so many notifications on Twitter, it's not even funny. Holy shit. What the hell is going on here? Oh shit, I've really caused some shit on here, haven't I? Well, I guess we'll find out. Oh goodness. Oh, I've made a lot of people angry. Okay. All right. Well, let's oh God, I have so many windows open. Why am I like this? Why is my brain like this? Okay. People didn't like the AOC tweet? Really? Is that true? I don't think so. I think they were fine with it. All right, let's get Resident Evil up and running, and then I'll keep an eye out and see if I can get in with Vaush, because that'd be fun as hell. But let's play some Resident Evil, shall we? Shall we play some Resident Evil? Get comfy. We talk about politics while I play every time, without question. Listen, every single time I do this game, we end up talking about politics. So let's play the goddamn game, shall we? Let's get the game up and running. And I will keep an eye out for Vaush. See if we can get in there. That'd be cool as hell. Let's get comfy. Here we go. Yeah! Listen, y'all, I've been self-controlling hardcore, okay? I've been hardcore self-controlling, because I've been wanting to play this game for days, but I want to play it on stream with you all. So if you're here right now, just know that I haven't been letting myself play this game so that I can play with you, which means you should glue to the seat and hang out with me and stuff like that. So considerate. I know, I'm so considerate. It really is something else. Watch the VOD? Yes. By the way, all of my VODs are up on YouTube. Conquest of Croutons. All my VODs are up on YouTube. There's a playlist of them. Although there are 2 that are down right now because of random issues. But okay. Oh, chunky. It got a little chunky there for a second. Pathologic 2 is good as fuck. All right, dude. Calm down there. All right, so I'm trying to remember where we were. Okay, let's remind ourselves where we are, okay? So we need to figure out what we haven't gotten in the dining room. Okay. We know Mama's running around out here. We need to solve the puzzle out here without getting killed. So maybe we can lure her somewhere. You could be a little horny while we're playing this game. This game is like unbelievably horny, so you can be a little horny. You're allowed to have a little bonk-free horniness while this is going on, because this game is unapologetically... Oh God, that scared the shit out of me. Why do they do that? That's so shitty. Okay, so I've gotten all these. We've gotten almost everything. So we need a lockpick to go into the opera hall. We need to go to the opera hall and get that lockpick. So let's see. Do we have what we need for that? We do not. Oh, we do have a lockpick. Okay. So we need to go. How do I do this? All right. So we got a sniper. We got a little bit of shotgun. We need to go there. No, I don't think people's stream crashed. Just refresh if you have any issues. Can you give a quick reason to chat as to why people criticizing the squad for not specifically calling out Israel as a apartheid non-democracy state is a bad idea? The DNC would censure and make sure that the minority of 12. That's like, I don't know. That's I don't have the brain power to answer that. Sorry, Peter Chance. The little soundbite is useless science from Pathologic 2. You can hear her knocking around out there. There's someone in Discord who wants to talk. Okay. All right. If there's somebody who wants to talk with me in Discord, we can do that while I play. Here, I'll disconnect right now. It doesn't look like I'm getting in right now. If somebody wants to debate, have them come in. I'll be in the waiting room, or I'm in call-in. Bring them into the waiting room when it's time, and we'll have a conversation. You can hear her talk. You can hear her clomping around out there. By the way, the game audio seems like it's probably a little too loud. Here, let's turn it down just a tiny bit. Here we go. Thank you, Ephemerald. I appreciate that. Okay, so she's going that way. That's good. Okay. Let's go. She knows I'm here, right? I'm scared. Oh, that was him. Whoa!
The
Shit.
entire bloodline of House Domitresk is done in by the likes of you.
Brave for baby, BFB, brave for baby. Where am I? Brave for baby, brave for baby. Good night, Crabe. Go get some rest. You deserve it. Sniper ammo. Nice. I'll go stop back in a bit. Just if anybody wants to debate or talk with me. Well, okay, not call-ins. If anybody wants to debate, I'll do a debate. Okay, we got to figure out what the fuck we're missing in the dining room. There's something we're missing in the dining room. Oh, I'm on the yay side, of course, so we wouldn't even debate on that. So what am I missing in here? Currently searching. There must be a treasure or something that I'm missing in here. Where the hell is it? Actually contentious debates, like, I don't know. God, my stomach is hurting me so goddamn much. Jesus Christ. If my stomach keeps this up, I might have to end stream early. My stomach is hurting so bad. I'm so sorry. I hope I don't have to, but I might have to. My stomach hurts so bad. It's so bad, it's giving me, look, it's giving me goosebumps. It hurts so bad. Ooh. Okay, let's put this on here. Yeah, I hope it'll stop, but we'll see. I would like to keep going. Angel of Sadness weeps alone. Okay. Oh, wait, we need to look at these. Let's go in here where we're safe. And let's take a look. Am I ready? Yes, I am. Listen, I'm totally ready. Okay, so we need to look at these. This one has 1. So, hold on. Joy, 1. Rage, 3. Joy, 1. Rage, 3. Pleasure, 4. Okay, so we just happened to get the right one. So, joy, rage, pleasure. Joy, rage, pleasure. Joy, rage, pleasure. Joy goes here. Joy. Then we go rage. And then we go pleasure. It's not appendicitis. I know what it is. It's my... Okay, hold on a second. Now wait, let's make one last check. Let's make one last check. Everything? We got everything, right? Okay, we got everything. Look at this. We got everything here. Everything. All gotten. Right? Wait. Have we not been to this room? Have we not been to the terrace? Pepto-Bismol might help. I don't think we have any, though. Wait, have we not been to the terrace? Does that mean unexplored? We haven't been here. Ah, shit. How the hell do we get to the terrace? What the fuck? How the hell do we get there? Okay, so we need to go through the courtyard and up, and then we'll be able to go up here, cross through her chambers, over to the terrace. Okay, we gotta go do that. I have no idea where she is in this structure. She's probably gonna pop out at us. Oh, she's definitely here somewhere. I hear her. You can hear the scary music. Right? She's gonna scare the shit out of me. Right? There's no way. Jesus Christ. Actually, if I had Pepto-Bismol, it probably would help. But I don't have any, I don't think. Okay. So we need to go over here, out to the terrace, and make sure we explore that. She could be up here. Okay. Can I not, like... Okay, so she won't go out here, right? She doesn't come outside, right? Okay. Maybe. It's okay. I'll be fine. Yeah, it was the journal. I've already gotten it. Do I need to run? Why can't I? What the? Do I need to run? What the hell is going on here? Nope. Okay, so that means there's another way to get over there, which is this thing, this ladder. Where did that ladder come from? Here? No? Huh. Was it from above? It's not from above, is it? How the hell do I get over there? I mean, I was there at one point, but I guess I didn't explore this part. Where the hell does this go? Attic ladder? Oh, is it the attic ladder? Okay, we can try that. Oh, wait, there's a way over here. There's a way over here. Yeah, maybe it's a cutscene thing, but I hear her. You hear her too, don't you? I hear her. She's coming. Oh, she's coming. Oh, fuck. What the? Oh, shit. She's gonna be right over here, isn't she? She must be in the bathroom then. Hold on a second. Is it over here? Brave for baby, everybody. Brave for baby. Brave for motherfucking baby. Don't forget to like the stream and subscribe if you haven't. Slick, huh? Brave for baby. Ah, here we go. There's the ladder. There's the ladder. Yeah, there's another way I see. I don't think there's any enemies down here, but I'm gonna have my shotgun ready just in case. Yikers, this is fucking scary as shit. This area is scary even when I know that all the enemies are dead. No, shut up. Not Siri. I didn't say Siri. I said scary. Hassan just raided Vaush? Holy fuck. For real? Holy shit. Yo, that's Pog. I gotta... Oh, look, listen. Listen, now would be a great time for me to get in there. Listen. Is somebody coming to debate or not?
Yeah, hi, Demon Mama.
Hi.
Hi, I have someone ready for you if you would like for me to bring them in.
Sure, what do they want to talk about, do you know?
They would like to talk about the basically policing of language and what is sort of classed as hate speech.
Sure. Okay, yeah, that sounds super relevant and interesting. Yeah, let's do it.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Here, I'll even put their name up on. Come on in. Bring them on in. Hello, Tankman. What are your pronouns?
He, him.
He, him. Okay, excellent. All right, let's get your name up on here. Hello and welcome to the show. I hear you have some contention with some of my takes about freedom of speech, hate speech, etc., etc.
Well, more like the applications and, you know, what is like subjectively used and not used by, you know, what should be allowed, shouldn't be allowed. I don't know how you would.
Sure. I mean, yeah, I think that's a pretty complex process, and it's probably going to vary depending on the website. But yeah, like, I don't know if there's, I don't know if there was like a specific thing you wanted to bring up or what. But yeah, I'm totally.
Sorry.
No, go for it. It's all good. I just want to make sure that your audio levels are high enough. So let me boost your audio just a tiny bit. I boosted it there. You want to give me a quick test and see?
Test.
Is that good enough, chat? Is that good, chat? Better? Hopefully that'll be... Yeah, there we go. Okay, that's much better. Excellent.
There we go. Good.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, okay, let's go back to your conversation with TJump and deplatforming.
Sure.
It sounded to me, and you can correct me if I'm wrong here, that's fine, that if offensive language has a limit to you. Is this correct?
Of course it does. I think that like there is there are obvious. Sorry, if I ever get spooked while we're talking, it's because I'm playing a horror game on stream right now, doing the streamer thing.
Yeah,
So
I saw
yeah,
before
yeah.
I got on.
Pardon me if I scream out randomly and get really scared. I'm rather jumpy. But yeah. So yeah, I think that there are there are plenty of examples where there is like hate speech is used as a part of a attempt to oppress and marginalize a group of people, and I think that it's reasonable for most societies to have some sort of societally agreed upon limitations on that type of speech. I tend to believe that like we should generally protect offensive speech for the most part, but there are obviously examples where things go too far. So yeah.
And what would your line?
I mean, my line is usually, for me personally, my line is usually like where people start inciting violence or obviously utilizing dehumanizing language as a part of a like a broader context of like oppression or marginalization. So like, for example, if somebody like did a speech where they said, I think that all impure people should be purified forcefully from our society, and then later on they said, and I think that all queer people are impure, that to me would be an indirect a not very indirect, but a pretty direct incitement to violence, even though it wouldn't meet the standards of most like current legal standards of an incitement to violence. I would think that would be a pretty reasonable thing for a society, and for my ideal society to have like some limitations on, because it's like, yeah.
So, like, for example, with the religious people, you felt like them calling the gay people less than human and all of these bad words that they used, that is something that you feel like indirectly, and I'm trying to steel man you here, right? Yeah, indirectly causes violence towards gay people. Is this correct?
I don't think that like all religious preaching against gay people does that necessarily, but I think a lot of it does. There are
it can get out of hand.
Oh, absolutely, it can get out of hand very easily, and we know that this is the case, right? Like we have numerous historical examples. We can make a good case for why, for how dehumanizing language, like severely dehumanizing language, is explicitly used as a part of,
like Westboro Baptist Church.
Yeah, Westboro Baptist Church.
Right.
Like I mean, I would say that like with regard to Westboro Baptist Church, there are probably some limitations that, like legal limitations, that could be reasonably placed upon them that wouldn't put like our society at risk of eliminating freedom of speech. Like for example, you might be able to say that like, hey, it's legal for the police to break up like a protest at like a gay person's funeral if Westboro Baptist Church shows up with the explicit goal of basically celebrating that person's death and making that like a normal part of their ideal society. Again, I tend to err on the side of with offensive language that we should protect offensive language, because there's lots of language that can be considered offensive that's only offensive to the people who might rightfully be offended by it.
Yeah. So like, to expand on this, let's say, in your mind, what would be crossing the line for the opposite side of the religious, for example, with gay people? Like,
hold on 1 second. Let's finish this scene before I continue. I feel a little bad. She's becoming a monster. So, wow, that's pretty pog, actually.
I will devour all of you!
Yeah, sorry, it's a loud cutscene at the moment.
That's fine.
I would have felt so bad if this was like a hyper contentious conversation and I was just like interrupting you, but I appreciate that.
Looks like you're outside. Max,
All right, I'm gonna actually pause and we're gonna have this conversation. I'll do the boss fight afterwards. Let's be. I feel bad. I'm never gonna be able to focus. So yeah, okay. So what would be the line for like the opposite? You mean like lefties and stuff, like lefties doing stuff?
Right, the lefties,
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
as we know that they've used offensive language in fighting for their rights. And when I say offensive, it's like the religious people would find what they're saying offensive, because there's that gray line there that's like, you know, to one might be offensive, to the other might not be.
Oh, absolutely.
So it's like,
yeah, I agree with you on
where's
that. Like,
that line?
the line is hard to determine, right? For me,
Right.
I mean, I think that like, I mean, I advocate all the time for like lefties to be responsible with language and to not like be disgustingly violent all the time and make broad statements. I mean, I did an entire stream talking about how I believe that lefties need to be more careful about how they talk about Israel and Palestine, because it's too easy. Like, a lot of lefties are very careless and they unintentionally engage in anti-Semitism, and they don't necessarily mean to, but it damages the cause. So yes, but like with regard to like the government coming down, like, I mean, I think there's a perfectly, like, if there's like explicit threats of violence, I mean, again, I'm an anti, like, in my broad picture, I'm a very anti-state person, and most of my solutions tend to be, I tend to believe that instead of leaning on the state to solve a lot of these, that we should lean on robust social structures. But I do think that there's like grounds for, like, if like a quote unquote left winger or something talks about like, oh, I think we should go after this factory or whatever. Like, I think there's absolute, like, it's reasonable why a government would take that seriously and believe that to be a threat on life, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So, like, I guess my point is as we agreed, there's a broad definition of what we could find or not find offensive, right? And so, that being said, I remember back in November 2017, there was a case with the SCOTUS, the Supreme Courts, to where they basically stated that all offense.
Oh, sorry, I think we lost you. You still there? We lost you. Hello?
Sorry. Hello.
Oh, okay,
I'm
you're
right
back
here.
now.
Yeah,
You're back now.
I'm
Yep.
here. Yeah, I'm back. So, basically, what happened was they basically stated all offensive language that was not a direct call to direct intentional physical violence or whatever the specific language.
Yeah. Oh, you cut out again. Oh no, you cut out again.
Hang on, I need. Give me 1 second. I need to go on pause real quick. I'll be right back. Give me 1 second.
Sure. True, I know I'm based. I have the most based opinions. I'm Demon Mama, come on. You think I'm gonna have an unbased opinion? For real? I said I like her more in this form.
I'm back.
Hello, welcome back. Hopefully it holds
Sorry
up.
about that.
Yeah, no worries at all.
Okay,
yeah.
So you are aware there is a legal definition of what hate speech is, correct?
Yeah, although I'm not a lawyer, so I don't pretend to be any sort of expert on the intricacies of that. Mostly what I think mostly what I end up talking about, and mostly the most relevant thing that I talk about, is like platforms and deplatforming, and whatnot, which I think is a little bit more clear cut than like the hardest line examples of like how do we sort out exactly what determines a legal definition of hate speech. Like the thing is, like, we all acknowledge that there are spaces in which complete free speech can become incredibly detrimental to whatever we're trying to accomplish. So, for example, if you're having a poetry reading and somebody decides to go up on the stage and their poem is just them screaming the N-word at the top of their lungs, like that would ruin the experience of the thing. And we generally believe, like, I think we can mostly agree that, like, the people who are running that event should have the right to say, like, unplug the mic or something.
Well, yeah, but do you feel like they should be able to say that if it's not directly at somebody?
Oh yeah, I mean they should be allowed. I mean, you're already allowed to do that. Like, we're already allowed to do that. Nothing's stopping you from like.
But do you feel like they should be like? Okay, never mind. Yeah.
Do you think people should be mad at them? I think that, like, I mean, I don't know.
Wait, like, obviously, people should be able to get mad at that. Obviously, and that's what I mean.
Yeah, I mean, I think people should be able to get mad about certain things. Yeah, like, I mean, people got mad at Kramer, right? The guy, the dude who plays Kramer, for, like, freaking out on somebody, even though he's a comedian. Like, he just freaked out and said the N-word at people. And, like,
that was one of those more extreme cases.
Yeah, it is, but it's like, at the same time, like, I mean, the vast majority of the time we recognize this. Like, I think that there are all kinds of, like, weird forms of, like, societal censorship that we should critique. In fact, I spend a lot of time talking about these things. I brought this up even on the panel, the fact that, like, my videos where I talk about my own life experience, my real not explicit or anything. I just talk about my real experience as being a trans person, get demonetized all the time. Anytime I put gay in the title of anything, gets demonetized instantly. And, like, that's not government censorship. That is, like, a weird conglomeration of corporations that all are, like, trying to customize their advertising to be as family friendly, quote unquote, as possible. And it just turns out that huge societal forces in our society say that gay people aren't family friendly, because we have a lot of very religious folks who get very offended by the existence of gay people and trans people. And like I think that there's a valid argument to be made about why that's bad. I think a lot of times what people want is, like, people want a black and white answer with regard to speech, but speech and language is literally possibly the most complex topic that we can, like, talk about. It's like, we don't like, our thoughts are built out of language, according to some theorists. So it's just like, wow, like, we kind of, it's really complex, and there's, like, a lot of things. Yeah. So it's a very hard issue, but I think it's important to talk about. And I really, but I sort of get mad at people on both ends of the spectrum of the like spectrum of positions on this. People who are, like, call themselves free speech absolutists, and they never are. They're never actually free speech absolutists. And then the other types of people who just don't give a shit and never think about freedom of speech at all, don't ever bother wondering why it's important that we upkeep freedom of speech even for stuff that we don't like. People who will, like, denounce what's his name, Noam Chomsky, for, like, writing saying that he, like, didn't support the French courts, literally government censoring somebody. People will be like, whatever. It's like, but I think there's a lot of valid positions somewhere in the middle. But there's this very, in my opinion, on the right now, there's this very obnoxious message of victimhood, that they're, like, constantly being censored and all this shit, when in reality what's happening is that they go to a platform and they make that platform terrible for the vast majority of people. People don't like logging on to their social media website and being bombarded with messages about how, like, they're bad, or like how black people are bad, or how trans people are bad. Nobody likes that. It makes the user experience miserable. There's, like, a joke saying that that goes around that's like, if you have if 25% of your server like a Discord server is Nazi, are Nazis, then you have a Nazi Discord server. And the reason the reason why people say that is because, I mean, that's actually basically true. If there's 25% of the chatting populace of a server is Nazis, they will post so much shit that will make everyone else's life so bad that everyone else except for the Nazis will leave over time. And it happens again and again and again because, as it turns out, like that type of language, that type of deeply intentionally, like, I mean, I don't even want to say intentionally, but that sort of deeply discriminatory, prejudiced language is very intolerable to the vast majority of people. And so there is a bit of a tolerance paradox thing going on, right? Like where like
tolerance.
Yeah.
You brought it up.
Yeah.
Do you know what the tolerance paradox says?
Yeah, the tolerance paradox states that sorry, I'm not going to be able to say it perfectly word for word, but the idea is that a perfectly tolerant society can't exist because you would have to tolerate the very things that would undermine that society. Basically,
right? But
you can't have a society that's perfectly tolerant of everyone, because that would also imply tolerating people whose goal is to be intolerant and make an intolerant space. Yeah. Yep.
That's the basic gist of it. But my main thing with that is I hear that being said quite a lot, and I don't everybody. I'm not saying you're doing it like. I'll just continue what I was saying. I hear that a lot. And do you know that if you read the full paragraph of the intolerance thing, that in the middle down there, it says somewhere at the bottom that only after all communications, or I'm paraphrasing, it's a paraphrase, feel free to correct me. That's fine. But it says, after all communications have been exhausted, then we should be intolerant of them.
I mean, I agree.
So, your take on that would be?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think that we should resolve other things, other solutions first. Like, I strongly believe in that. I mean, that's why I do a show where I debate people, right? But, like, the reality is, though, that there are some times where, like, again, I grew up in a cult. I know firsthand how groups are able to manipulate and use, to take advantage of our sort of societally agreed upon rights to free speech to recruit and manipulate and isolate and harm people and use them. And so you can't legislate away every bad possible harm. But I think that we can acknowledge that there are certain worldviews and certain there are certain worldviews I think that we should be generally intolerant towards. And I don't mean that on a government level. I'm not advocating for government censorship, but I don't have a problem if basically everybody in a society thinks that Nazis are stupid and bad and disgusting. I would be okay with that, because it is a society coming to a conclusion that is best for its own well-being. In my opinion, Nazis and white supremacists and stuff like that are people who will destroy a society without recognizing it. They don't realize their ideology would make a society intolerable to live in, would make a society very unhappy and miserable and bloody. And so I'm okay if, like, as like a general populace, we just come to the point where, like, people are like, oh, like, I can't talk about, not everybody's so hostile to my Nazi ideas. Nah, like I'm okay with them being hostile to that. Like, I'm okay with some level of intolerance towards those ideas, because I do think that most things have been exhausted and they don't care. They like Nazis specifically, and of course there's, like, you have to do your due diligence. You can't just call anybody a Nazi, but legitimate Nazis are advocating.
It's hard to tell who those are these days.
It can sometimes. I mean, they mask, but that's why they mask wear. That's part of their tactics, right? Like
mask wear.
Yeah, they talk about that specifically. They talk about going mask off, hiding your power level. This is discussed at length. If you ever spend any time looking in to, like, far right spaces, they teach each other to hide their power level, to be dishonest about what they actually believe, because it makes it harder to figure that out. And I agree, we should be careful and we shouldn't jump to conclusions. But I think that like we almost have the opposite problem in America. There are a bunch of people who will there's a bunch of like kids on the internet who might call everybody a Nazi, but in general, we're so permissive. We were so permissive of so much of that Donald Trump did. And I think that Donald Trump is like not a Nazi, but he's a fascist, and he emboldened Nazis. And there are a lot of Nazis who were, in my opinion, involved in the Trump admin and involved in Trump's broader political movement. And people were like, oh, we don't want to call them Nazis. We got to give them their time on the air. And it's like, no, these are people who literally, if you were to press it down and if you're to put 2 and 2 together from the opinions that they're advocating for, are advocating for extermination. Like, yeah. Yeah.
Let's get back to the YouTube platform.
Sure.
Like you brought it up, so let's go there with, for example, the terms of service and like how there are terms of service that are, okay. Rewind. There are certain things that are being discussed that can be considered breaking the terms of service, right?
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
Like we were taught direct calls to direct intentional physical violence.
Absolutely.
Obviously outright, you are an N-word.
Yeah.
Stuff like that.
Obviously,
that's terms of service. Now, one of my contentions was, to me, from what I understand, the argument has been with that whole thing, the terms of service part. It's not necessarily. What happened is it's gotten all wrapped up in what is a platform, what isn't a platform, what is a platform allowed to do, what isn't a platform allowed to do.
Yeah.
That wasn't the case originally, from my memories, and I've been on YouTube for. Okay, I'm not a creator. I'm a surfer.
Okay, that's fine.
I surf YouTube, and I'm not a creator, so
sure.
I've been surfing YouTube for well over a decade now. Since, oh God, my earliest memories are 2008, 2009.
Okay, so right at the beginning of the platform, yeah.
Pretty much. I was, I got on because obviously the cat's playing piano.
Yeah.
And then
all the viral memes.
Right, and then it expanded into the whole, I don't know if you've heard of presuppositional apologists thing. Is, oh God, I'm atheist, so I like watching those channels, tearing them apart. But basically, getting off topic.
That's okay. Yeah, so, sorry, what's
the whole thing?
Okay.
I'm sorry,
Go for it, it's all good.
My memory. Okay, so, terms of service.
Yes.
Things are different now than what they once were.
Of course.
And I don't know if you've heard, but I was on your YouTube channel and I was having, I thought, an adult discussion with some people on your YouTube channel, but apparently that they didn't like that very much.
Okay.
And I was stating how, I'm sorry, commie hate mobs forced YouTube to change their terms of service to what I feel and what many other people feel and have been saying, especially creators on YouTube, to what's considered a broad, ambiguous definition of hate speech being offensive language. And from how I understand the argument is that is what's causing this whole mess on the YouTubes for not just the right, but as you've stated, even for the left now too. And it's starting to get into the fact that you've got people on the right now reacting to the people on the left and hate mobbing them and forcing them off the channels, deplatforming them also. Personally,
I think I disagree with your prescription about where, or your claim about where this started and where it came from. I really don't think that any hate mobs really have much to do with how YouTube follows. The only thing that matters to YouTube is advertisement revenue, and they've made it's in their favor. It's in their it's in their interest. And by the way, this is most apparent.
I agree.
On
no,
Twitch.
I agree. It's not exactly cut and dry like that. Totally, I agree.
Yeah. But the thing is like when you're talking about hate speech and stuff like that, the problem is that like there are way more people using YouTube these days than there ever was in the past. Yeah. And so, first of all, like people are more aware of what's going on YouTube. And therefore, if super offensive stuff happens, they're more likely to get reported by somebody who's bothered by it, and if it's in violation of the TOS. And then also, YouTube has constantly revised its TOS to be more and more advertiser friendly. They want to make as much money as possible, and this can affect both the right and the left. And in some ways, I would say it affects the left more than the right in certain ways, because, for example, advertisers can determine that something like being gay, and this actually happened on YouTube at one point, if you mentioned LGBT at all, you would just automatically be demonetized and deboosted in the algorithm.
Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, it's pretty bad. But that's not the result of like, that's not even the result of like, I mean, on a broader societal level, it is the result of like a society that's pretty reactionary and whatever. But but it's not really the direct result of like hate mobs or anything like that. It's just that they're constantly trying to maximize their family friendliness so that they can get as much, Coca-Cola advertisement revenue that they can get. So, yeah.
Yeah, and it doesn't stop with just YouTube. It's all different companies.
True.
Where their advertisers have been forced into a more, as you call it, family-friendly position also. And I'm not saying that's wrong. I'm just saying this is from what I've observed over the years. And it's not just for the advertisements. It's not just for the money, which, yeah, okay. The guys at the top of YouTube, all of the upper management or whatever, yeah, they're interested in their money. They're interested in their advertisements. They're interested in all of that. But it's also the middle management, the lower people who whisper in the ears of the higher on up, hey, what if we do this? What if we do that?
Well, that's true about
what
anything,
if we
though.
Expand? Well, yeah. And
but
that's
do you
how
have like
works.
I mean, yeah, but you're explaining a very complex process of back and forth, and as it turns out, like, our society, I mean, I don't know. I think YouTube is still pretty fucking permissive of a lot of hate speech, in my opinion. I mean, fuck, Steven Crowder still has a channel. But like, I don't know. Like, I think that like, the problems that YouTube has, like, I guess I have a very different focus. The problems that YouTube has in my mind is that
as a creator, I would expect so. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, but my problem is that YouTube doesn't actually have any like human moderators. I think their TOS would be way easier to for creators of all types, right and left, to navigate if they actually had humans and not just bots responding to mass reports.
Yeah.
Like, but that's an expense. So good luck with that. I don't know how we're going to get that to happen. I wish it would, but I don't know the answer to that question. I really don't.
Some might say that a more lenient type of TOS to where if you're not breaking legal rules, if you're not exposing legal, the pedophilia, the direct calls for intentional violence, kitty touching, everything that's illegal right now, and then processing it and going back to the times of when that was more the case. Some may say that that's actually a better thing for them. Because
I mean, I don't know if that was really the case. I mean, the only place I can think of that's like that is like 4chan. Like, and 4chan.
4chan.
But you know that 4chan was like considered like, it was more moderated and more curated than its predecessors. Like 2chan and whatever were way more Wild West even than 4chan. And we can acknowledge that 4chan is basically like mostly just a shitposting hellhole where you can't really actually have any meaningful conversations most of the time because people are just fucking around. But it's just the problem with me.
I don't know.
the problem that I have with like using just legal standards is that like it becomes first of all, it becomes a functional issue. Like a corporation would need to have like what they're going to have like a team of lawyers on to make sure that every ban that they do is going to be legally legally screened. And that's a big problem. But then the other half is just like, I mean, so there's a lot of stuff that's technically legal under American law and that would be horrible to have on a platform. I mean, there's even stuff that's totally legal. Like a great example of this is like porn, right? But like a website should be able to say like, we don't want porn on here. Porn is perfectly legal, and thank God it is. But like, not every site wants to be a porn site. And so like you run into issues where if they can only enforce TOS based on legality, with the exception of what we call porn, and then what do you call porn? In my opinion, like we have to accept the fact that platforms and spaces are going to set their own rules, and that the people that make up that space should, be the ones who decide basically the rules as best as possible. But it's never going to be clean. It's just not. It's never going to be clean. And I would love it if YouTube would bring more human moderators on board and pay them well so that they can do a good job, because I think that would alleviate most of the problems. The TOS on YouTube, honestly, is pretty good. Like, all things considered, it's not that bad. There are some things I don't like. I don't like that they punish, like, swearing so much. Like, what the fuck? But, like, but other than that, it's pretty easy to understand what is and what isn't against the rules on YouTube. But the problem is that you sometimes get hit by an automatic thing because you get mass flagged. Yeah, I'm still here. Can you hear me? Hello? Test.
Hello?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you now.
Okay. Yeah. What I was saying is that, like, I think the YouTube TOS is relatively easy to understand. It's just that too many people get falsely flagged because the way that it's done is by bots. So the answer is that if you don't like somebody, you get the bots mad at them, and you trigger the bots by doing a lot of reports. And right-wingers do this all the motherfucking time. They've done it to my videos. I've had multiple videos taken down by people who don't like me. But that's a bot. That's an enforcement problem. It's not really a problem with the existence of TOSs or with even the way that TOSs are implemented. I think most websites have pretty reasonable TOSs.
Well, those bots have to have standards to follow, don't they?
Yeah, but bots don't follow those standards with reason. They follow them with very, very loose, lazy shortcuts. Yeah, maybe someday if we get like AI.
And they can easily be manipulated by people, say, for example, false flagging somebody because they feel like they said something wrong, and sometimes it doesn't even have to be something like something we would think like, hey, I don't see why they would get flagged like that. Mm-hmm. And that's the problem. It's like these people getting offended and then false flagging somebody because of what they thought was an offensive thing. And then the bot taking it as like, oh, well, I got to do my job, and banned. And then that person has to go through the company and tell the people, hey, look, this is what happened, because the bot is following the standards of the TOS that's been programmed into it.
Yeah, but I mean, keep in mind that bots are like really fucking stupid. Like, we don't even have good bots. Like, we have the technology exists for us to have like advanced bots, but we don't really understand it enough yet. Our bots are fucking stupid, and most of the bots that are employed online are the dumbest form of bots imaginable.
I could see where you would think that, yeah.
I mean, it's true though. I mean, I know because I like literally my roommate for 5 years was somebody who worked on this type of stuff. And it's like most of the time when they say a bot, it is the most basic algorithm possible. Watch out for this many reports if they come in over this spread of time. Blah, blah, blah. They have little things like that, and that's about it. And then maybe, and then if there's, and then it just relies on the person who's being hit with the strike to report it if it's wrong. Mm-hmm. So they presume guilt, and then you have to say, hey, I've been wrongly thing, and then you got to do it. They put it on you because that saves them money. Again, it's all about money saving. The cost saving shit is unbelievable. And it is bad. I think it's bad. I would
agree with that.
Yeah, I would argue that it's bad for the platform in the long run, in addition to being bad for the platform in the short run. But yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, so we're not too far in disagreement. But
I think that, well, I agree with you there, definitely. But See, I'm more along the lines of like, you should be able to do that. You should be able to push the envelope and do that.
Well, you
And
can though.
if
I
you
push
go-
the envelope all the time. Like, it's just that, like, do you know that like the state of affairs on these websites is already pretty bad for most marginalized people. Like, I get so goddamn much hate you wouldn't even believe. It is constant, and that's like, it's so normalized that like okay, like what? So it should be worse. People are perfectly fine pushing the envelope. It's just that like with regard to how you push the envelope, as it turns out, saying the N-word 90 times in a row isn't really pushing the envelope. It's just annoying and offensive. And making videos where you scream obscenities and threaten somebody's life is also not very fun. So yeah.
No, excluding that last part to where you're directing it at somebody or a group of people, I would think you should be able to scream whatever you want to scream.
Well, I mean, the good news is most people can, as long as you don't go a little too far. There's a couple of areas where the website says, "Hey, this is too much." But guess what? I know firsthand from being on a lot of panels on Twitch. Twitch takes a few things pretty seriously. They take calls to violence, and they take explicit racial discriminatory terminology pretty seriously. And what I've watched is right-winger after right-winger after right-winger on the political debates scene get banned because they just couldn't stop threatening people's lives. They just couldn't stop saying the N-word. And it's not like they're asking much. You should have a conversation with Dylan Burns about this if you want to. How many times he's had to ban people from his show because people refuse to follow even the most basic rules. The reality is that for the most part, it's super easy to follow the TOS, and it doesn't impact your ability to say whatever the fuck you want on these platforms for the most part. But
I've heard
if you really want to like go on. Oh, Twitch is a little bit on the like harsh side. I would agree.
Yeah,
but like,
I've heard
but they're like that for everybody. Like my friend has had his channel banned twice just because he was doing a section talking about Nazi history, and the swastika showed on the screen during talking about the history, and that auto banned. So it's everybody who's suffering from that. Yeah.
Right. And don't you like making fun of Nazis?
Yeah, I do. I would agree.
Do you want to see a day to where you won't be able to make fun of Nazis because the Nazis got their asses in the air and they started doing whatever and making it to where you can't even make fun of Nazis anymore?
I just don't think that's going to happen. I think that's just I don't think we're anywhere near that. I do think there are some areas that are bad, but guess what? Most of these platforms do respond. It's not perfect, but Twitch itself,
I thought that YouTube was a more right-leaning channel, though. Isn't that what you said?
Yeah.
Am I wrong?
Yeah, they tend to lean more right. Yeah,
right.
By default, because they're appealing to many brands. Those brands tend to lean right wing because they tend to be conservative. Yeah, but yes, it is in general. Yeah.
Okay, so it's not then that. Oh God, I had a brain fart. So then it's not really that out there that it could end up being to where the Nazis could get control and say you can't make fun of Nazis anymore, right?
I mean, yeah, that's possible. I mean, anything's possible. It's just, is it likely, and what will we do about it? Yeah.
Exactly, and that's what I'm saying. I mean, if you want to be able to make fun of Nazis, like I know I do, wouldn't you think that maybe a not so harsh terms of service would be better, so that way we can all make fun of what we feel like are bad ideas?
I mean,
I feel
like the current TOS does that perfectly fine. Again, it's mostly bot enforcement that's the problem. I scream about Nazis all the time. Nazis scream about the trans ideology. They literally lie. They go way worse. They'll just straight up lie about crazy shit. And they're fine. Their channels are up. Fucking Elijah Schaefer Schaefer's still up. Steven Crowder's still up. John Doyle, they're all still up.
No,
There's a few...
actually, I've heard Steven Crowder got banned. I haven't.
Oh,
seen
good.
his...
Well, I mean, I hope that's the case. He's violated. He's actually unironically violated TOS so much it's unbelievable.
Meh.
Yeah. I mean, it just sounds like, I don't know. You know, with all due respect, like, I could be wrong here, but it sounds to me like there's probably not a whole lot of discrimination that can be meaningfully targeted at you. I don't know, like, I don't know, I can't see you, but you do sound like you're probably white, you know, you're probably a little older on the internet, you know, you're probably relatively well set up, and maybe not rich or whatever, but it's a little different for people who aren't in that position, you know, like, Steven Crowder's presence on YouTube makes it a toxic platform for a lot of people. I mean, we all remember the Carlos Maza stuff, right? Like, people might think Carlos Maza is like rude or whatever, but when you're engaged in like a debate or like a disagreement with somebody, and then your answer is to make a shirt that says that God hates. And then you star it out intentionally to be coy, but you're basically making an entire merchandise campaign specifically acting on homophobic hate speech towards an individual that you don't like. To me, that seems way overkill. That seems like something that makes the platform incredibly toxic to other creators, and I think that's well within YouTube's right to be like, now we're putting the kibosh on that.
You know, and that's fine. You have every right to feel that way, but I guess I'm assuming that you're referring to Carlos as a certain slur.
Yeah,
Is that correct?
Yeah, he made an entire line of...
F.
Yeah, the F slur. Yeah, he made an entire...
The Q word, actually, it was.
No, it actually wasn't.
Queer?
No, it wasn't that. It was... he
Let's
used
be
the
queer,
F slur.
I thought it was.
No, that wasn't it.
Oh, well,
It was God hates F star GS was the merchandise.
Was that directly tied towards
Yes, that was
Carlos?
directly tied towards Carlos. Yes, it was.
Oh.
Yep.
Wow.
Yep.
I heard it was for a lot of different things.
I'm sure. I'm sure all kinds of things. Crowder loves to lie, so.
Hey, you know, that's fine.
Yeah, I guess.
I personally disagree, but hey, it's whatever. That's part of what I feel I'm talking about. If, like, you know, he wants to put that on his shirt, it's like what TJump was saying. It's like, what's the context behind it, you know?
Yeah, but you can ask what. Yeah, but people can do they can do this thing. It's like, I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you. Putting their finger right next to your face. I'm not touching you. I'm not touching you.
I'm not touching you. Right.
It's the same thing. It's the exact same thing. When
Is it really though?
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. And I think that that is the sort of thing that that's the sort of behavior that impedes a platform. Like, if you had this going on for anything else, like, God, like, I can't even imagine. Like, obviously, creators are going to get in squabbles with each other all the time. But when you have someone engaging in just raw, toxic, like, identity-based hate, like, that is going to make a platform feel very unsafe for a lot of people. YouTube will not only lose customers, but they will lose creators. And for what? To gain the benefit of Steven Crowder's fandom, I guess? Like, come on, that's silly. I think we can reasonably conclude that there's like, hey, this isn't really what we're here to do. Our website's not really here to be to be utilized as your personal tool to spread hate about somebody you don't like.
He does have, or did, excuse me, if it is true that he got banned.
I don't think he's banned. I think he got a temp ban at one point.
Well, whatever happened, I guess. Yeah. Then, you know, wasn't he drawing in more than, like, I thought he was like one of YouTube's top, at least right-wing creators.
Yeah, he's one of the top right-wing creators, but that doesn't mean anything in the big picture. Politics creators are literal ants in comparison to normie content creators. Like, normie content creators literally blow.
Right.
The most popular politics creator is nothing in comparison to the, like, smallest, like, makeup YouTuber or life vlogger. Like, it's just,
I don't know. PewDiePie got pretty big, man.
Yeah, but PewDiePie is not. But PewDiePie's not. Well,
he's not a.
PewDiePie's a gamer. Yeah, he doesn't do politics.
Yeah.
He doesn't do politics content. I mean,
Politics.
he's made political statements, but he doesn't do politics. He does video
Yeah,
games.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, but
Yeah. He's
yeah.
one of the very few that got to do it. That got as big as he was through gaming.
Well, no, there's tons of gaming creators. There's all kinds of them.
I meant like non-political. I meant non-political.
Oh, there's lots, but non-political, there's tons. It's political people are a niche. Like politics is a niche.
Oh, I
Yeah.
got confused. I thought you were saying compared to the average gamer, politics is
Yeah,
bigger.
no. Politics is tiny in comparison to everything else. Politics
okay.
is a niche. It's just true. I mean, you can do very well, and there are big politics channels, but it's nothing in comparison. Again, like we're talking, just go look at like, oh man, Good Mythical Morning is a great example of just normie sort of like fun comedy and stuff like that, not particularly political at all. They will pull just. Like they'll pull more than the entirety of the entire politics sphere combined on a single video. It's absurd. So yeah, we're tiny.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Well. Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Well, yeah. Well, it was nice talking with you. I hope that most of the topics we were able to touch on. But I'm gonna probably get back and beat this boss and then go hop on over to the charity stream. But thanks for coming on. And
Sounds good. Thank you.
Yeah. Have a wonderful night. Drive
too.
safe.
Bye.
Bye. All right. Well, that was interesting. Yeah, it was interesting. All right, we're gonna finish this boss fight. Let's fight. The boss fight. Let's do the boss fight, okay? Let's do it. That was good. That was interesting. I think we talked about some interesting topics. Yeah, it was good faith conversation, I think. Yeah, we talked about a lot of stuff. All right, ready? Fight for baby, everybody. Are we ready? We're going to fight the boss now. Bossing time. Hot, by the way. Whoo! Where am I supposed to go? Oh, my God. Oh, why'd she leave? Yep, time for me to dom the mommy. Wait, here we go. Yeah! Rewards. Okay, hold on. I gotta pull out this gun. Let's load up. Ah! Okay. Jesus, this is so cool. How do I do this? I don't know how to do this fight, though. Whoa! I don't know how to do this. Yikes! Yeah, I love this. This is the coolest transformation. This is so fucking cool. No, you won't. I'm gonna tear you limb from limb. Heal up, heal up, heal up, heal up. This is so cool. I mean, true, but... Whoa! Yikes! Brave for baby, everybody. Yikes! No, you won't. I'm gonna crush you. Yikes! Gun, 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 gun. Okay, hold on, hold on.
Just give up now!
Get her again.
Roses are open. Not enough blood. More.
Yes! Oh, fuck! This is so cool. How do I... Anyway, let's continue. It's so cool. Yikes, bugs. Ah, the bugs are coming! Bugs!
The new world's to go, Ethan!
Ah!
Don't be shy. Show me your terror. Now, time to die. I'll eat you up, every last morsel.
I think I got her! Creepy. This is so cool. No, I will not. I will not succumb to my despair. I will fight for baby. Fight for baby. Fight for baby. Oh, she dead. Did we just beat the first major boss? Crystal Demetrescu.
You're the one who's cursed.
You're the one who's... For real? For real, Ethan? That's the line you got? That's the line? Nice one, dude. Hey, you're dumb, actually. I think I was too rough. I should, huh? Let's look at it. Wow. Hey! Wow. 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 Ooh. Fancy. Where's the goods? Isn't there something hidden in here? There's got to be something hidden in here. Where's it hidden? It's not hidden. There's nothing hidden. No hidden. No hidden goodies. Damn it. It's all right. Maybe we can combine it. I probably should have tried to... Hold on. Oh, you can't. You can't combine, I guess. Some of these you can't combine. Oh, hey, there we go. Oh, that's cool. Okay, so some of these you can't. Interesting. I have a feeling this monster might come back to life. What the heck is this? What the heck is this? Uh-oh. Oh, shit. I'll be going on with Vaush after this, I think. He took a break.
Looks like I'm getting out of this place.
Dirty flask. Hey, wait a second. I wanted to look at the dirty flask. Let me look at the dirty flask. It's got a weird thing on it. Uh-oh. The lid. The lid. The lid. The lid. The lid. 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 Specimen. Uh-oh. Oh shit, you can see it in there. Look, you can see it. There's something in there. Look, you can barely see it. Look, it's in there. Creepy. No, look, it's totally good. We got everything. We got everything. There's nothing left. Oh, hey. How convenient. It brought us right up back front. Look for Rose. I don't know. Where the hell's Rose? I don't fucking know. You tell me. Where the hell is this person? What about the room that I unlocked? Oh, wait a second. Did I unlock a room? Wait, I didn't unlock a room, did I? I didn't unlock any room, did I? Yeah, there's nothing in here. What do you mean? Shoot gun? I didn't unlock anything. The one with the statues? I already did this way. That's this way. Then went this way. Wait, what? Defeat enemy. I did defeat enemy. Oh, okay. By the way, I know there's gonna be some sort of scary shit in here. I know it, I can tell. God, my stomach is hurting so badly. I finished that item that was requested. Please just deliver it to the house with the red chimney. Go through the caves to the ruins, then down to the village. Okay, I'm gonna take a screenshot of that so we can remember. Oh, look, we can save here. Okay, we're gonna save here, and we're gonna go see if we can get on. We're gonna save here. We're gonna go see if we can get on with Vaush real quick. Let's go see if we can do it. That would be really fun. All the notes are saved? Okay, cool. Let's go see if we can get on with Vaush. God, my stomach is still hurting so bad. God damn it. Treasure item combination per area. Oh, okay, cool. That's good to know. That's very good to know. Let's go see. Half hour or so? Okay. Okay, that was a while ago. Oh, okay. Okay, so we got a little bit more time. I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick. And then we'll get on with Vaush, okay? So don't go anywhere. We need a little more time. I'm gonna go to the restroom, then I'm gonna come back, and then we'll play a little bit more games, and then we'll get on with Vaush, and I'll do my dono, and we'll be good to go, okay? Be right back. Chill around, stay comfy, talk to each other for a few minutes. I'll be right back. let's go. Wham, wham. All right. All right. All right. So what time? Wait. It should be about time. Let's see. Yeah, I'm feeling a little better. My stomach's just hurting. Is all. You know. Sorry, everybody. That sucks. My tummy hurts. But such is life. What can you do? Such is life. Yeah, I need some like hold music or something. I don't know. Whatever. Today's been a bit of the off the cuff stream. Hey, look, you can see my gray hairs on here. I have 1, 2, 3 gray hairs. Yo, 3 gray hairs. Yo. I've been aged by debate. Aged by debate. It do be like that. Do I know the Nucklevy monster? I don't. Oh, well, whatever. All right, let's continue playing, I guess. Do you want to keep playing? I guess we can play around until Vaush is ready. And then I'll go on with Vaush. I haven't even had lunch today. My stomach's been hurting me too much. Nucklevy? I don't know about that particular monster. Or maybe I do, but I'm not familiar with it by that name. Let's continue. We will continue. Damn, that's a nice picture. Dimitres. I'm going on Vaush. Yes, I am. For a little bit, yep. Okay, so we know there's shit in here that we haven't gotten yet. Okay. We're missing the goodies. Let's get the goodies. Give me the goodies. Yeah, I try to eat regularly, but, you know, I've kind of forgotten today. It's all good, though. Okay, we got everything. Nucklevy. Oh, cool. Interesting. Heh. Toilet roll. Gunpowder. Toilet roll. Remember, you need the werewolf charm. Oh, cool. Oh, that's interesting. So it's kind of like it's kind of like, not a selkie. What are they called? Selkie? No, selkies are the seals. What's the other one? There's another one. There's a horse that you stick to. Kelpie. A kelpie. No. Okay, I don't know what I use this for. What do I do here? I don't have the item I need for this. Need some other type of item. Okay. Interesting. So I have to go back into the house right away. Wait. Rose. Why do you keep saying Rose? Is she back in the castle? Is that what I need to go? Back in the castle? Okay. No spoilies. Fishy! That looks disgusting.
Hear our voice together as one in reverence. We call on thee within the endless dark to deliver us into fate's hands. As the midnight moon rises on black wings, so we make the sacrifice. As the midnight moon rises on black wings, we await the light at the end. In life and in death, glory to Mother Miranda.
Hey, remember me? I almost died up at that castle. Tell me, what is going on around here?
How can a man be almost dead? That's a question for the wise.
You know what I mean. And I still haven't found Rose. Where did Mother Miranda take her?
You're too late.
She does have a point, yeah.
Almost.
Oh, I didn't, Benjamin Jojo. I'll go check it in a second.
The child will be sacrificed, life for life.
What kind of sick medieval shit is this? She's just a baby.
The crests of the 4 bloodlines may open the path you seek.
Will you please stop talking in riddles? I just want to find my daughter.
It's only a riddle if you don't know the answer.
Wait a second. That looks familiar. Hey, wait!
Just kick the door open. For real? The winged key. She's not very good at riddles. Hey, look, I got this one already. I got that one already. You know, I haven't heard one of those goats for a while. We haven't seen one of those little wooden goats for a while, have we? Okay. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that, Benjamin Jojo. Thank you so much. I'm sorry, I was probably in the restroom when the message appeared. Let me see if I can find it. Why did I not see the message? Oh, that's weird. Oh, here it is. Thank you for the $5, Benjamin Jojo. Just wanted to say hi and loved your debate performances on the Hippy Dippy Debate Royale. Yeah, hell yeah. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I try to do a good job. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh, that's kind of cool, though. What? Yeah, but I want to find the goats. I don't know. The goats are fun. The real goat was always me. Aw, thank you. I thank you. I thank you. Okay. So we're here again. I'm going to open this up and somebody's going to attack me. Almost guaranteed. Nope, guess not. What the absolute fuck?
Is this?
What do you mean? Is this what? Is this what? Foot. What the fuck? Okay. Foot. They have nasty nails, though. Okay. Oh, no, it's Umbrella Corporation. Oh, it's Umbrella Corporation. Oh, no. Oh. Hey. Well, okay. Umbrella Corporation's from the other games. How does Umbrella have anything to do with this? Oh, I don't like that. Okay. So there's a side path over here. We're gonna go this way. Ah. What the fuck? Oh shit, something's coming up this way. Okay. Okay. No, Umbrella was involved a little bit. There's always a tie-in. So yeah, exactly. It's a subsidiary. Okay. Okay. Got him. Hmm. 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 I don't got anything for this, though. I don't got it. I don't got the shortcut juice. I don't got the shortcut juice. Got it. I should read Ethan's journal entries? How do I do that? How do you even do that? I don't know how to do that. Oh, here we go. Diary. Can't find Rose anywhere. Perhaps she was never here to begin with. Maybe she's being kept somewhere else. That woman, Dimitrescu, turned into a monster, but I was able to kill her and found this strange flask. She said, "You'll never see your Rose again." Why can't I get that out of my head? She's probably gonna, I think she's probably, I think I'm gonna lose my eyeballs. I think that's what's gonna happen. That's my prediction. I predict Ethan's gonna go blind. That's why I'll never see the daughter again, because his guy's eyeballs are gonna be... There you go. I think that's what's happening. That's my prediction. I got a prediction. I have no idea. His eyeballs. Ah, oh, god damn it. What is this mess? What is this mess? Real quick, let me check. Let me check and see if Vaush is ready yet. Let me see. Hold on. Give me a second. I'm gonna check and see if Vaush is ready yet for my eyeballs. What? Hey. Why is it doing this? Here we go. Okay. Oh, let's see. I don't know if I'm going to be able to. Let's check and see if I can. Hold on a second, everybody. Give me a second. I'm checking in to see if I can go in. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Hey, that was the birdie I shot. Hold on a second. We got to check these side areas here. Okay. Ah! Got him! Whoa! Okay, hold on a second, everybody. Checking. We're just waiting to see if a response from Vaush and crew. Okay, okay. Okay, yeah, alright. Is there another zombie over here? Is that the thing? No, no, okay. Just normal. Okay. What is this? What is this shit? Okay. Okay. So, what is this? It doesn't say. Hold on a second. Wait a second. Okay, I can look again. Oh, okay, Vermin's still taking a break. Okay, well then, alright. Then when Vermin's back. Sorry, I didn't know what she meant by that. Like, I didn't know if she was like, I don't know. Maybe I'm being annoying. I don't know. I'm trying to do it all. I'm trying to do it all at once. I'm sorry. So, I don't have this key then. I need to find this key somewhere. But I don't know where the hell it is. So... Is there any hint? So it doesn't work for any of these. Okay. I like this game so far. This game is super cool so far. I'm a very big fan of it so far. Hey, didn't mean to do that. Whoops. Am I missing the key somewhere here? Or is it supposed to be picked? So, I guess I must not be. I searched every area there. Oh well. Horse. Okay. What are these dudes? Oh shit, it's another ceremonial site. Oh, cool, with 4 doors. There's no way this is gonna go wrong. There's just no way this is gonna go wrong. Oh boy, here we go.
There you are. I had a feeling you would pop up here.
It's our boy.
It was all worthless. Is that so? I assume you've picked up something of value.
Duke. Not sure if it's of value, but...
Why, you have your daughter right in your own hands.
What are you saying?
Take a closer look.
Dude, what?
That
Don't drop it!
Seems to contain her head.
No. What?
Roses?
Don't say another word!
But she can regenerate, right? Because I can regenerate, so she can too. She's a baby.
This just can't be!
Your daughter's essence is still intact. Her powers are truly unique.
Who could even do this?
She can be saved, you know.
Saved? From this? Are you insane?
There's a house with a red chimney on the western side of the village. Go and seek out the man who lives there. Then we can continue our conversation.
Quit holding out and get to the damn point.
You don't have to trust my words. But do you have any better options? Your choice. The customer is always right. After all.
You'll pay if I find out this is a lie. Fucking Joker.
Okay, dude. Alright, dude. Alright, bro. What the fuck is this? Oh, wait. This is a key with wings, right? Okay. So I don't have whatever it is I need here. Okay, so I don't have that yet. Jesus Christ. Okay. So that's a look, the baby! It's the babies! This is the babies from Bloodborne right here. It's a Bloodborne baby. Bloodborne baby. It's probably gonna be like Umbrella's been around for a gajillion years or some stupid shit like that.
Welcome, Ethan.
Gunsmithy? Gunsmithy? Here we go, we're doing that one.
What? Ah, it's fine. All finished.
They might.
I've gotten some new stock.
Oh, I can sell all this, right? Wait, what? Jesus Christ. This is good shit.
Oh, Lady Dimitrescu. Beautiful even in death. That waistline, yes.
Damn, dude. Damn, dude. Horny on main. Damn, dude. Jesus. Jesus, dude. You're like putting my chat to shame. Let's get this thing.
Ah, so you noticed that.
We need to get... I love the sniper rifle, so I'm going to get these pieces.
Forward.
Yeah! Look at that! We got a loaded gun! Loaded! I'm here for it. Let's purchase one of these, too.
I see. Anything else?
Okay. Alright, we got plenty of ammo and everything.
Have a wonderful adventure.
Alright, so we gotta go through here. Oh, hey.
A lovely weapon, sir.
Alright. Let's continue this. Wait. Problem. Problem. Here we go. There we go. Fixed. Let's see. Let's continue. Have fun storming the castle. True. Okay, so I can continue through this way. Now I gotta kill some people. Oh, wait. Oh, shit. I actually need to do this. Hold on. There we go. Hey! I remember the village. I remember the village. Okay, so there's probably some stuff we can get now that we couldn't get before, right? So, like, maybe we could go over this way. Okay. Okay. How the hell am I supposed to get in there and get that? Look at that. That looks like something cool. I want that. How the hell do I get in there? I want it. I want to get in there. I want the gold. Do I need to blow it up? I don't know. We're back in the village. I don't remember these dead people being here before. Were these dead people here before? I vaguely remember. Oh, wait, we can use the iron key to unlock stuff. Oh, shit. Oh, shit, we can use the iron key to unlock stuff. So, yeah, like this. Like, we could go up to the... We could go this way. Hey, there's goodies in here. There's definitely going to be lots of enemies in here, too. Somewhere around. Ah! Okay. Wasn't that bad, actually. Viviante. Viviante. We got the Viviant. Viviani. Okay. Okay, so this is blocked. So we can't go that way. Doubles. 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 So we can go in this way. Kick. And then we can go back to open the iron key over here. Doubles. Iron key. Let me in, let me in. There's goodies in here, I can tell. Oh, yeah! Chicken. Am I supposed to kill the chickens? Is that what I'm supposed to do? I mean, they're literally on the map. So I'm wondering if I'm supposed to blast them. So I started blasting. It's locked from the other side. Fuck you. Let me in. It's my rightful right. I unlocked the area. Let me in. Hey! Got a goat. Okay. This seems a little mean. Okay. Ingredients. Give these to the Duke. Oh, interesting. How very interesting. I wonder if these respawn or something. I bet these chickens respawn, don't they? Okay. So there's not much else I can do here, huh? Okay. All right. So that's all I can do for now, because this opens up later. Okay. So there were other iron key locations, wasn't there? Yeah, there's one over here. Louise's house. We didn't get everything out of Louise's house. So we could probably go check on Louise's house. There's this thing over here that we could shoot now that we have the shotgun. This house. Okay, so we need to go across to this house. And we need to find some, yeah, I got the goat. We just can't get everything there. Okay, so we got to go back out this area. All right, so we need to. What is this? So what? Why can't I open this? Huh? It's locked from the other side. Okay, so I got to loop back around for this one. Okay, all right. Wait, what? Wait, for real? I can't go back out that way? Wait, why the fuck can't I go back out that way? Oh, I have to go around? Oh, that's dumb. Oh. Oh, I can't. Okay, so is this just making it so I can't go any of these ways or something? Is that what it is? What the fuck is this? It's weird as shit. Okay. I heard a scream from the house with the chimney. I was gonna take a look, but the way was blocked by debris. Going to have to take the long way around. Who would have thought the hole in the stable walls would come in handy? I'm not back by in the morning. You should go to Louise's house alone. Wait, I just heard a baby. I heard a baby crying. Did anybody else hear that? Oh, interesting. Kitties. Okay. That was just a jump scare. toilet room. Hide in the toilet. Listen, if you've ever worked a service job or a retail job, you know that you've hidden in a toilet before. You know it. I hear people stumping around. Yeah, get fucked. Little loser. He's dead. No! He died on the toilet. He died on the toilet. Poor man. The werewolf thing protected him. It worked. The werewolf charm worked, but the werewolf didn't go away. So he just died in there. Oh, what a bastard. Hey, I know this. Wait a minute, I remember this area. I remember this area. Okay. Okay, so I'm gonna need a... Need a bar. Okay, hold on a second. So wait, there's chickens over there, but I can't get through here because there's a red gate. Red gates are bad. Do not enter. Fuck you. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Fuck you, I won't do what you tell me. Boss, enemy coming. Big boy. It's probably gonna be Karl Marx. Oh, that's not good. Look out the window. Oh, I know this one. I know this one. I know this one. Boo. 0408. Boo. So there's gonna be a big bad in here, isn't there? That ain't good. Oh wait, hold on. You have to do this. Okay. 0408. Wait. Wait. 070408. Okay. 070408. Oh my god, the texture on this is terrible. Oh 070408. Oh, I got an upgraded pistol or something? Wait, is it a better pistol? Birdies. Dead birdies. So wait a second. Also what? Wait, do I have two pistols now? Wait. I have two. Wait, a fully automatic handgun. Oh shit. That's better. What the fuck? Okay. That's kind of cool. Okay. Alright, so these guys aren't really a major threat anymore. Let me try equipping this thing instead. Let's give this one a try. Spooky. Thanks. Thank you for the ammo. Yeah, they sound a little spooky, don't they? Dead guy. Monster. Dead monster dudes. They're dead. They're dead. That's a enemy hole, isn't it? Oh. Okay. I guess not. Okay. He's dead, Jim. Alright, so now I gotta go around and go into here. Oh, god damn it. Oh, why does it keep doing that? Oh, shit. Okay. So my damage is a little bit lower now, huh? Or something? Oh, right. I have this. Yeah, it's a I'm playing Resident Evil 8. Oh. Oh, okay. Enemy jump on me. Yeah, I knew it. Enemy jump on me time. Enemy jump on me time. No! Get out of the hole, Ethan. You clown. Big boy. Dead boy. Dead boy. Dead boy. Okay, hold on a second now. Wait just a second here. This is not the direction I'm trying to go, is it? Yes, it is. Wait a minute, this is the direction I'm trying to go. But I didn't get to go explore this house yet. Hold on a minute. What the fuck? I gotta go back to this house first. I am good at sniping, okay? Sniping is my one thing I like. I missed twice on that guy. Well, I didn't miss him. I missed the good one. I missed the good shot. I missed the headshot. It's all good, though. Alright, dude. Alright, dude. Blood. Oh, this is where the horse was. Oh, I remember this. This is from the beginning of the game. KSP. What's KSP? What's KSP? In exchange for 1K? What the fuck is K? Wait, what do you mean KSP? Piggy! Why pig? What pig? Fuck you, pig. Oh, Kerbal Space Program. Oh. Oh, cool. I've never played it. I've heard good things about it, though. Stupid pig. What an asshole pig. Hey, I opened the shortcut. Yeah! Dead chicken. Okay, now we gotta go into the house and get scared again. Ba-doom, ba-doom. This is a spooky house. But I don't have the lockpick still. There's something in here for a lockpick, isn't there? Oh, there's a lot of stuff in here. Wait, there's still shit in here that I haven't gotten. Wait, how? Where is it? I hear somebody scuffling around. Which means... Ow. Ow. A pad? All piggies are dead? I guess so. Okay, well, I guess I can't finish this area yet because I need a lockpick. Okie dokie. Time to continue. This game is scary. It's pretty scary. I mean, it's a lot of jump scares. It's not like, it's good. It's good. I like it though. Oh. Got him. Got him. Stomach's actually doing pretty good. I'm feeling quite a bit better now. I think my stomach might finally be resting. Might finally be letting off a little bit, which is nice. What? Okay, pipe bomb. Okay, am I supposed to throw the bomb out there? Is that what I'm supposed to do? What do you mean it's locked from the other side? Hold on just a second here. Was I supposed to throw the bomb out there? Feels like I might supposed to be throwing the bomb out there. Well, I have two, so I guess let's give it a try. Let's check. Might be Vaush time. That didn't do shit. That didn't do shit. So wait, Vaush is ready? Let me double check. Let me double check. I'm gonna get in the waiting room now. All right, let's do this. Hold on, let me see. I want to bring up Vaush's stream so we can look and see what he's talking about. Here, let's do this. Wait, but it's, oh no, wait, I gotta get to the saving point. Shit, how do I get to a save point? How do I know where I can save? Oh god, that's bad. Wait, I have to go back. I have to backtrack. Backtrack. Hold on, I'm going back. Oh, they're sending enemies at me while I'm trying to go save? That's not fair. That's not fair at all. Hold on a second, everybody. Don't worry. I won't fuck it up this time. I promise. Wait. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, you scared.
Why does everyone introduce themselves by saying words out loud?
Wait, I didn't know either. I was just waiting in the waiting room. I just got scared. I'm playing Resident Evil. Holy shit. I just got scared. Oh,
hey.
Hey. Hello. How you doing? Hold on. I'm trying to, I have to help my, oh God, what do I do now? Hold on. Let me run over. Here, let's chat while I run over to, I just fired a gun. I am literally, this is hilarious. I'm trying to desperately get back to a typewriter so that I can have this conversation without being obnoxious as hell to my chat and to yours together. But
we are
anyway.
both struggling then.
Hell
yeah. What part are you on?
I just beat the first big boss. So
okay.
Yeah, real good fight. I like that. I love this game so far. I'm gonna be completely honest. It's got like,
no, it's very good.
Yeah, it's fun as hell. Like, I've played Resident Evil on and off. Like, I'd never really gotten to the old Resident Evil games, although I really liked 4. Like, I played that to hell and back on the Wii. I thought the Wii version was super good. Like, I don't know why. The earlier version of the game, like, didn't, like, the GameCube one didn't really stick for me. But the Wii version was like, oh shit, this is great. And
really, I felt the opposite way. The Wii version felt awkward to me.
Oh.
Yes, I can dual wield the pistol. I don't want to dual wield. Actually, I do. Thank you for reminding me, chat. I love you.
What game are you playing right now? You playing
Have
007?
you not seen the stream?
I haven't popped over in a minute. I was playing this game, and then I was on Modern Day Debates just a little bit ago, debating TJump. I don't know if you're familiar with him.
Yes, I believe I actually have a debate scheduled with him in a.
That's right. He mentioned that. Yeah, next week, right? Yeah, it was an interesting conversation. For sure. We were talking about, here, I'm going to get your stream up on stream so everybody can see what you're up to.
No, don't worry about it. No need to broadcast what I am doing. Thank you.
Oh, okay, sure. No worries then.
Nothing to see here.
Yeah. So we had a discussion about deplatforming. It really didn't end up being much about deplatforming at all. It was weird. He had a lot of issues with people turning on sprinklers, fire alarms for Ben Shapiro or something, and apparently that was the only. He seemed only willing to discuss that as the only type of deplatforming. It was a very weird conversation, to be completely honest.
Not turning on sprinklers for Trump?
No, for Ben Shapiro, because apparently Ben Shapiro went to some campus and some kids pulled fire alarm to get him to not have his speech or something, and that was the main example that he went with. I did a lot of research in advance for this debate, and we didn't end up talking about basically anything that I had prepared for. It was very strange.
TJump is definitely a bit of an odd guy, in my opinion.
Yeah, I got that feeling. I did. There were some little strange moments. I got him to. We were talking about Ben Shapiro's tweets in the past, like his one where he said about Arabs, and these are his words, by the way, not mine.
Yes.
Arabs live in open sewers and like to blow things up or whatever.
The Ben classic, yeah.
Yeah, the classic. And then of course TJump insisted that was not racist. And so I said, well, if that's the case, would you mind restating that in your own words and signing off on that? And he was willing to do that. So, I mean, credit for being willing to put it up there. But there's now a clip out there of him saying unequivocally that he believes that the Arabs like to blow things up and live in open sewage. So have fun with that, anybody, if you want to, I guess. I mean, he didn't deny believing that. So,
I think that whether he's willing to sign on it himself, I think you have to be pretty delusional to say that's not a racist sentiment.
Yeah, that was sort of what I was talking about. I'm like, and my approach was not to be yeah, Ben Shapiro's super racist. Gotcha. It was more okay, do you understand how it is reasonable that a lot of people would read that and say, wow, that's really, really racist. And then they would go, that also really, really violates Twitter's TOS. And then many people, including people probably who work at Twitter, might go, yeah, this is against TOS. And I said, I'm perfectly fine with that. And he said, no.
The problem I have with discussions like that is that ultimately determining whether a person or a statement is racist kind of involves some inference,
Mm-hmm.
Because if you want to, you can logic lord your way out of almost anything, A sufficiently talented interlocutor could argue that Ben Shapiro thing isn't racist if they said X or Y, or maybe this context or that, or it was a joke or blah, blah. Yeah. There's always a degree of inference you have to engage in. And if some people are willing to come off looking like delusional assholes, then they can argue against obvious inference until the cows come home. I mean, they can they can tie you up for hours. When Ben Shapiro said the N-word and then said that America was a white country only, that wasn't racist. He was actually referring to the historical demographics of this country. And second of all, words aren't racist. Racist context is. And while we're referring to black people,
he literally did that. He literally did the context thing.
You can do it forever, and context is important, but some people employ this tactic irresponsibly a little bit.
Absolutely. I mean, my approach was I honestly I'm pretty proud of how I did in this debate, and I think it was I mean, people said that they really liked it, so and I think it was one of my better ones, although I will admit that it sucks that a lot of the research didn't get used, but whatever. But one of the things that happened was I realized really early on that was the path that he was going down. Was this sort of oh, well, you can't know that. And then I spent a good chunk of the time basically focusing on the audience and going, okay, but I recognize that we can never know what someone's intentions are, but do you understand how too many people who will be rightfully using that platform and the people who run that platform, they could come to that conclusion? And he would not admit that. He just would not. And to the degree where I was again, I got him to say quite a lot of things I can't believe that actually that those arguments actually worked, getting him to say a lot of racist things. But all in defense of him ultimately saying that no, you would have to be, and these are his words once again, you would have to be insane to think that what Ben Shapiro said was racist in any context. And I said, okay, but even in context, it's actually still racist. He's specifically referring to ethnic groups and calling them out as this. I just don't think you're correct. And at the end of the day, if you really believe that, there's nothing I can tell you about that. But I guess I will appeal to the audience on this, that I think that even right-leaning members of the audience can acknowledge that, yeah, that's pretty racist. Even if you for some reason agree with that sentiment, can we not acknowledge that this is racist? And he just wouldn't. He just literally wouldn't. So it's very strange. There was also at the beginning of the conversation, he had like this thing where he kept literally contradicting himself. And he was saying that, like, I'm trying to remember. Oh, yeah, he was trying to say that deplatforming isn't when you get banned for violating TOS. It's only when you're unjustly banned from a platform. And I'm like, so you're defining deplatforming.
Well, that's kind of begging the question there, isn't it?
Yeah. And I said that. And then there was this whole really awkward first segment of the debate where I was just genuinely trying to understand what his position was, and like how he can simultaneously believe that that China does deplatforming by silencing dissidents, but that being banned off of a platform for racist speech isn't deplatforming at the same time. Like, I don't know how you can, like, I couldn't square that. And so we eventually just had to kind of like sidestep it. So it was a very strange conversation. I had a good time anyway. All of the questions at the end, with the exception of one, were directed towards me. So I definitely got some people in the audience thinking, and there were some pretty good ones. There were also some just explicit super chats that were full of weird hate speech, but
I'm sure.
Yeah, but honestly, to be completely honest, James seems to do a really good job moderating chat, all things considered. And
James is a great guy.
Yeah,
I think he adds a lot to the space. One of the problems is that, like, in order to have like a really good, vibrant online debate environment, you need neutral moderators. You need them. They're a necessity, not like a fun flair. And there are very few neutral moderators. I have never seen a person as adept as James at keeping his personal feelings out of the discourse he moderates. I think it's really exceptional.
Yeah, he's incredibly good at that. And like, I can respect that a lot. I mean, that's why I was more than happy to go on, and I told James again, anytime you want me on for something, as long as it's a topic I'm interested in, I don't want to debate the JQ or something, but like, if it's a topic I'm interested in, then like, hit me up and I'd do it. I'd go on there anytime. I had a really great time. And yeah, I mean, I think you're right about that, about the debate space. It's really difficult. Like, I think that Dylan does a really good job keeping neutral when he's moderating, but obviously, his platform as a whole has obviously his own little bias. But yeah.
Well, of course, so even if he's neutral when he moderates, and I think he does a great job with that.
Yeah, I think
his platform is left leaning. There's no getting around that.
Yeah,
and it's obviously going to inform stuff. He's even admitted publicly that when he's choosing the participants in his hippy dippy debate stuff, he always does so thinking like, do I have enough left leaning people in here to counteract the right leaning bullshit? Which is fine. That, as far as I'm concerned, that's good advocacy. I support that 100%. I'm not gonna shit talk that at all. Yeah. But obviously, like, to at least some extent, that will color the results of, or at least people's perceptions of the results of, the debates that he does.
Yeah,
and posts.
It's interesting too, because like, I mean, I've been doing Hippy Dippy since I think it was episode 2. Like, I was on like the second episode of Hippy Dippy ever, and
he doesn't invite me to very much, to be perfectly honest. I wonder if that's because he's afraid of like stacking things too far, because Destiny often comes on, right? If it's me and Destiny, if it's most left-leaning issues, like social issues, then we'd probably be like dogpiling or something.
Well, I think the thing is like, Dylan's, I'm sure you're probably aware of Dylan's situation right now. Dylan's had a hard time organizing the show recently. Yeah. And some of it is because, some of it really is because it's so hard to get right-wingers for the show at all. But let alone there's no right-wing big figures who will do it. So it's all part of the problem that he ends up having is like, there's a massive imbalance of just like, there's a clout imbalance, which is like, okay, so we're going to give a bunch of 30 viewer right-wingers access to a massive platform.
Tens of thousands of people watching. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And it's really rough. And the other thing too is that, like, of course, with regard to the right wingers he does have on, like, like he's started over time, because I mean, I remember, again, I've been on for a long time on that show, and he used to do basically very little moderation. Not that he wouldn't step in when it got like out of control, but he wouldn't, like, there weren't all the same rules that he had. Like, people said some pretty outrageous shit on there. I mean, I was on there during the one where a guy who ended up being outed later as a Nazi, who's a crypto Nazi,
that's like half of my conversations.
Yes, yeah, but I was on there when he advocated, like, he just sat there and advocated for blowing children away at the border, like, and he just said that, like, we should set up machine gun nests, and it was just like that's TOS on Twitch. And so, like, it got to the point where
that's why it's hard to find conservatives for Twitch debates, of course.
Yeah, it is way harder. I can and I do kind of, like, sometimes I get mad because it's a little harder to have some of the debates, like some of the debates when I wasn't dual streaming and stuff, like some of the debates I would have on YouTube were fucking great. I mean, I'll never one of my personal favorites was getting to drop the tactical F slur and the tactical T slur on the Distributist. That was really funny. After like 2 hours of incredibly intense, like nerd ass philosophical debate, that was just such. I was like, you know, if you want to call me a T slur, did you is that what you wanted to do? Like, you know, you could just, like, we're on YouTube. You could do that if you want to. It's not going to win you any points. Sure. But
I'm pretty sure the Distributist is a crypto Nazi. I remember that guy being like, I got mega crypto vibes off that guy.
Yes.
It felt he seemed like one of those, I want radical decentralization so the federal government can't tell me that I can't make an all-white community or something like that. That was the vibe that I got from him.
So at the end of our discussion, we had this whole discussion where he was like pussyfooting around every single thing that I tried to talk about him with. And at the end, he was just like, I was like, so, like, I did the, you know, I said the thing, I'm like, you know, it kind of feels like you just wanted to come on here and call me a T-slur. And I was like, you know, you could just do that if you want to. I'm like, but I don't know. You said that, like, you know, you said all this stuff in the lead up to this, you had all these contentions and whatever, but, like, I don't know. He's like, well, you should probably have known that, right? I'm like, why would I have known that? Why would I assume that? And he's like, well, because you know the Catholic position on like trans people, right? I'm like, no, like, I mean, I'm vaguely familiar, but I figured you would advocate for the positions that you believe in. He's like, well, maybe you should research that. I'm like, okay, well, what are you trying to say? Are you, like, trying to say that, like, you just don't even believe in, like, trans validity and stuff? He's just like, well, look it up sometime. I'm like, dude, just tell me. You could just tell me. Like, just tell me now if you don't think it. He's like, well, you should look that up sometime. He's definitely
That's
crypto.
so obnoxious.
Oh, it's so
Oh my God.
annoying. Also, if you want to see something really funny, now this is where I felt like, again, this was, I really wish more people could have appreciated this, but before the Distributist came on, I watched with stream Chud Logic and President Sunday's expose of this very individual. The Distributist was recorded unbeknownst to him in a right-wing server planning with Nazis to infiltrate the left and cozy up to leftists, and like literally just sitting there talking about, yeah, we need to like get over, and I'm pretty sure they name dropped you as well, like, oh, maybe we can get in with, and they're like, we can cozy up with these communities, and then, you know, I think that some of the more extreme leftists, we might be able to win them over on some of our positions. So I watched that, and like he wasn't paying attention, you know, he doesn't really do his research, so he didn't know that I had just watched that with my entire stream. So he's doing this whole song and dance the entire time to try and make it seem like he's mask on as fuck. And then everyone who was watching had just seen him completely mask off, talking about how he wants to cozy up to lefties to try and convince them to get on board with right-wing Nazi talking points. I'm just like, dude, like, it was very funny.
You know, people say I call everyone a Nazi, but I feel like almost all the people who I call a Nazi end up either obviously being Nazis or revealing themselves to obviously be Nazis shortly thereafter. I feel like I'm actually fairly scrupulous with my accusations in that respect.
Yeah.
I have a broad definition of fascist, but Nazi? Eh.
Yeah.
Well, the funny thing is they really underestimate our intelligence, which is kind of in line for them, because the people on the right who like try to move left to some kind of cringy like optics mask on game usually do a really bad job of it, like a really, really bad job.
We
really
were talking about that with
stuff.
we were talking about that with Lauren Southern, you know?
Oh,
like,
yeah.
Yeah.
Like Lauren Southern has only moved from race realist white nationalist discourse to trans puberty blocker discourse, because this is where the acceptable line is right now.
Yeah.
If it was still acceptable online to preach Nazi shit without getting deplatformed, that's what Lauren Southern would be doing.
100%.
That's undeniably, yeah. So she moves to this, we'll make this unacceptable, and in 5 years, Lauren Southern will come back and she'll be pushing on some new thing, and it'll be more progressive than the previous stance. Not because she's gotten more progressive, but because the line for what she can get away with has receded further.
Yeah.
But it's
did
obvious.
You see her conversation with Hunter?
I haven't watched it yet. No, I heard Hunter did well.
He did
Wait,
very
really
well, in my
quickly.
opinion. Yeah.
Chat. How do I gain access to the big room? I don't have the key card that allows me through these doors, but I've looked all over. Is it just a key card somewhere on the ground? Get the key card. I know. Get the key card. Fire the loud gun there. Really? Scare the door open? DM, can you hold for a second?
Yeah,
I need
yeah,
to
go
do
for it.
something scary.
Okay.
No, don't? Yes, there's only like 4 guards left. There's going to be an infinite number of guards as soon as I fire this gun. Where's the
enjoying
key
this.
card? She helps you?
Yeah, I always thought Natalia helps you here.
Okay, Natalia. Do you want to open this? Your gun doesn't bring infinite guards to the alarm does. Shut up! You know nothing! You're an infant compared to me! No! The alarm summons Spetsnaz. Firing a gun that isn't silenced causes the infinite fuck train to arrive. Okay?
Well, no, I wish you the best with this mission. Some of the missions in this game are a little bit janky. I played the hell out of this game when I was younger. The N64 was like,
I've
yeah,
never
it's fucking
beaten,
good.
by the way, so I look
Wait,
forward
really?
to doing that tonight.
Oh shit, you get to have fun on the last level. I have so many memories of the last level of this game, and it's so goddamn good. Rip to a real one too. The end of this game takes place in the Arecibo telescope in Puerto Rico, and it was shot there in the movie. Oh, sorry. Well, I think it's a fictional place in the game, but
Well, I've seen the GoldenEye movie.
Oh, then you've seen it. Yeah, you've seen the end. Yeah. Yes. So yeah, that big telescope from the end of the movie, they modeled it out in this, and it's based off the real Arecibo telescope in Puerto Rico, which recently collapsed because of it's basically it's like it was a massive, amazing structure, but with Puerto Rico having so much like trouble over the last couple of years with the hurricanes and everything like that, there hasn't been the budget to like fix it, and like a minor earthquake or something happened, and it caused the entire thing to snap and fall down. Sucks.
That actually really sucks.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, somebody said one of the cables snapped and then another one snapped before they could fix it, and it just plummeted down, just like the end of the movie, interestingly. But yeah. Unfortunate.
Life really does follow art.
Yeah, sometimes.
Hold on. Do I have a quick save button? Save state.
Did you have fun playing Mario earlier? It looked awesome. I miss playing Mario 64.
It was amazing. Okay. All right, chat. No more
All right.
fucking around. Let's go!
That was... Oh!
Out and in! Out and in!
Oh, shit.
Door's locked. Through! Let me through! Where's
Oh,
the damn...
no! I remember this.
Where's the camera? Wait! Is there not even a camera in here?
I don't think there is in this room, but I barely remember.
Then where am I going? The key card was stuck inside here. I shot the guard when he was through the door. Ooh. The key card dropped in a place I couldn't access. Janky ass game.
The jank. Ah, yes, the classic 007. I don't know.
Hey, we just hit 140,000. Yeah,
holy
dog.
shit.
Nice. Well done, guys.
That's pog as hell. Yeah, I was blown away. I was watching this morning when you hit 10K in the first like 10 minutes of stream or less. That was pretty fucking impressive.
Yeah, it was pretty amazing. I need to stop underestimating my community. Wait, where's the last camera? Camera at the end of the level?
Oh. Isn't the end of the level for this one out by the computer system?
Yeah, yeah, we've already been there. I thought I cleared out all the cameras. Was that Natalia? Is she like doing a donut loop? Oh god, she follows my path. Even if I loop, she'll continue the loop that I took rather than...
Oh no.
Alright, she'll make her way to me eventually. God.
So what other games do you have on your roster? You said Banjo, right?
Banjo-Kazooie and Star Fox 64.
Oh, sick.
And I also
okay,
want
good
to try the 120 star run. Guys, they're not here. Oh, she needs to do something.
Have you by any chance played Jet Force Gemini ever in your life?
No, I don't know what that is.
Oh, okay, listen. It's in its time, it was a banger. I would pay $100 fucking to watch you try that game because it is something else. The game is unplayable these days, to be completely honest. The control system is just, it's like it was invented by, the last time I played it, I tried to play it on an emulator. I described the control system as a cognito hazard. It genuinely gave me a headache, but it's still a POG game nonetheless and has amazing music. Absolutely amazing music.
That does sound pretty poggers. Hold on 1 second.
Uh-oh.
Camera locations. What's the name of this? What's the name of this? What's the name of this level?
Bunker.
What's the name?
It's Bunker.
Bunker 2? Okay. Not again.
Oh yeah, by the way, I hope you hit your stretch goal of 2 million. If you raise 2 million, one of my mods and a longtime member of your community, Gayfesh, has committed to eating a piece of his own ass. So I feel like that would be...
Close the game? I did. That was actually an accident. Hold on. Load. Okay, wait, hold on. Wait, I'm gonna be super real with you. Demon Mama, I love you. I'm getting so distracted right now.
That's okay.
I apologize.
You're totally fine. Don't worry. Like
I don't see a safe state. Okay, Demon Mama, I'm about to lose it. You need to leave right now. Okay?
All right. I'm heading out. All right. You good luck on your game.
You need to
Okay.
leave right now.
Bye.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Oh shit. Oh shit. Let's see.
Chat. Where is the last camera?
I just need to see. I need to see the resolution of this.
Where is the last camera? Time to take a break and eat? Wrong. We need to finish this level.
I wasn't saying spicy stuff, was I? Was I saying spicy stuff? I don't think I was saying spicy stuff, was I?
No longer.
Chat is... VGG chat says I was being spicy. What was I saying was spicy?
Come on. Okay. We are speed running this right now. Look at this.
There we go. Sending a peepo hug.
Thank you so much for the $140,000, guys.
Oh yeah,
That's
I need to
such
do
an
my dono
incredibly
real quick.
generous
Here, I'm gonna dono right now.
Collection of donations.
Watch this. I'm gonna be super conspicuous about it, but I said I was gonna do a dono,
God.
so I'm gonna do it.
For both of you.
Here, I'm gonna donate. How do we do this right now? Where's the... Here we go.
The music kind of be hitting, though? Oh, the music from this game is top tier.
PCRF. Here we go. This is the one. Wait, here. I'll put it in. I'm gonna do it. I said I was going to dono. I'm going to make good on my
If you would like
dono.
to contribute to this riveting display of gameplay prowess, then you should hit !donate.
Watch this.
In the chat of
Give me
whatever
a minute
streaming
here.
service you're using to witness me be bad at video games. Donating to Streamlabs is the way to contribute to the marker you see down there. So far, the donations have been coming hot and heavy, and I appreciate the hell out of them. Thank you. Die! All of them will fall to my blade. Blade hand. The fact that they chose a karate chop is so goddamn goofy, dude. What game has a karate chop as their default melee animation?
Here we go.
Not a gun butt, not a punch, but a
Donating
fucking
right
karate
now.
chop. Nobody does this. It's very funny.
Holiday fart. What the hell? What are you talking about?
Yeah, judo chop.
Hold on. Let me do this. Let me do this pay. Let me do this
Okay.
payout real quick. Okay. There we go. We're sending it out. Sending it out.
They chose the chop one because it's easy to animate. Oh, that makes sense.
Done. Yeah, there it goes. Look at that. Boom. Boom. $200.
Okay. If you hit the glass
See,
screens,
I made
then
my
it,
I made my
destroys
fucking
them in
promise.
one
Kept my
shot,
promise, everybody.
which
Kept
is
my goddamn
preferable
promise.
because we have limited pistol ammunition here. Okay. Keep an eye out for cameras. Got a videotape. Okay, okay, okay.
All right, there we go.
Thank you, Demon Mama. Is that actually Demon Mama? Hello, Demon Mama. Oh, is it this? Oh my God.
Yeah,
I never
you
would
know
have
it.
thought to look there. All right, that's where the last one was.
All right. Hold on a second. Oh, I almost typed in my
We
own
never
chat.
even. Oh, hello. Well, Mr. Guns Akimbo, man. I would have never thought to have looked in there.
Bam. Okay, there we go. All right, now we end and we get back to talking together.
Okay. All right, we're over the hump now.
Of course I did. Of course I did, Gay Fesh. Of course I did, okay? Of course I fucking did. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? All right. Let's see. Am I playing for Palestine too? Oh, praying. Hey, Pistol Cakes, thank you so very much. Thank you all very much for the generosity. Sorry I wasn't paying perfect attention. Yeah. So this has been a great stream. This has been a fucking fantastic stream. I'm very happy that I was able to go on and talk with Vaush. That was a fun as fuck conversation. My stomach hurts still, so I am going to end stream for now. But don't you worry, we'll be back on Wednesday. We have a lot of content to do. Aww. Well, I love and appreciate him as well. So there. Much love. And finally subbed after months. Just wanted to say you're stupid, cute, and fucking awesome. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Ben McGill. Appreciate that. I do need to wrap up because I need to go get some rest. But Wednesday, I promise, Wednesday, we are going to have some motherfucking content. I will be raiding into Vaush. So let's get the raid over and I will host. Oh, that's fine. It's all good. I don't think I was trying to distract him. I think it was the game that was mostly doing that. Oh, thank you, Eccentric Mudkip. Seriously. It's Vaush V on there, right? Raid Vaush V. Wait, it's not. No, wait, hold on. It's not. It's not. Cancel. Vaush Vidya. There we go. Okay, there we go. Now we're sending that over. I'm going to host Vaush on the website as well. Okay? So head on over, give my love, and I will see you all on Wednesday for some more fun. Okay? Seriously. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for your support. I hope you all had a great time today. And I will have all kinds of news about the computer project and everything else coming on Wednesday. Okay? Much love, and I will see you all very, very soon. Mwah. Bye for now.